Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Genius Deku Joins Game of Knowledge. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. No more war, spoke a maiden, before mythical yellow light engulfed everything. That was how this bizarre world was created. Or what the legends say anyways. Not many people truly care how the world got the way it is. They're all too busy indulging themselves in the surrealness of it all and seeing what they can get out of it. Who can blame them? To them, there's no reason to pursue any answers when one can just enjoy their current reality. This is a world where any conflict can be solved with a game. Working hard at his desk was the UA University principal Nezu. A strange combination of several different animals molded into one singular fluffy body. He was currently getting everything prepared for a school event that was going to take place in a few days, and of course, that meant mountains of paperwork had to be done. If it wasn't for the satisfaction that came at the end of it all, then he would have quit his job years ago. He just wished that the process beforehand wasn't so boring. Having the gates of hell randomly break open was starting to become something he wished would happen. Thankfully, something came along that could pique his interest. Principal Nezu. "That boy is here to see you," said a feminine voice over his intercom. The principal quickly went to answer. "Thank you, Nimori, send him in." Setting down his pen, the white critter did a quick stretch. Usually, these types of situations are just some students having a petty problem that could have been solved on their own but instead decided to get outside intervention. This case was going to be a little different but just as redundant. Oh well, a little break from all this planning will be nice. I might even get to have a little fun myself. A few minutes after the quick call, the door to the office opened and in walked a green-haired teen, judging from his body. He was between the ages of 18 and 20 years old. Nezu could instantly tell he wasn't a student here, not only because he memorized the face of every student, faculty member, and staff in the school, but also because the boy wasn't wearing a school uniform. Everyone who is a part of this school knows the rules, especially if they're planning on approaching him. "Welcome, Midoriya," greeted Nezu from behind his desk. "Come sit, maybe I can get you some coffee or tea." As Izuku approached the chair across from Nezu, he told him, "I'm fine, thank you for meeting with me on such short notice." Of course, it's not every day that someone makes a request as odd as your own. Sending it by spray painting and trashing school property was quite risky. "I'm surprised you managed to do that while leaving behind no prints." "Sorry about that. I was afraid if I sent an email or letter it'd be ignored and I wanted to make sure it got your attention." "Well, my attention is now yours. What can I do for you?" "I know it's a bit sudden, but I would like to get right to my request." "Ah yes, your request. You want to be admitted to this university far past the acceptance date. You could have just applied next year if you were so eager and avoided all this trouble." "I would have missed my goal if I applied next year. If you don't mind me asking, what could you be after that made you go this far?" Nezu asked him, taking a sip from his coffee. They've had cases before where someone had issues with the acceptance date, but it's usually them finding some excuse as to why he couldn't finish everything they had to before the final day. Usually, if they're lucky to have gotten most of the requirements done, and depending on how they play their cards, the university might make an exception since the semester hasn't started yet, making it easier for a last-minute addition. This guy is asking to get in a few weeks after the semester already started and has none of the requirements done. Calmly, Izuku answered him, "Overall, I just want to rule this school." Nezu stayed silent for a moment. He blinked blankly as he waited for Izuku to continue speaking. He withheld saying anything as he wanted to give the boy time to fully explain himself. Maybe he misspoke or there was more to his statement that he was letting on. The dead serious look on Izuku told him that he meant what he said. As if he was being told a grand joke, Nezu burst out laughing in a maniacal tone. "That's it. All this trouble because you want to control a school. Here I thought you had some grand goal that you needed to do, but instead, it's just some youth's attempt of a power fantasy." After calming himself down a bit, Nezu continued, "That's one of the worst reasons I've heard someone say when they're asking us to accept them late." A confident smile appeared on Izuku's face as he states, "I thought as much. It's a good thing I wasn't asking to get in right. I remembered I requested a challenge." Setting down his coffee cup, Nezu would tell him, "You know, you're not even close to being the first person who attempted to get into this school like this through a game. You know what'll happen if you lose. Of course, if I lose, I'll confess my crime and the school can take full legal action against me for everything I vandalized. But if I win, you'll allow me in the school." "Simple," Izuku answered. He knew of the risk the second he came up with this crazy plan to get a meeting like this with Nezu. "We've already agreed to the terms, picked the game, and set the win condition. I would like to skip all the unnecessary talking and get right to it, please." This comment got Nezu grinning wide as he replied, "You're pretty eager. Okay, I'll play with you for a bit. Game set. In this world, there's no need for violence. There's no need for weapons, and there's no need to throw a punch. Why would humanity need any of that, when any problem can be solved by playing a game? Nearly anything can be obtained if one knows the right games to play. At least, that's how the world should be. I lost. The disbelieving words Momo said, looking down at the Go board in front of her. For a moment she stared out the window of their upper story room to see if this was actually happening. Seeing as nothing was out of place, that meant it really did. Hey, don't feel too bad, her opponent Setsuna told her. She had a toothy grin on from her victory, but she wasn't going to shove it in her friend's face. It's extremely difficult finding a game you don't eclipse me in, and even then you were really pushing me in the beginning. Too bad you fell at the end. A small groan came from the raven-haired girl before she grumbled. That was because Seiko kept distracting me with her very biased narration of our match. Momo then snapped her attention toward the girl sitting at a table away from them with pale lavender hair. She was busy tending to her nails. Such shameful slander, Seiko called out, not taking her eyes off her nails. You're the ever-brilliant Yaoyorozu, Momo. It'll be redundant to narrate your moves. I was simply commenting out loud all of your excellent plays. Well, until you lost anyways. Stated Setsuna. You were being passive-aggressive because someone complimented Momo as being our best player. Wait, wasn't that you? Momo pointed out, quickly puzzling it all together. Did you taunt her on purpose so she'd bother me till I start messing up? I plead the fifth, replied the lizardy girl. Her grin growing even wider gave it away. You did, didn't you? Hey, it's not my fault her jealousy is triggered by a mere compliment. As Momo lectured Setsuna about the actions she was trying to deny doing, Seiko was off mumbling to herself. As if I'd be envious of anyone. I'm the smartest one here. Snap. There it was. That sound they've been hearing periodically all day. It made the girls stop for a moment. Please tell me you sent the complaint to the staff, Seiko asked the two other girls. I made sure they got it this afternoon. They said they'll send someone to check it out tomorrow morning. Good. For such a prestigious university, I'm appalled that they let their rooms for a club be so unmaintained. I've been complaining for months that this place feels like it might fall apart at anything. Relax, sigh. You say that over every minor thing. It's probably not that, Setsuna stated. 1. Don't ever call me that stupid nickname again, Seiko quickly snapped, holding up a finger as she counted. 2. I don't say that over every minor thing. And 3. What do you suppose it is? I don't know, a rat. A rat, exclaimed the two other girls. While Momo squirmed from the shiver she felt down her spine, Seiko let out a grunt of disgust. That's your guess. I expected better from you. Hell would freeze over before they let a rodent roam the school for this long, excluding the principal. Setsuna nonchalantly shrugged before turning to the squirming Momo. Back to the task at hand, you lost. You know what that means. Gee, that's not fair. You played underhandedly using an outside person, Momo said, trying to create a case for her loss. Don't matter. Nothing I did was against the rules, and so the results are the results. You lost, the greenette stated, giving her a smile that showed off her sharp teeth. I'll take melon juice and curry bread, golden oolong tea, and those chocolate biscuits you always get me, Seiko added in, going back to the tender care of her nails. You mean the ones I buy for myself that you eat anyway? Momo replied, giving an annoyed look. Yeah, those of course, Seiko scoffed, humored as she thought Momo wanted to specify which kind she wanted. They're the only kind I can eat. I don't know where you go to find mine, but all the other kinds I find are usually revolting. Setsuna gave a snarky remark. I guess she should buy you her favorite extravagant cheese as well, and maybe some nail polish while she's at it. No, I'm feeling nice today, so I'll hold back on my demands, Seiko answered, blowing on her nails to clean them off and admiring her own handiwork. Thank you, though. Momo tried to speak up. Seiko, I don't think she. Can you get going already? I'm getting quite hungry and I don't want to feel faint because you wanted to discuss something trivial. Hey, fine, Momo sighed. She had a little pout as she got up. The store was quite a walk away for her and would be a bit tiring for anyone after a long day, thus sparking the game Setsuna abruptly challenged her to. Regardless of her feelings, she lost, and so she was the one that had to go. I'll be right back. Before she left the room, the door opened. Standing there was Izuku Midoriya. Looking around the room, he saw the three girls and the more preppy style of the room. If he's correct, this should be the room he's looking for, so he asked them, "Excuse me, is this the Ender Queen's club room?" The three girls stared at him like he was some mutated monster that stumbled into their room. It made the boy feel a bit uneasy with the sudden attention. In hindsight, their reaction shouldn't have been surprising, as the club was named the way it was for a reason. They didn't usually get male guests, especially ones that seemed to not be a part of the school, judging by the lack of a school uniform. Yes, Momo answered, carefully confronting the boy first. Can we help you? My name is Izuku Midoriya and I want to join your club, he proudly states, giving them a friendly smile. The eyes of all three girls widened at this. Setsuna was the first one out of them to speak. If Seiko was drinking tea right now, she would have broken her dignified image to spit it out. I would never, Seiko quickly told her, though. If any of us were drinking something, a variety of comedic hijinks would have ensued. Too bad we weren't, because someone is taking so long to get them. Poor Momo looked around completely confused at first, wondering why the lavender-haired girl was staring at her with such impatience. "Why are you yelling at me?" Momo bewilderedly asked, gesturing a hand to their guest. "He's the one who stopped me from leaving." "No offense," she continued, turning toward Izuku and apologetically holding up a hand. "I'm not throwing the fault of her attitude on you, she's often like this." "Hey, it feels like I stumbled into the middle of something," thought the boy, feeling a bit awkward. It was going to make things worse if he bailed out now, so he continued, "It's fine. Anyways, about me entering your club." "You're not joining," Seiko cut in, putting on her glove. "Harsh, but she's right," Setsuna adds on. "Stop it," hushed Momo, disappointed in her rudeness, turning back to the boy with a smile and telling him, "Sorry about them. Anyways, I'm afraid we can't let you join, since you're not a student, and also we kinda have this silly rule about no boys being allowed to keep the theme of us being, well, queens." "Oh, I am a student," Izuku tells them, pulling out from his pocket a golden badge coated with UAS school colors. It was something provided to all students to have to prove they're a student there, essentially their ID for the school. That was the third big surprise the group of girls got within a span of 5 minutes. Momo was stunned silent as she was stuck between curious and surprised. Seiko was getting aggravated with the constant surprises, and Setsuna was getting real interested. "See, I just got in today and Principal Nezu said all students are required to be in one of these clubs if I want to be a part of the school's event, so I decided on this one." Izuku continued. "Make that the fourth one." That was the last straw for Seiko. Taking up the mantle for Momo, she told him, "Okay, listen closely cause I don't enjoy repeating myself to strangers. I don't know how you managed to get that badge or if it's even real, but we already stated we won't accept you. If you are a student here, it doesn't matter. We said no boys, and unless you have some surprises tucked away, you are one. Since you're new, I'll be nice and say, please respect me and my friend's rank here. You can't just walk in here, asking nicely to get things from us. Trust me, we may not be the biggest club in this school, but we're not to be messed with." Though the others didn't speak, the look on their faces told them that they agreed with her. That last bit of information made Izuku smile. They're all got strong resolve. This is perfect. That's why I came here. I heard that this place has some of the smartest people and best game players in the school. Why join a club with 36 med players when you can join one with 3 top-class ones? A very flattering statement. It even made the confrontational Seiko stop for a moment. Reaching into his back pocket, Izuku continued, "Look, I know you all seem steadfast about not letting me join because I'm a guy who entered today. Which is why I wasn't asking, I was challenging. Make that 5 ... It wasn't the first time someone tried to get in through a game. It was mostly the recent turn of events that made it shocking. They were prepared for this sort of thing." "Oh, right, that'll be your answer for this." Momo mumbled under her breath with a sigh of relief. She was just happy this dusty-haired guy wasn't some creep that stumbled into the school to cause issues. Seiko groaned as she said, "Another one. I already did 4 of them today. Momo, please take care of him. Don't hesitate to beat the dirt out the hair of this rude newcomer. Metaphorically, of course." Oh, let me do it," Setsuna exclaimed, jumping to her feet so hard that the floor creaked. "He'll be fun to play with." That was when Izuku delivered their 6th surprise. "Actually, I want to challenge all 3 of you at once, in a single game, as I don't want to waste you girls' time." "Are you sure about this?" Momo asked him, not sure if he was crazy or just overconfident. Izuku nodded his head. "Since it is obviously stacked against me, you won't mind if I pick the game right." "What kind of game?" "A simple one. No tricks or anything, just this coin," Izuku stated, bringing out a dusty yen coin. Seeing their confused look, he told them the game they were going to play. "I'm going to flip this coin up to the ceiling. Whoever catches it first wins." 7. This guy is just filled with surprises today. "All right, what's the catch?" Seiko called out. "That's obviously a trap for something you got up your sleeve." "Let me guess. The coin is rigged to give you an advantage. You got something in your pocket that'll stun us, or maybe your quirk is something that'll drag the coin to your hand." "No catch," Izuku told her, tossing her the coin. "It's a regular coin. If you want, you can toss it yourself. I got nothing in my pocket and promised not to bring out anything during the game, and I'm quirkless." "You're quirkless," she repeated. "Yup, I got the official certificate and everything." Seiko was about to question his intelligence but then went against it. He's probably lying through his teeth to catch them off guard. It doesn't matter. Whatever he brings out, they'll be prepared for. It'll save them all the brain cells if they just play and make him leave right after. "Fine, let's just get this over with. I'm not waiting a moment later for my treats." Game set. In the principal's office, Nezu was working on the papers he had since that morning, but this time he had a happy smile on his face. When Nimari enters the office with another stack of papers and sees him, she comments on it. "You've been in a good mood since this morning. What did you play with that kid?" "A simple game of chess," Nezu answered, not looking away from his work. "Chess," Nimari repeated. She looked almost pitying that they played that game. "Poor boy, you must have toyed with him like you always do in that game." "What did you do with this one?" Give up your queen early so you have a challenge. Only use half your board to win. I was going easy on him at first, but then I decided to go all out on him. Why do you have to be so cruel? No wonder you're so happy. You must have utterly defeated him. I lost the game. What? You just said ... that you lost. Sorry, I didn't hear you correctly. Yeah, I lost the game. Izuku Midoriya was his name. He's a student now, just as we agreed. Nimari dropped the paper in her hands as hard as her jaw dropped. I'm not cleaning that up, you know. I picked up enough things off the floor today, Nezu tells her as he looked at the mess she made. How what? How did you lose? It was chess. That was one of your specialties. Nezu chuckled to himself as he thought back and told the story. A few moves have gone in the game. While Izuku made a move after spending nearly a minute thinking over each move, Nezu being as skilled as he was made his moves almost as soon as it was his own. Despite the difference, they both still had on a calm face, essential for a battle of minds that was chess. The rumors were true. You're outstanding at this game, it's almost suffocating, Izuku states, his breath becoming ragged as the game went on. There's a reason why of all candidates I was chosen to be the principal of this university, Nezu explains. Tens of thousands of people try to extort others through games every day. This school is no exception. You need a player whose status seems high class if not near unbeatable if you want to drive most of these people away before they even think of challenging you, and the skills to back it up for those with a similar status. Never losing a game of chess is quite the status to have. Everyone has a game they're the expert in, at least anyone smart would. The ending of this match was decided the moment you made it a game of chess. You never know, I might surprise you. Maybe in another game, but not this one. I recognized and went against every probable strategy in this game. Every move, every decision, and every mindset, I have a counter to them. There's nothing you can do I haven't seen before. You want to bet on it? You're that confident you have something up your sleeve to beat me. I haven't failed yet. A game isn't over until it's over. Might as well keep trying until the end. So what do you say? Nezu's smile continued to grow, taking another sip from his coffee before replying. Now you have me interested. Okay, I'll accept. You win if one move you do surprises me. Then I guess it's time we both play for real, declared Izuku, making his move in only 10 seconds, a dramatically quicker time than before. What happened after that? Nimari asked. She was on the ground picking up all the papers she dropped, but she was emotionally on the edge of her seat. We played for real, Nezu answered. Well, at least he was actually playing with all he had. I treated it like a real game, but without it being too much of a challenge, I could be completely serious. That means you were winning. I was winning, but then. You don't need to repeat what I just said. Sorry, continue. Have you regretted challenging me yet, Izuku? Nezu had asked. There's no way I can regret something like this. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity I'm playing in. You seem pretty happy to be losing. Don't forget what happens if you lose. I will applaud that. It's impressive you survived this long with no records. I don't know why you couldn't just apply to the school regularly. But whatever it is, I don't mind helping you bypass it when you apply next year, Nezu assured him. All I have to do is wait for his king to take the bait of my knight that I'm forcing him into, and it's game over. I haven't forgotten what'll happen, and I don't intend to lose. I have to ask, how did you get this good? I knew how to play the game. Which is? A secret like that would be nice to know. It's not much of a secret. In a world like this, pure physical might means nothing. Some will say the key to winning a game is how good of a player you are. Others will say it's how smart you are, since all games have some sort of strategy to them. The truth is, it's just how smart you play the game. I completely agree. You're utterly outsmarting me here. Don't feel too bad. Knowledge comes with age and experience. But I do disagree with one thing. Really now, what? As much as I would like it to be true, it's unfortunate that I have to say that pure strength in this world isn't completely meaningless. And then what happened? Nimari shouted, mad that he just suddenly stopped. Nezu snapped out of the quick daydream he fell into, saying, oh, he flipped the board. What? Without warning. When it looked like Izuku was going to reach for his rook, his hands changed direction and grabbed the board, flipping it into the air. While the pieces were flying wildly in the air, while Nezu looked wide-eyed at the spectacle, Izuku calmly reached up. Doesn't that mean he lost? Nimari asks. Flipping the board is only considered a loss because the person is usually left in a rage or no longer wants to play. During a game, that doesn't end it unless the person has admitted defeat or that they have lost. Pieces in a chess game, especially during a game, can easily be picked up and continued. That was how he won. I'm so confused. What? He won when the board landed. King takes the knight, Izuku declared. This confused Nezu at first until he looked at the board that had landed back on his desk. His eyes widened when he saw where Izuku's king was. While everything else was scattered across the room, only the king was standing upright on the board. He remembered the exact positions of the entire board, and it was a legal move to make. You were able to make a move like that, said a flabbergasted Nezu. That moment lasted for a second before he realized what had happened. Sorry, but this was a trick that could only work on you once. And that's how I lost the game. Because he had made that move, I could have checkmated him in a single turn, but he got me by using my own attention to detail to make a move I saw coming to seem surprising. Nezu explained. Because he got you to change the win condition from something that would be impossible to do to something probable, Nimiri mumble. Not probable, something he could do. A smart player never plays a game they have no chance of winning, and an even smarter one tries to play as many games as they can where they're certain to win. I have no idea what his actual goal is at this school, but we certainly got a promising new student. He'll make a great addition to our collection. Back at the Ender Queen's club room, Izuku was still at the door facing against the 3 girls who were standing barely over a feet away from him. He positioned his coin as he prepared to flip it. Ready, everyone's body tensed up. Each of the girls already had an idea of what they'll do against the boy. He was right about it being a thing he can do against me once. Nezu said, I was careless not really playing from the beginning. I don't think you playing seriously at the beginning would have stopped him from flipping the board. No, I didn't mean the beginning of the chess game. I lost because of one thing and one thing alone. Go. On cue, Izuku flipped the coin high just as he said, and in that moment all 3 of them began to move. I lost because I only started playing the game when the game started. Correct. He was playing the game way before it even started. When you get on a scale, you ever notice how when you get off it, for a split second the weight it displays spikes before decreasing? That's because you use force against the scale to push off of it to take a step off, increasing the weight the scale felt like it had. Now think about how high it would spike when you bend your knee to jump off of it. That's a lot of force going against the scale. If it was a living being, for that quick second it'll think you dropped a more obese version of yourself before the weight was lifted. At the same time, 3 young adults with admirable strength all pushed off the ground to do something, and that was when it happened. Everything has a breaking point. Suddenly the floor beneath them collapsed and all 3 fell down. Like clockwork, the coin flew into the air before falling back in Izuku's hand undisturbed. Game over, he says with a huge smile on his face. He bends over the hole in the floor to look inside. There the 3 girls had fallen over each other and were now entangled. They seemed to have landed on top of what looked like pillows. Seems like I won, Izuku calls out to them. What happened? Momo groaned from the fall. They were all trying to get entangled. Oh, this. After I got admitted, I spent the entire day setting this up. Izuku explained. I had to work slowly so I wouldn't draw too much attention, and the flooring was pretty thick around this part of the building. Also, I saw a rat crawling around, so we should probably tell the school about that before they have babies. Told ya, Setsuna grunted, still giving a smug grin despite her pain. Shut the F up, shouted Saiko, not sure whether she was more pissed about losing to a person that actually quirkless in a game or that she was wrong about something. Sorry about fall though, I hope the pillows did their job. How about I make it up to you all by buying us snacks? Izuku called down, giving them all a sweet smile of friendship. Thanks, Momo said, finally managing to get herself and the others free. At least he's nice. I'm starting to really like him, said Setsuna, licking the edge of her sharp teeth. I completely hate him, grunted Seiko. The results weren't favorable to everyone, and things that should have not happened became possible. That's just the way things are in a world where anything can be settled in a game. Izuku called out one last to them. Please treat me kindly, let's all be friends. We are a part of the same club after all. Game, set. These were the words softly spoken by a small little girl. Her unkempt off-white hair was long and flowed down to the base of her high-back white gamer chair. She dressed raggedly, choosing a dull gray plain-looking dress to wear. Sticking out of the right side of her forehead was a tiny horn. Sitting in a dark room, she stared into the bright light of the 3 computer monitors facing her, each displaying completely different tabletop games that the girl was playing online. All 3 were connected to a single pair of keyboard and mouse. While the games were loading, the little girl stretched her hands and shook her neck to get all the cramps out. Getting herself ready, she put on her headset and rested her tiny hands over her equipment. When each game began, she mumbled to herself, "Game time." Before she began, it was like a spirit that possessed her from how immersed she was in her games. A fierce cycle of rapid mouse clicking, keyboard button mashing, and split-second breaks to devour soda and chips. Flashes of light, the clicking of the mouse, and the munching of Doritos filled the room. In only a few short minutes, her efforts resulted in each screen displaying a victory. Game over, she declared, not smiling or cheering at her near-effortless victories. Instead, she quickly prepared herself for the next set of matches. This was only the beginning, and the night was still young. Over and over again, she played, and the results stayed the same. Victory after victory after victory, never once suffering a loss or having the fear of losing come across her mind. The longer she went on, the more wins she got. The only thing comparable to the stack of wins she was getting was the mini mountain of wrappers being left by her desk. Game over, she declared once again. This time it had more enthusiasm about it as she sat back in her chair to relax. In celebration, she took a victory spin, apathetically enjoying the high-speed motion as she cheered, "Victory! The spinning gave her a great look at her room, it being filled with teddy bears, toys, and trash of the things she has been eating for the last couple of hours. All things she can entertain herself with but she had no interest in. She washed down her accomplishments with more matches. That was when the lights were switched on. Entering the room was Izuku Midoriya. Eri barely gave notice to the lights of her room turning on, which wasn't surprising as she has a habit of being too engulfed in games. She barely paid attention to her surroundings. For all she cared, a robber could break into the house, but as long as they didn't disturb her game, she wouldn't pay them any mind. Izuku didn't need to put the effort into sneaking behind her. All he had to do was approach her from behind and speak. "I'm back, Eri." Almost immediately, the small child swirled around in her gaming chair to face Izuku. Despite her apathetic face, her eyes still seemed to have light up seeing the boy. Instead of greeting him, Eri stood up on her gaming chair, dusted off the Dorito crumbs on herself, and jumped onto him. She clung to him like a baby chimp hanging onto its mother, embracing him in a huge hug despite her petite body. Izuku chuckled, feeling the girl pressed her face against his body. Petting her head, he asked her, "Did you miss me?" Eri nodded. Still hanging onto him, she looked up to him and said, "You didn't come home last night." "Last night? I was gone all weekend. I had to repair the flooring I destroyed for one of the rooms. Thankfully, Nezu allowed me to be on the school ground at nighttime. It ended up taking almost the entire weekend, and once I was finished I fell asleep on the floor. I'm pretty sure I called and left a message about it. Must have not gotten it. Our answering machine sometimes malfunctioned. Were you gaming all night again? ... No." It took a single look around the room to see the mess it was in and to know that she was lying. Picking her up by the arms, Izuku confronts Eri on her lies. "I told you before to stop doing that. Staying up all night eating junk food and playing video games is bad for you." He tells her, playfully shaking her in the air, "You gotta be more healthy." Looking unamused, Eri just pouts at him, replying, "Okay. Are you actually going to do it?" "Maybe yes," Eri answered, looking away as she whispered the first half of her reply. "For all your skills, you're a terrible liar," Izuku says to her, poking her cheek. "Anyways, I need to get ready to go back to school. The club I'm in meets during the mornings. You successfully got into the school." "Yep, our plan worked like a charm." "Yeah, now get dressed. You're coming too." "Do I have to?" "Yes, you've been inside for a few days now. You can't stay all day here." "Yes, I can." "Doing what?" That doesn't revolve around playing games." "Thought so," Izuku says, putting the girl under one of his arms and holding her there before walking out the room. "Come on, you're taking a bath. We don't have much time." Struggling in his grip, a powerless Eri could only kick her legs around as she whined, "Nuo, I don't want to go." The club room of the Ender Queens was awfully quiet. 3 members of the club were sitting down in silence, waiting for their newest member to arrive. In the meantime, they tried to keep themselves busy with their little activities. Momo was reading her books, occasionally having a soft smile come across her face before quickly returning to her normal expression before anyone saw. Setsuna was casually laid back while on her phone, making gestures that looked like she was replicating the magic tricks she was watching on YouTube with one of her hands and enjoying a bag of her favorite brand of chips with her other. Finally, Seiko was enjoying her morning tea, something light to start the morning off while she enjoyed a magazine. Utter silence. Crunch. Except for Setsuna potato chip eating. Crunch. Which on a usual day would be unnoticeable, but with the sudden silence it stuck out like a sore thumb during a manicure. Crunch. And it was pissing off the tense Seiko through the 9 levels of hell and back. Crunch. Talkage, you mind toning it down? Seiko asks, trying to be as polite as possible. Your audible eating is grating to my ears. Not even looking away from her business, Setsuna calmly replied, "Sure, sigh," before eating another chip the same way as before. "I told you never to call me by that childish nickname." "Whatever you say, Sai-ol," Setsuna said, not changing a single thing that was asked of her. A vein bulged on the lavender-haired girl at her request being so openly ignored. Taking a deep breath, she says, "Setsuna ... dear ... you mind not chewing like a literal donkey?" "Seiko," Momo exclaimed at her rude comment. "I gave a fair warning." "That doesn't excuse such a comment. Setsuna's chewing isn't even that loud. I didn't notice until you pointed it out." "It's fine, Momo. Let me just find the mute button on myself and turn it on," the lizardy girl sarcastically says, eating another chip. "You're not helping, and you should be polite about her request about what you call her." "'Kay, I'm not surprised you can't hear that piercing sound," Seiko says, eyeing what the raven-haired girl possessed on the table. "Whenever you're reading those books of yours, you block out nearly everything. What is even in that book to cause that?" Taking a quick look at her friends, Momo swiftly memorized her place before closing the book and stating, "That doesn't matter right now. Anyways, if the noise is too much for you, I have a set of headphones I'll gladly lend to you." "I would, but those things will scruff up my hair," Seiko softly said, tenderly petting her silky hair. She takes great effort every morning to get it the way it is, and she wasn't going to ruin it over volume control. "Bloody tough situation you're in now, ain't it?" Setsuna says, chuckling to her at the little accent she did. That's not even a good British imitation. Everyone's a critic, Setsuna mumbles before turning on her side, asking, when are we doing the meeting anyway? Remember our rule. We need to wait till all active members are present before we can hold this meeting, Momo explained to them. Still mad about the situation, Seiko tossed down her magazine on the table. Just thinking about that boy irritated every cell in her body. She crossed her arms to calm herself. Can't believe we have to wait for him before we have the meeting. He is a member now, Momo reminded her, regardless of any of our personal feelings on it. He has just as much as a right to be here during our meetings, especially this one since it's important toward the club. I don't mind waiting for that guy, Setsuna states. A smile appeared on her grin. He's fun. He's a tricky rat. That's all, Seiko mumbled, picking back up her magazine. He couldn't believe that they, the renowned Ender Queens, are now being forced to wait on some boy who entered the school a day ago. It felt almost insulting to the hard work she and the rest of the club put into getting the reputation they have. He doesn't even have the decency to show up on time. He'll be here eventually, said Momo. She knew that no one would be as bold as that boy was to join only to not show up the next day without a word. It was a bit worrying as it meant something might have happened to him. I should get his number the next time we meet. It'll make it easier to contact him. Not speaking, the green-haired girl's eye wandered off as she thought to herself, should I start making moves of my own? Arriving fashionably late, Izuku opened the door and entered the room. He announced with a smile on his face, I'm here. Glad to see you are okay. Greeted Momo, giving a kind welcoming their new member. Did you? Do you know how long you kept us waiting? Seiko declared, giving Izuku a fierce angered look. Setsuna sat up on the sofa, placing a hand under her chin as she mumbled, let the fun begin. You took up our entire morning period, and we weren't allowed to get anything done until you got here, Seiko continued. She doesn't respect anyone who so carelessly wastes the time of others, especially if it is toward her or anyone close to her. It's only the first day since you've joined and you're already dragging us back. Seiko, I got this, Momo says, making the lavender girl settle down. Turning back to the boy, she explained. Today was an important day for the club as we're to discuss selecting the class president for this year. It wasn't required, but it's our code that we wait on discussions and decisions on topics this serious until all available club members are present. We didn't want to leave you out of it just because you were new. Understanding, Izuku replied. Sorry for being late. After I finished fixing the flooring, I needed to go home to get something. He suddenly hunched over as if something smacked him on the back. Recovering, he continued, and someone. Seeing the strange action, Momo tilted her head to the side to look behind him before asking, is there something behind you? Oh right, where are my manners? Izuku said, turning to his side to show the little girl in a red dress hanging on his back like a baby chimp. She looked around with a blank expression on her face, seeing all the decorations and girls in the room with her big red eyes. Introducing her to everyone, Izuku continued, this is my sister, Eri. Cute kid, commented the sharp-toothed student. She stood up and went to the side to get a better look at her. For once, Seiko didn't speak. She just eyed the child with a peculiar look before going back to her tea. Shaking his back, Izuku tells his sister, say hi, Eri. Eri looked over to make eye contact with Setsuna, who greeted the little girl with one of her signature toothy smiles that showed off her sharp teeth. Quickly, Eri turned away, burying her face into Izuku's back to not be seen. She's shy, Izuku explained, reaching behind to pet her. I don't like them, stated Eri. Her voice was muffled from her position so only Izuku could hear her properly. And she doesn't like you. She's always like this with new people. And because they look like a bunch of preppy bi. And the prestige here is too new of an experience for her. Eri climbed up Izuku's back, getting up to his shoulders so they were on eye level and gave him a pouty stare for purposely mistranslating her words. Izuku nervously laughed before petting her head again. There was no need to start antagonizing people over a rough start. You have such an adorable sibling, Momo tells the boy, smiling while she watched the two of them. As a single child, seeing two siblings bond was heartwarming to the point of jealousy. How long is she going to visit? She's not visiting, Izuku answered, facing the raven-haired girl. I want her to stay here, at least while I'm in class, then I can pick her up after school. No, Setsuna and Seiko both stated in unison. It was probably one of the few times they both agreed on a mindset without talking about it first. What? Momo was quick to explain the issue. While I'm sure you have your reasoning, this is a club where we're trying to hone our skills to be the best players in the school. We don't mind having a guest or taking a break, but we agreed on a strict rule on it so it wouldn't become a distraction for the other members. Some people don't like to be disturbed, even to the tiniest of noises. Her black eyes drifted over to a certain easily irritated girl before continuing. Something permanent or constant like that would be prone to causing problems outside of our club duties. Izuku seemed unfazed by the whole thing, saying, you guys sure have a lot of rules. I know it can be a bit overbearing, but for our goal, we find it necessary. I got our rulebook you can study. Yes, please, that'll be hopeful. Momo walked off to one of the drawers to get the spare rulebook she kept just in case a member lost their own. Continuing the conversation, she tells the pair, if you really can't find a place for her to be, your sister can stay for a few days until you find a place. That'll work perfectly. Also, who exactly makes all these rules official? Well, as a club we all vote on it, but by school rules. It's the president who manages all the rules. Oh okay, I'll just become that then. What? A sudden feeling of déjà vu was shared between the three girls when they all shouted their response. From what I just heard, as far as the school is concerned, the club president manages the rules the club has. That means they should be able to create or revoke any rules they want at their own whim. Izuku states. A wide smile starts to appear on his face. Everything else is just camaraderie and rubber stamps. I'll simply become the club president and change the rules so that Eri can be here whenever she wants. Maybe take out anything else that's an unnecessary inconvenience to me. You can't just do that, Seiko yelled from her. She couldn't even fathom that someone would try this. The boldness to ignore every standard the Ender Queens themselves created and to threaten to claim the seat of club president, in front of her of all people. Yes, I can, Izuku nonchalantly replied to the girls' uproar. There's no rule saying I can't, and I want Eri to have a place to play here. I'm going to install a new gaming PC right over there, mutters the little girl, eyeing a perfect spot in the corner. Like any respectable gamer, she had a vision of the perfect setup. A comfortable chair, smooth running hardware, and everything will be unreasonably lit up with rainbow colors. The dream. Now what do I have to do to become the club president? Izuku asked, looking around the room for an answer. I assume I'll have to challenge someone for the spot. After picking her jaw off the floor and handing Izuku the rulebook, Momo gave a brief explanation of the election process goes. As you know, every student here is required to join a club for other events the school will hold, such as the Treasure Wars. Because of that, they gave us a few weeks to months to get our clubs established and make other arrangements before we have to decide who we want as the club president on election week, where every club has to submit who they elected as president and vice president. Usually, by the time election week happens, the likely candidate would have already secured their spot. But if there's any objections or split in the decision for the club, let's say there are two influential members, then it's whoever can get over half of the members' votes. Only people that were a part of the club before election week can vote. Guess I joined in the nick of time, Izuku says. He internally almost panicked as he thought he might have been a day too late. All I need to do is get two of you to vote for me. 3, the three girls said in unison. What? Sorry, Bud. You need all 3 of our votes, Bud, Setsuna repeats. Why? Izuku asked, confused. So that you can have enough votes, Momo tells him. Yes, that's why I need 2 of you girls vote, Izuku said, counting them on his fingers so they can see. I'll have over half the votes if 2 of you vote for me, because then I can vote myself. You're not allowed to vote for yourself, Seiko coldly states. The edges of her mouth curled into a smile as she waited for the boy's next reaction. The dread of realization came over Izuku's face, turning his pale skin blue as he stammers, so that means. Putting down her teacup with a heavy thump, confidence radiated off of Seiko as she declared, You're going to have to get the 3 of us here to vote for you, including me of course. Izuku looked toward Eri, who shrugged her shoulders. Neither of them knew of this fact. Getting Setsuna and Momo to vote for him was one thing. With enough charisma and gaslighting, he might not have even needed a game to get their votes. But if he requires all 3, then a wrench got thrown into his plans with Seiko here. Quick question, Izuku said. What'll happen if the end of the week happens and we as a club don't have a candidate with over half the club's votes? Momo told him. Then by default, it'll go to the person who originally submitted the file that started the club, which is me, Seiko says, giving Izuku a smug look as she sat in a form that showed off her prestige. She took a quick victory sip of tea for making the bold boy sweat for once after that humiliating defeat last week. Quickly coming to a plan, Izuku went into his jacket and pulled out a coin. Hey guys, so you want to bet some election votes over this guy? No, all the girls shouted. They learned from their first encounter with the tricky boy. Right, I'll be right back, Izuku tells him before making a quick exit. He left so quickly that Eri's tiny legs were flying in the tailwinds. All that could be heard from down the hallway, the little girl's monotone voice calling back, Bye-bye. Satisfied with herself, Seiko went back to her reading. Hopefully, that'll teach him some decency. Maybe then he can act a bit more humble. You think that'll make him give up? Momo asked, looking back at her friends. Nah, Setsuna replies, laying back on the sofa. A guy like him, he'll be back with a new scheme. At least, I certainly hope he does. It'll be a major anticlimax if he doesn't pull out at least one last rush. As I said before, things are going to get fun around here. You really think so? If he does, he better leaves those sly tricks of his at home, Seiko states, because Guys, I just realized something. Setsuna interrupted. Her calm demeanor seemed slightly unsettled right now. If he was preparing to do that coin trick a second time, does that mean he tampered with the floor again? All the girls stopped what they were doing and looked down at the wooden floorboards, quite concerned about how much weight they were putting on it. Who fixed it again? Seiko asked, distancing herself from her usual snacks. She didn't want to risk putting on even an extra pound right now. He did, Momo answered. She remembered him being so nice and assuring her that he'll get it done over the weekend before they come back. Thinking back, that was a horrible idea. A few hours later, hiding in the branches of a tree that was planted on school grounds was our familiar greenet Izuku. He was holding binoculars and a notebook he was using to record actions and patterns that might be useful later. As usual, he was scheming something. His little sister Eri was working as a wonderful assistant, nonchalantly eating apples as she read a book. You find anything? Izuku asked as he looked into the school with his equipment. No, Eri replied. In front of her was the rule book Momo had given them. Luckily for them, it contained both the club's rules and the school rules in general. Seems like Ponytail was telling the complete truth. You're going to need over half the club's vote and you can't vote for yourself. In the words of the principal, a lot of these rules were implemented to take care of cheaters who'll try to win at the last second by inviting a bunch of people in exchange for special favors while still spicing things up by forcing students to meet certain conditions outside of their control. Great, looks like I can't loophole my way through this one. Izuku mumbled, scratching his hair while he formulates ideas. I can just play them all in a game to make them vote for. No, it was worth a shot. So you're going to challenge them all yourself? Of course I am. I can't keep relying on you forever. I want to improve as a player as well. I just need time and a plan, then I'll take them on. For now, let's collect information. Okay. They already got a great understanding of how the school worked, such as how classes work. As a college, the students aren't always in classes, leaving them with plenty of time during the day to put focus into their clubs, including recruiting other members, making alliances, scouting places of interest, and improving their skills through practice. All for those events Momo was talking about earlier. He's going to need to look more into this treasures wars. For now, he needs more information about the girls. He already scraped together as much information as he could about them with the resources he had. Their elitist status was useful to figure out their strengths and expertise. Combine that with what he knows they usually dealt with. It was easy creating a plan with Eri that'll go around their realm of expectations for a quick win. Now it won't be as easy. He expected to come across a voting situation eventually, but he always thought he could take advantage of Momo's modesty and Setsuna's unscrupulous nature to outnumber Seiko's bourgeois-centric prejudice views. Something to help him in the power balance of the club so he can't get shut out in case the girls still don't fully accept him at the time. Now with this, it doesn't matter if he goes as far as somehow making the two girls go completely against Seiko, he's still going to need the Lavender's vote. Meaning no matter what, he can't get around facing all three of them in a game. This time, a simple parlor trick like he did the first time won't work, which is why he's going to need to learn more about them if he's going to face their might. You sure it's smart to be spying on them like this? Eri asked. Yeah, why? Izuku answered, continuing to scout the area. It just seems like a problem waiting to happen. Like what? Cornered in one of the alleys of the school, Izuku with Eri on his back faced against a group of 30 men. They were all stereotypically looking like delinquents. This, Eri says, sighing as she knew this was going to be annoying to deal with. Can I game them all away? No, Izuku exclaimed, standing firm in the face of this antagonizing force. I can do it. I just wish I didn't have to use so much of my arsenal this early after entering. With a sigh, Izuku got his game face ready before addressing the crowd. Fellas, how about we settle this issue with A? Excuse me, coming through, a feminine voice called out. It had a familiar I'm superior to you tone to it, Izuku recognized. Making their way through the delinquents were the Ender Queens themselves. Their presence commanded such respect that the crowd split themselves to create a pathway for them. With Seiko taking the lead with her posh stride that carried the weight of her humongous pride, Momo was close behind, who ushered herself along in a way that showed off her elegance and humility. And bringing up the rear was Setsuna, who almost looked at home among the crowd with how she walked with such swagger. Once they were in the front, they quickly turned their backs to the cornered boy, confronting the group. The lavender-haired girl seemed to have taken the role as spokesperson, pulling out a red and golden designed fan hand. Striking a pose, Seiko threw her hand out toward them as if she was about to announce something, but then nothing happened. Instead, she turned back and looked at Izuku, giving him a steely look before gesturing for him to back up some more. You're not giving us enough space to properly show ourselves, Seiko tells him. Izuku was about to speak, but considering the situation, he'd rather just see what happens. Rolling his eyes, he stepped back despite nearly being against the literal wall. He crawled closer to Izuku's head to get better at his face before mouthing the words she said before about the girls. Preppy B. Of course, like a good guardian, Izuku stopped her by tapping her forehead with a finger, causing her to hang back, rubbing her head as she gave him an annoyed pout. It only worked to make Izuku smile seeing her try to look mad. Continuing where she left off, Seiko said, Halt. Now, explain to me what the hell do you think you're doing? One of the guys in the front goes to explain to her. This guy was stalking around the school. We heard a rumor about some rat who somehow managed to scurry his way into the school and now wants to dig into your club. We overheard him in a tree talking about spying to get information on you guys. Seiko looked back at Setsuna, who proudly gave her another toothy smile that said told ye. The delinquents then reached a hand out in Izuku's direction as he continued to say, of course, someone like that doesn't deserve to wriggle his way by, so we'll take care of him promptly. Though, Seiko states, slapping the ruffian's hand down with her fan, she didn't want to dirty her glove by touching him. She didn't stop there. She repeated her words again and again, each time she jabbed the tip of the fan into the delinquent's chest. No, 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 no. The force repetitively made the man stumble back as Seiko stepped forward. Despite being smaller than them, her demeanor pushed back the entire group. After displaying her control, she slapped the folded-up fan against the palm of her other hand before stating, he is under the jurisdiction of the Ender Queens. He challenged us. If anyone is going to deal with him, it's us and us alone. Mind your own business. We don't need third-rate players to handle our problems. The crowd seemed to have taken offense to her comment. You're calling us third-rate? Seiko looked confused as she said, yes. Did I stutter? She looked back to her friends and repeated the question. They assured her they didn't. Turning back, she continued, okay, I didn't stutter. So you all must need hearing aids. We don't need hearing aids. How dare you call us third-rate players? Honestly, I was being generous to calling you all third-rate considering the fact that you managed to get into this school. It doesn't matter what you consider yourself anyways. As far as I'm concerned, you're all just a bunch of raging dogs, Seiko tells him, gesturing them to go away with a flimsy wave of her hand. Now, shoo. For obvious reasons. This didn't settle well with the group of delinquents getting talked down to. You know what? I'm tired of you preppy beaches thinking you're hot sheet. As the group gave their dynamic speech about how they're good players as well, the girl already tuned them out. Momo sighed. Here we go again. 27, 28, 29. There's 30 of them, so that's 10 of each. Setsuna called out after counting them all. Man, this year only got a bunch of lightweights. At least last year the fodder can properly stack up their numbers. It's still a bit early to rate the quality of this year. Maybe more smart players took a more humble route. That sucks. Oh wait, that means it'll be more fun messing with those people since I have to put more effort. Seiko butt in. Either way, what'll be their punishment for losing? These peasants are so lowly. They're not worth putting under us or taking whatever they have. How about we make them pay for all our meals for the month? Setsuna suggested. You think they can afford it? My exquisite meals will drain whatever chump change they have within the first week, and I won't settle for being served cheap food. How about we make them fix or build whatever we want when we need it? I know we've been planning to construct something for the treasure wars, suggested Momo. I'll rather recruit monkeys, Seiko states. I got it. Going back to the group, Seiko announced their prize to them. When you all lose, a sadistic smile appeared on her face as she stuck out one of her legs to show off her white boots. With a slow lick of her lips, she said, you have to lick the tip of my boot, like the pack of dogs you are. Like hell, we will. If we win then. Yeah, let's just get to it. It taking this long annoys me, so we'll have no mercy here and we'll use our cheats. Game set. Each of the girls handled their group with a game of their choosing. Momo opted for a tabletop game similar to D&D, Seiko chose an interesting card game, and Setsuna went with a simple pick the correct X game. As the games went on, Izuku felt a re-pull on him and asked, what's a cheat? Oh right, you probably know it by a different name. Izuku says, most people in this world have something called a quirk, which is a specialized mutation that gives the user a certain personal ability. But when that quirk ability manifested in the game, it may change to accommodate for the kind of game being played. Since they usually can change the rules or allow moves that usually aren't allowed, they're called cheats. Oh, I know what those are. I knew you would. The group was getting devastated by the girls. Over with Setsuna, she shuffled her equipment too swiftly in too many bizarre ways that no one could keep track of what they were supposed to. Momo's tactics allowed her to steamroll her opponent's army. There was barely any resistance that even slowed her down. Finally, with Seiko in her card game, almost every move the opponent made was followed with her saying, you just activated my trap card. It was like a slaughter, almost painful to watch. This is taking too long. Hey, Momo, start taking two at a time. Don't want to spend all day here, Setsuna called out. Understood, Momo replied, gesturing for more to come. Please step forward, I'll make this go quickly. What? Seiko exclaimed, feeling left out. If that's the case, then I'll take 3 at a time. Okay, Setsuna responded, I'll just do 4 at a time. Then I'll do 5, 6, 7. Momo stepped in. Guys, remember we have actual opponents to face. She's right, Seiko says. Let us take all our remaining opponents on at once and see who can finish theirs first. Izuku felt pity for the delinquents despite their rudeness to him. Game over. Oh. was Seiko's maniacal laugh as their fallen foes formed a well-moving line to lick her boot. She wasn't kidding. Momo and Setsuna, on the other hand, were conversing with Izuku. "You forgot to take this," Momo says, handing them a golden badge in the shape of a crown with 4 points at the top of it. "It's our club's emblem. You're going to need it." "Welcome to the club," Setsuna tells him, stretching her arms to get all the cramps out. Izuku accepted the emblem and said, "Thank you for this and for helping with those guys. We were in a bind there." "Don't get so confident," Saiko called out, still getting her boots licked. "You're a fourth-rate player whose tricks might sometimes break second-rate. We just don't like others getting involved in our business. We're going to pay you back for the humiliation you caused us." "She means we await your challenge to us for club president," Momo explained. "We'll be going all out, so you better not disappoint us," Setsuna added, resting an arm against Momo's shoulder. Another large smile, similar to the one he had when he faced off against Nezu, appeared on Izuku's face. "I'll do my best. I won't hold back on my tactics." "You better," Saiko exclaimed, walking out after finally being finished with humiliating those poor souls. "With our cheats, you better be willing to do whatever you can." Izuku's eyes wandering across the 3 girls in front of him. Their smarts being their strength has shown to be extremely deadly. This won't be easy, but what's the point of playing a game with no challenge? The Ender Queens, a small group of remarkable women who quickly made a name for themselves with their phenomenal performance at last year's regionals. Despite being a club composed of less than a handful of members, with nothing but their smarts, strategy, and abilities, were about to create a fortress formation that couldn't be penetrated on any side. They're one of the clubs most anticipated to challenge the top 4 clubs of the school at the Treasure Wars and get sent to regionals again. Now a young man, for the sake of his sister, has to challenge each of these monstrous threats. Will he prevail, or will he be dominated by the queens and forced to bow? We shall find out as he searches for the exploitable areas he can strike at, but his search so far has been for naught. "I get it," Izuku stated, lifting his eyes from his stack of papers to look at the little white-haired child. "Thanks for assisting my research, but you don't have to tell me every bit you find out like you're narrating a story." "You know I have to. It makes it more immersive and thus palatable," Eri replied, hopping her way on top of the picnic table they were sitting at on school grounds. She propped her tiny fists onto her hips and struck a valiant pose before declaring in a slightly more upbeat tone than her usual monotone voice, "Because reading is boring. You won't even play a game unless you've read literally every game manual of it you can get your hands on. Those two don't correlate. Utterly different contexts." I bet." "Get your boots off the table, you little adorable hypocrite. It's rude," Izuku tells her, gently picking her up by the underarms. "But it makes me feel big," she whined, pouting from being so easily dethroned. "Well, you're small for now. We all have to pay our dues, and now it's your time," Izuku replied, setting her down on the table's chair. "Now back to work. Was that all you can find on them?" Eri gave a few affirmative nods. Exhaling in distress, Izuku groaned. "So we're just retreading the same information over and over again." The young child's eyes dropped a bit after hearing this. With the tiniest indication of looking disappointed, she said, "So, my data wasn't helpful this time?" No. Hearing her sound more solemn than before made Izuku quickly snap his attention toward his little companion, rushing to assure her by petting her head and saying, "It's not that it wasn't helpful, it's just that I know already that the girls are amazing. Right now I'm just looking for something more akin to how they play." Okay, I'll keep looking then," she said, sitting back down to search for more. "Why yeah, you do that." Izuku didn't have the heart to tell her that there's nothing she can do. The issue is there's barely any recording online of them gaming. The school is extremely high on security and making sure no games played on campus can be recorded by others. When he checked their record during the regional, only their entrance matches were shown, which was them dominating their matches against well-experienced players. While he could look up others' thoughts on a player, he knew better that it wouldn't hold up until you actually start playing against them. While gathering intel on what your opponent's quirk is and how they usually convert it into a cheat is extremely useful, it all comes down to how you play the game. He already used his general rabbit punch tactic on the girls once to get in, and now they'll be expecting it while taking their next game seriously. Cheap brand tricks will be a fool's errand to go with. He has to make it personalized. He mumbles to himself, "How am I going to defeat such a dexterous woman?" "I can help," said Setsuna, popping in right next to him. Izuku shouted, nearly jumping out of his seat. Mimicked Setsuna. "Why are you yelling?" "I don't know," shrugged the sharp-toothed girl. "Thought you'll feel more comfortable if supposedly we're both freaked out." Confusion filled Izuku's face as he stared at her before asking, "Why are you here?" "Because of what you're doing," Setsuna told him, seating herself down on the table the boy was working on. She eyes the papers that were scattered across the wooden surface. "I see you're checking us out. Smart choice. That'll make you at least fun for us to squash." Izuku jumped over his notes to cover M with his body, with Eri doing the same behind him. unified as they shot the greenette intimidating glares. Izuku told her, "So what if we're analyzing you and your friends? What, you want to see how much we know? Well, we can't let you know how much we know or else it'll become too difficult to take advantage of what you think we know than what we actually know." Setsuna raised her eyebrow at him, stating, "First off, if you wanted to be so secretive about gathering intel on the Ender Queens, why did you set your little research table out in the open in the school we reside in? The one place we'll most likely pass by right next to our own club room." Immediately did Izuku raise a finger in objection, with Eri supporting him. But he didn't say anything. His voice has fallen silent when facts and logic hit him. How the hell did this guy get into the school and outplay the main group of the queens? Pondered Setsuna, questioning if the boy she found so intriguing was as smart as she thought he was or was just a broken clock that got the time right twice a day. Second off, I didn't come here to spy for the group. She leans closer to the two of them so she could whisper, "I came to help you." "What?" exclaimed Izuku, shifting away as his eyes glared at her with suspicion. "Why do you want to help me?" "I'm going against your friends." "Okay, you're destroying the point of me whispering it." "Sorry," the boy told her, rubbing the back of his head for the outburst. He might have just thrown away the element of surprise if her proposition was fruitful and honest. Also, Setsuna continued, drawing the conversation back on track. Her curvy figure leaned even closer toward only Izuku this time, giving him a bright display of her upper half accompanied by her signature sharp devious smiles. "You're the kind of guy I like." Izuku paused for a moment hearing this, only being able to give a short squeakiest response. Eri defensively jumped on her brother's lap, aiming to put distance to him and this witch that came out of nowhere saying weird things. Silent but trying one's best to be intimidating, she glared daggers into this possible threat to her caretaker, not liking the possibility of someone else coming into their lives and changing their dynamics. "What? From what I watched, I already deem you as someone who will always shake up society with your presence and break the common practice because you don't follow the standard laid out. People like that are the most fun to be with because when you're by their side you're right there when they send the pillar of stagnation crumbling down. And what follows is a whole bunch of opportunities to take advantage of," the greenette explained in great detail. This was something she's been looking forward to for a long while. With a friendly smile but an ominous aura, she held out an inviting hand. "Long story short, I like the cut of your GIF and want you two to stay around for longer. How about we team up?" Izuku pondered through a waterfall of quandaries to himself of her proposition as he stared down the offering hand. Without a quirk of his own to form a proper cheat, he's going to need as much help as possible, especially if he plans on winning against the Ender Queens. The only issue is that the help being offered is from a queen. No fancy words can ever change that they just met less than a week ago and he's a new member. It'll never be this easy. "Okay, what do you really want?" Izuku asked her, sporting a smirk that showed he was unfazed by her facade. "Let me guess. Once I become class president you want a rule change you probably couldn't get beforehand." The smile on the girl's face turned more humorous than the forcefully friendly it was before, yet her right eye still twitched a bit. She backed away from the hawk-eyed boy who spotted the nepotism deal before it gotten too deep, much to the pleasure of Eri who didn't want her close anyways, who only saw the queens as divas. That was the only version of her thoughts of them that Izuku will allow her to say. Giggling, the sharp-toothed player threw up her hands in surrender. "All right, you got me," she tells him, rearranging her posture by crossing her slender legs to sit more comfortably. "There's this stupid rule we have where only the club president is allowed to use the master key that can be used to access our club's inventory, which usually contains the club's most important asset. Since Seiko is written down as the founder, she gets the keys until we elect one, which will most likely be her reclaiming her role from last year. She already got most of the members to favor her. If I help you become club president, you have to change it so others can use the key. I'm sick of asking stingy all Seiko permission every time I want to get something from our storage unit." Izuku's facial expression scrunched up to look befuddled, asking her, "That's all?" "Yeah, why? Sounds kinda petty for that to be a reason to betray your friends." Eri commented, "Divas. Oh please, you're acting like I'm doing something horrendous to my clubmates. As long as you can recover as if nothing really happened and there was no malice, then you shouldn't sweat even remembering it happened," Setsuna responded, waving off the pair's judgment of her intentions. "Besides, you know how monotonous it is asking Seiko for everything like that. She asks you a billion questions even though she'll be the one who originally ordered you do something that required the key in the first place, and then judge you for it. She won't even give me the key. She's too proprietary that she'll walk down with you to open it herself and lock it afterward. I have responsibilities they make me do. You know how annoying it is to get up early in the morning to prepare something for the club, only to realize you can't get into the storage unit because you don't have the key. Then you have to go all the way upstairs just to deal with, oh, why do you want it, as if we didn't just discuss it yesterday. And then go all the way back downstairs just to be Naga to hurry up, as if she's not the one insistent that she come along, instead of just giving me the damn key to do it at my own pace. Slowly but gradually it seemed as though Setsuna shifted her focus more toward ranting than anything else. And Momo doesn't want to say anything because they're friends and keep giving me that, oh, she can be difficult at times. Just try to find a way to get around it, like you think it's easy when you're forced to interact with her every time you want to do your job. Then that tailored girl has the nerve to effing say I'm being difficult by always bringing up that slippery prank like it was the worst thing in the world because someone got suspended over it. When all I want to do is get out the damn file papers so we can reserve pool time, because I'm sick of dealing with their complaints about boys looking at them. But then will start nagging me about going there too often every time I want to go by myself instead of training. But no, that's considered too selfish for my position, while they can miss club time effing around at their house, and I don't get to. The girl suddenly stopped when she finally realized how off topic she had gotten and why it wasn't going to make the best first, technically third impression on the person she's trying to acquaint with. Chuckling a bit nervously, she tried to play it off by saying, "Whoops, let my tongue run free for a bit too long. Anyways, long story short, you changing stuff will make my life a lot less stressful." Her upturned eyes then wandered down to the little girl who still was menacingly glaring at her. The greenette's smile grew brighter looking at her, saying, "Also, it wouldn't hurt keeping the little one around." Bluntly, Eri tells her, "I don't trust you." Without warning, the hands of Setsuna detached themselves from her arm and floated down to pick up the small kid, bringing Eri high up and tossing her repeatedly like a parent entertaining a baby. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" "IHHH." The entire time Eri uncharacteristically yelled, first in terror but then in something somewhat resembling a child's cry on a roller coaster. Almost as quickly as Setsuna picked her up, she set Eri back down on Izuku's lap. After a bit of silence, the white-haired hare looked at her caretaker and said, "I think we can trust her." "For now." Izuku smirked down at Eri, saying, "That was quick. I just think she has something valuable to give us." "Yeah, someone to give you a piggyback ride is precious," Izuku softly chuckled, petting her head raggedy on purpose to annoy her. Despite her swallow reasoning, she did have a point. He has only a week and limited resources to confront the queens in a serious match. From her demeanor among the group, she does seem to be the type that knows of all their weaknesses. The only issue being, should he trust her? She is a snake, and like all snakes, they're extremely self-servicing. To hell with it, Izuku thought. Won't be the first time I've danced a dangerous line with a beast. Regardless, you got yourself a deal, he says. Setsuna once again held out her hand, which Izuku accepted with a handshake, sealing their agreement. "Excellent," stated Setsuna, her smile growing again. "Let's get to work. I've got a bunch to tell you." Izuku returned her smile with his own, with Eri getting out fresh scrap paper to write on. The boy propped his hand against his face as he said, "We'll be glad to hear it." "Oh," said a surprised Momo. She was speaking on the phone while looking at the grandfather clock in her room. "You've decided to issue me as your first challenge." "Yeah, sorry about this," said Izuku's voice from the phone. "I know it's kinda late for you. You've probably slipped into your nightgown by now." "It's fine. It's not that late for me to head for bed." "Wait, how old do you think I am to sleep at this hour?" "I don't know. Seeing how elegantly proper you are, I just always saw you as one of those girls who wear those old-time England nightgowns who are in bed by 9. That's not the kind of woman I am. I'm refined, not Amish," Momo declared, gripping her phone with both hands. Her cheeks were getting a bit flustered hearing this outlandish assumption about her character. "Well then, what are you wearing right now?" Izuku asked her, despite being sent through a speaker. His voice, turning into a more silvery one, still struck the raven-haired girl, almost dropping her phone when her body jolted. A blushing Momo quickly stammered, What I decide to wear at night is not your concern. I ask you to please respect the privacy of my clothing choices." "All right then, keep your secrets," Izuku nonchalantly tells her, with a soft chuckle trailing off the sentence. He must be pleased with himself asking such bold things, Momo thought, frowning at the entertainment this boy got from her reaction. With bitterness in her voice, she impatiently asked him, "Is that all you needed from me tonight?" On the other side of the line, Izuku had to hold back his laughter to not tread the line of actually pissing her off. But the tiny groan at the tail end of her question from irritation was adorable. It was like seeing a docile bunny try to be moody. It only makes them seem cuter. After calming himself, he says, "Yes, that was all." "Then I will calmly take my leave," Momo tells him, Kami going to end the call. "Oh, remember Momo," Izuku exclaimed, "our match is at sunrise." "I remember. You want us to meet beforehand if I'm correct." "Yeah, I'll be sure to get permission and we'll be there on time. I wanted to get up early anyway to check on some things." "Perfect. Can't wait to meet tomorrow. See ya, Ponytail." "Goodbye, Em." "Hold on." Click. Beep. He hung up on her, sighing. She went back to her chair to continue reading the novel she was invested in before the phone call. Though the deeper she got into the novel, it only served to make one thing Izuku said stick out to her. Did he call me Ponytail? Shaking her head, she pushed out the unnecessary thoughts. It's trivial at this point. Tomorrow at sunset, I'll fulfill my duty as the club's second in command and will humble our new member about respect. You're here early, Izuku stated, smiling at the raven-haired girl as she approached him. He decided to have them meet behind the school where some of the trees were left to grow out. A clear area, perfect for a game, and perfect for a plan. Well, of course, it's only courteous that I arrive on time to a challenge. Wouldn't want to stain our club's good integrity, Momo calmly replied. Her uniform was well arranged, and her graceful posture as she waltzed was still being kept up despite it being so early in the day. Though I can ask something similar to you. Didn't expect you to arrive for a little while longer, but here you are. Guess we both wanted to leave good impressions on each other. I'm battling against a Ender Queen after all. Can't let myself be dragged down by drowsiness. Quite glad to see you're taking this seriously, Midoriya. You'll need to be at your best. There's no doubt in my mind of that just from seeing you. So early yet you're looking as primed to fight as ever. Izuku knew of many people, Eri included, who'll look like a mess if they had to get up before 7 a.m. Yet here was this snazzy lady, looking fresher than a newly picked apple when getting up before the sun does. It almost baffled Izuku when she said, "Unfortunately, I'm not shameless. I couldn't shake off all the effects. Apologies in advance for my voice being a bit dozy this morning." The tiny yawn she does once in a few sentences was barely noticeable, yet she's apologetic over it. Setsuna was right about her modesty. It's fine, my appearance isn't that clean either, he assures her. His clothing has been scoffed a bit as he's been running around for the last couple of minutes. Momo nodded. Unlike Seiko, she didn't mind Izuku's informal appearance. She has met with various people of all kinds of backgrounds and knows better than to judge completely over appearance. He already proved himself to be an interesting player if anything, as long as he meets the required dress code for the area, which for the school is to have a school brand clothing that has the school's emblem on it. The emblem must be visible at all times. She didn't care. Though Izuku did have one thing that stood out to her. She wasn't sure what it was, but her nose picked up a small whiff of a weird smell. She didn't comment on it as not to be rude. It wasn't like it bothered her, it just piqued her senses. It wasn't the time to think about it anyways. She was here on business and asked, "Since we're both currently present, do you want to start our match now?" "Oh, sorry, you mind still waiting till sunrise? I wanted to construct something first for our game," Izuku told her, nudging his head toward what looked like a partially constructed stage. "I'm nearly finished. It shouldn't be that much longer. I was already prepared for that anyway." "Do as you wish," she said, elegantly strolling over to the corner where one of the trees was with a book she brought with her. Within the dark sky atmosphere, her simple walk seemed like a dazzling waltz under the radiant moonlight. "I'll be reading by that tree over there. Call me when you need anything." Comfortably settling herself down against the trunk of a tree, Momo continued where she left off in her novel. Thankfully, the background noises didn't distract her and she was able to mostly focus on the printed pages in front of her. She would look up every so often to check on the boy. While she already examined all the equipment he brought out and saw nothing suspicious, she needed to keep an eye on him before he sneaks in a hidden trapdoor or something outlandish to give him the advantage. So far, everything seemed normal. "Hey Momo," Izuku called out to her, "if you don't mind me asking, what's with the no children rule in the club?" "It's not a no children rule," Momo answered him, not looking up from her book. "More so it's a rule against guests in general. We had a issue last year with relatives coming and so we voted and the majority decided that unless it's something important to the club, no guest can stay for long. Quick stop by are allowed unless they start disturbing club activity." "Huh, who was it?" "Who was the one who ruined it for everyone?" "I rather not disclose that information." "Come on, it wouldn't hurt. I'm curious about who had the embarrassing family. Was it you?" "No, I'm an only child," Momo yelled, putting down her book for a second. The idea of her parenting acting in such a manner was reality-breaking to think about. While proud and supportive, my parents weren't people who would want to distract me from my important activities here and don't visit me during them. "Ah, makes sense. What does that mean?" "I kinda assumed a club as small in member as you guys would have a rule like that unless most of you girls weren't single children, of course, minus the one who caused it. Actually, I'm the only member in the club who's an only child. Everyone else has siblings." "Ah, that sucks. I know how it feels being left out as the only one in a friends group that didn't have siblings. What about your little sister? You two seem close enough that you're trying to become club president just to let her be around." "Harry is technically adopted. Granted, we care for each other greatly like any other sibling you'll find around, but we've only known each other for less than a few years. Though I guess from how much she clings to me you'll make that misunderstanding. Which reminds me, where is your little sister? Not going to lie, I expected to see her hugging your back again." "Ha, I wish I can get her up at this hour," laughed Izuku, humoring himself with the mental image of Eri whining and thrashing around to not be dragged out of the warm comfort of her bed. The most troublesome thing about her is how she'll never go to bed when you want her to, but then when she does, not even a giant meteor coming crashing onto the earth would wake her. Granted, she would be dead, along with everyone else on Earth, but during those few minutes of utter panic she'll be sleeping like a baby. Thought it'll be better to let her sleep. The eyes of the raven-haired girl dropped as she sighed. Oh, what? And nothing, it was just, I wouldn't mind her being here to watch. You sure? Thought you'll be happy that you wouldn't need to worry about a distraction for such an important game. Yeah, but she didn't look like one of those children that'll be rowdy. I was fine with the guest, but our official decree was decided and I intend on upholding it. You sound like one of those cops from those really cheesy ancient films. Rude, Momo shouted, throwing down her hands. She scowled her face at him for irking her with his mean-spirited comment. I may be strict on abiding the rules, but it's for the good of the club. Must do my duty to maintain the integrity of the law, or else society and our club will collapse. Izuku jokingly mocked. Stop it. It's true and I don't sound like that, yelled Momo. Her cheeks were getting red again. Last time I lightened up on one of our members, a slippery prank happened and so many people got suspended over it. It was a nightmare to deal with and I don't care what I sound like if I can prevent that again. It must be done, for the good of the people, continued Izuku, dramatically clutching his fist, displaying his formidable acting skills. Nuo, not like that, Momo exclaimed, this time getting more humorous from his exaggerated performance, and fought to hold back the smile begging to release on her face. You won't understand unless you're in my position. Biwahaha, burst the young woman, unable to hold back her laughter. It was too ridiculous soap opera to not find funny. Momo softly placed a hand over her mouth, regulating herself down to a joyous giggle. Oh my god, how can you say that with such a serious face? It felt someone trying to reenact a scene from a script in real life. Is that a bad thing? A smirking Izuku asked her, finished playing around and went back to work. I've heard my acting skills can be quite commendable. Settling herself back down, Momo replied, no, not at all. You did pretty well. If I didn't know better, I would have believed you were serious. If you're a fan of acting or plays, I have a friend who acts at the local theater who is always giving me free tickets to their performances. I usually go with Seiko, but I can't always go with her as she can be busy or, well, she's being to herself. I can take you there to enjoy a showing. Haha, that's awfully nice for you to do for a newbie like me. You sure you want to start introducing me to your connections before I earn my stripes in the club yet? Despite your underhanded methods of getting in the club, you are a Ender Queen now, and I care for all our members the same. Momo gestured her fingers in the air as she went on an explanation. We're like a group of small but valuable kingdoms, allied together to stand against the rest of the world. Despite our differences, we should always support each other and keep our disputes in the club, or else we can easily fall to our surrounding enemies. So any issues involving you are for us and us alone to deal with, or as Seiko said, you're ours now. Oh my, and not like that. Whatever you say, Izuku tauntingly replied, smirking to himself, please treat me well. Snap. Hello, Izuku abruptly said. Momo tilted her head hearing this sequence, putting down her book again to ask, what's wrong? One of those special screws broke and I don't think I got another one. Which kind was it? It's the U-drive screw. All right, come over, I can make it, Momo told him. She closed her eyes and concentrated on what she wanted to craft. With your quirk? Izuku asked. He gave himself a secret small smile before turning toward her. You show such interest in our club as if you already know of our prestige. I assume you've already taken the liberty of researching the basic concept of all our quirks. Haha, yeah. Yours allows you to create nearly anything, right? Yes, that's right. There are more complications to it, but that sums it up, she explained, displaying this party with a spectacular light show sparking in the palm of her hand as the screw slowly forms. There we go. Please be careful. It's rather early in the day and I don't want to get my QBA too high. QBA. You don't know what that is. Izuku shook his head. Oh right, you're quirkless. QBA, it stands for Quirk Biorhythm Activity. It's a measurement the government uses to monitor our quirk usage outside of games. Every time we use our quirks, it causes our QBA to go up, get too high, and the multiple sensors placed in the city will alarm the authorities of your location and you could get arrested. That's a thing, Izuku exclaimed. But what about games? I never once heard of this where I'm from. Since cheats are just our quirks manifested into whatever game we play, they don't raise. You probably haven't heard of it. This is a new system implemented only a few years ago and mostly been focused on big important cities. Not only that, but every place that does have them has different regulations and how high your QBA. Your home city either didn't have them or their tolerance was extremely high, so it never became a big enough occasion to be known, Momo explained. No way would my hometown be able to maintain those. Interesting, Izuku muttered, going over to Momo. He closed the distance between their bodies, leaving only a small space between them. He accepted the screw, with his fingertips only slightly grazing off the skin of the raven-haired girl's palm, tickling her. Thanks, Momo. No problem, Izuku. Is something the matter? And no, it's fine, she shuddered, using her open book to mask her face, leaving only her eyes visible. Don't mind me, something just came to mind. Oh okay, I'm almost done so it shouldn't be that long. Momo couldn't form words, only giving a moany sound response, MHM. She sighed when Izuku finally left her and was out of earshot. Once again, that peculiar scent emanated from the young boy, this time stronger than the last time. Momo couldn't believe just it alone made her gasp like that mid-sentence. She just felt her whole body jolt suddenly. Her heartbeat spiked to an abnormal rate and her body felt like it was on fire. If it wasn't for Momo covering her nose with her book, she wasn't sure what would have happened next. It wasn't as if she found it revolting or anything. It was just a smell after all. She took a deep breath, steadily regaining her composure and sense of calm back, but her reading speed had dropped when she went back to reading. All right, stage is finished, Izuku happily declared, wiping his forehead, and the sun has only started to poke its head up to lighten our sky. Hearing this, Momo closed the book and raised herself from the ground. Taking another deep breath, she drew a smile as she said, "Wonderful, shall we begin?" It was just a regular stage after all, built with durable wood, and had great structure. They had to sit on the floor, but it beat sitting in the dirt for a game. Like any challenge, Momo wore her nice clothes, so any option for her to avoid dirtying them would be preferable. With a square table between them, Momo states, "We'll be playing Draco Velator." Izuku nonchalantly shrugged, "That's fine by me." Draco Velator was a game that derived inspiration from the long-time legendary game known as D&D, where each player controls a small army unit that they can personally customize each unit to be any class. Depending on the player agreement, the size of each army may vary. They are going by the average of 20 units per player. The actual goal of the game can be either of the main three. Route, where the game doesn't end until one player's team is annihilated. Seize the throne, where each player has to protect a certain part of their map from being captured from their enemy. Finally, end the king, where each player selects a unit to be classified as king, which gets a special bonus, but if they die, the match ends. As agreed beforehand. We'll be playing with no special rules, Momo states, striking a serious position as she prepares herself. The goal is seize the throne. First claim the other's throne wins. If you win, I'll loyally cast my vote for you as club president. If I win, having trouble? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow. We already talked about the conditions beforehand. I request a change of what happens if I win. Oh, what kind of change? You know I can't let things like that slide so easily. It won't be bad, I promise. Carry on. If I win, then you must commit your membership in the club to be our steward. Steward, Izuku repeated. His eyes wandered a bit as he said, quite a lighter sentence than before. Now you want me as your servant. Momo held a hand to her chest as she told him. Steward is a more refined position name. It's not like we're going to make you spend all day mopping the floor of the hall. Since a lot of us are busy with school and I can't do everything for the club, a lot of our more organizational tasks tend to be roughly split between all of us, which can cause us to be catty. I technically haven't witnessed it once, but I can already imagine it with those two, Izuku thought. His mind instantly thought about Setsuna and Saiko going at it with each other. It'll make things a lot easier if we have a designated person who will do the other half with me, Momo continued. She then gave him a kind smile. Also, it'll allow you to try again for my vote if you lose. That's awfully kind of you. Is this some kind of special treatment I'm getting? I've said it before. Us queens treat each well, most of the time. Also, I wouldn't mind seeing your sister more often. On that note, can we please change the name? I don't think I can ever get used to being called a queen. That statement drew a chuckle from the girl. PFFFT, no. We're keeping the name. Izuku playfully let out a grunt. Arg. That's another thing this school has that irk me. Right next to that must have over half the current club members vote rule. If it wasn't for that, I would only have to get 2 of your votes. From how I see it, it only makes things more difficult. Principal Nezu purposely put it in place for that reason. Reasons like that is why we shouldn't let cute animals run schools. This time Momo chuckled some of her words. He actually has a good reason for it. Remember, this school is all about raising the best players to play games on not just the regional level, but the national and world level. He claims he makes these rules to prepare for such difficult playing levels by making almost every aspect in the school be played like a game on hard mode. That way people will be forced into situations they aren't used to and have to up their antics to achieve their goals. To him, that means the club president of each club had to be someone who can gain enough respect or strategize enough to make over half the club indebted to him or follow him. You're certainly knowledgeable about this, Izuku said, resting against the palm of his hand as he gives her an intrigued glare. I expected such comprehension from you. It's really nothing special, Momo replied, brushing the large strand of her hair. A lot of this and more was explained during the beginning of the school year. If you were here you would have gotten it. Guess I missed out on a lot. Izuku says, smirking at her. You do seem to be the most responsible among the club with information. Let's meet alone again later. Then you can catch me up with everything you know, and I can learn everything about you. What does he mean by that? Momo thought. Her body stiffened at his words and her breathing became abrupt again. She shook her head, clearing her mind before she thought too much into it, and told him, we can discuss such tea things later. We're in the middle of a game. Do you accept these conditions? Sure, Izuku answered, not taking his eyes off of her. Let's have fun, Yaoyorozu. Just Momo is fine, the girl muttered. Whatever you wish. Game set. Izuku versus Momo 20/20. With a dazzling light, the board manifested between them and their pieces spawned. As Setsuna told him, Momo usually chooses a very unconventional lineup, something overly complicated to manage for most elite players, but if one can keep track of everything, then they may have one of the most broken setups of the game. It's still a little ways off. I'm going to have to play defensively till then, Izuku thought, moving to perform the first move. Start. Are you okay, Izuku? Momo asked him. With a strong face, she seemed to be more confident in the matter, sporting a smile. A cold sweat dripped down the side of Izuku's face, still returning the smile as he responded. Doing great. Thanks for being concerned for me. Wonderful, she sweetly says. Then please, make your move. In a minute, he nonchalantly replied. He manages to stay collective, but the current situation of the game was pressuring. Izuku versus Momo 7/17. Holy crap, I knew this game was one of her favorites, but it barely began and she already got me by the edge. It's a crazy plan, Setsuna told Izuku, stretching her arms to release their tension. Packing up their things, Izuku carefully moved the equipment away from Eri, who had fallen asleep midway through. Looks like staying up all night finally caught up with her. Crazy plans are how I'm still alive right now, Izuku chuckled. As long as enough things go my way and I have a chance, I'll make things work out in my favor. You do know who you're facing, right? Setsuna asked, raising an eyebrow at him. While she adores the confidence, she didn't want a good plan to go to waste over relying on some devil's luck. Aren't you here to explain that? Izuku snapped back. Oh ho, she exclaimed. Shhh, shushed Izuku, pointing to the sleeping child. Setsuna innocently raises her hands, giving him a moment of silence. She then states, Momo Yaoyorozu, the one who excels in everything she touches. The modest queen, Momo the polymath. It's said that there's not a single pro game she doesn't excel at. Is that true? Izuku asked her, knowing how easily rumors can be greatly exaggerated or entirely made up. Well, let me just say this. I always try to get an advantage on others by making them play games they're not unfamiliar with or don't play often enough to get every rule and strategy. I've even won over Momo a few times, for she's not infallible. However, never once was it because she played a game that felt foreign to her. I already knew of that, and yet it still gives me shivers. It really wasn't a rumor. Trust me, I've tried. Even pros can only be prolific at so many games, or will have quirks that'll greatly manifest into useful cheats in every game. You better hope this plan of yours works, or else you're going to get a beatdown so bad you might cry. Haha. Calmly, Izuku carefully picked up his sleeping sister, telling the sharp-toothed girl, as long as what you told me was true, I'll make it work. So your concern should be something else. You better hope you told the truth, because I don't like getting lied to. That tone, it wasn't one that was meant to be just for show. It was real, and it made Setsuna smile with giddy seeing it, as there's only one place in the world you had to go through to get it, saying, don't worry, if any of the information I told you was false, you're allowed to make me do anything to make it up. Hey, haha. Izuku burst out laughing, having to cover his mouth to not wake his sister. Oh, what dark dirty thought came to that secretive mind of yours? Sadly, my mind can't so freely wonder about such things so often. I was just thinking about what excellent teammates I now have. Almost all of Izuku's flying units were ended. His front line was smashed within the first turn, and most of his battle special units got wiped out before he could make much use of them. A lot of it was because of Momo's excellent tactic and positioning, as well as Izuku playing defensively to waste time, but also that useful quirk of hers. The cheat that was manifested was 1 war once per turn. Momo can grant one of her units any generic weapon in the game, theoretically turning any one of her units into a potential Swiss Army knife that can handle any situation. I made the right choice of choosing this club, Izuku thought. He hit the gold mine on this one. But, like most gold mines, actually obtaining it wasn't going to be easy. That was fine. The struggle was nothing new to him, and it was about time to kick things off anyways. As Izuku conducted his turn, he said, I must say, you certainly are pushing me into the corner. If I'm not careful, I might lose. Momo without a word made her move, taking out another of Izuku's unit. Izuku versus Momo 6/17. Gah, you got another one, Izuku jokes. All right, no more playing around. I'm going to win this. Such a statement would make anyone giggle from the silliness. Momo was no different, but she has kindly turned away as to not seem rude. She said, you're an interesting person to talk with, but it is your turn, Izuku. Though with my setup, you're at an extreme disadvantage. I think it might be best to surrender and come back act. Momo was in for a surprise when she looked back. Without any warning, Izuku was suddenly lifting off his shirt, revealing more of his pale skin and toned muscles that were hidden underneath. Immediately blushing, she jumped back exclaiming, "Gah, WW, what are you doing?" "It was getting hot out here," Izuku casually answers, continuing to strip off his top. "Can't think if I'm sizzling like this." His movements slow, building up to a rewarding prize the higher he went, first displaying his rock-hard abs, followed by his marble-crafted chest. And finally, with his shirt taken completely off, the full extent of his stocky biceps was revealed to her. He had bulk, but it wasn't outlandish, with his body being slim, yet each piece was chiseled out with great care out of the finest material. His body seemed made to look like an uncovered gem, perfect for someone like him. That needed to hide what he truly was. "We're in the middle of a game," scolded Momo. Her voice cracked the more flustered she was getting from the boy's seductive actions. Though she was being dishonest with herself, despite her vocal objection, her eyes betrayed her, constantly switching between staring at his abs, pecs, and other parts of his body. Everything was glistering from the sweat that was built up from working on the stage, highlighting every centimeter of his body in a remarkable light glow. Tossing his shirt to the side, Izuku simply says, "It's only going to take a second, I just want to drink some water." "What's wrong? Is something this small distracting you?" He gave her a sharp look with his eyes, keeping a smug look. Momo quickly looked away. Her hands had grabbed onto her skirts and was tightening their grip. She was close to having to get a new one stitched up. It was both infuriating and ungodly intriguing. A defensive mechanism Seiko taught her activated, telling him off while trying to sound pompous and uninterested. "And no, do whatever you wish, but please hurry up. We can't spend all day on this," she says, sounding stern but was still trying to get peeks through the corner of her eye. "Thanks a lot, you're the best." "Yay, Urazu," said Izuku in a voice that sounded closer to a whisper. "I told you, just Momo was." Instantly Momo realized she made a mistake. An extreme, terribly ungodly mistake for a woman like her. Being courteous, she looked back to give her reply and witnessed Izuku drinking water. While at first, that didn't sound like much, reminder, the boy was shirtless. As the cold liquid flowed out of the bottle, not all of it entered his mouth. A good portion had totally missed its target, not on purpose, hitting his soft lips and sliding down. Watching the water drizzle down his well-built body almost made the young raven-haired girl drool. She was too distracted to even question where he got the water bottle from. Her breathing would have you think she just battled half the school by herself with a heart beating harder than a drum during a rock concert. With a satisfied awe, Izuku finished his refreshing drink. He then gave Momo a curious look before he asked, "Anything the matter?" She hadn't noticed, but a deep red streak had appeared across her face. Easily identifiable as it looked like a giant sunburn mark was plastered on that gorgeous pale complexion. She was burning up and her face felt like it was on fire, slowly becoming suffocating to be here. She stammered, "Naya, I mean, no." "Then please, take your turn." "Hey," Momo shrieked, snapping her attention back to the board. "Oh, right. With the game continuing, Izuku took liberties making his moves last as long as possible, continuing to strike a conversation with his opponent. "Another splendid move," Izuku complimented. "You took another one of my units. I expected no less skill from you." Shuffling in her seat, Momo tried to recover her breathing before hesitantly replied, "It's really nothing. Just practice. Just practice doesn't cause this much of a gap. You got over triple the number of units I've currently got and I've barely put a dent in your army. I got less than a minute left. Just hold out." Izuku thought to himself. His army was being cornered and he couldn't stall forever. Regardless, he could still keep a consistent tone in his voice. "It's those qualities you have that made me want to join the queens in the first place." Huh, squeaked the girl. "You're smart, talented, remarkable player, have the kindest of hearts, and I'll proudly state a fine jewel for the eye to see. Why are you surprised about hearing that? I expect it to be something you hear often." Though it's just Momo suddenly found herself gasping again. That damn smell popped back up again. "Why now?" she cried out in her mind, covering her nose with her hand. She muffled her next words. "What do you mean by all this?" "It's almost here in 10, 9. I guess you could say. I went through all this trouble to join because I wanted to get closer to you." "Huh, she has what?" Izuku burst out laughing after listening to Setsuna. Even Uri's usual stone face seemed to slightly be affected. "A type she can't resist," Setsuna repeated, tapping on the paper she wrote on earlier. "That girl spends an abundant amount of time reading those old-time heroic stories or sappy romance novels. She unknowingly made her type be himbos that'll slay a dragon and rescue the princess. And those cheesy romance protagonists that'll treat the girl whose hearts they want to steal like a princess. You sure you're not lying? The evidence is there. One time, when we were at the mall, we came across a pro player crust. You mean that guy who acts like we live in medieval times? Yeah, him. He was doing this promotional thing to encourage youth and fitness. The guy had his skirt off and was sweaty as all hell. Momo couldn't stop thinking about the guy. That's all it took. Of course, he did one of his formal greetings when we walked up for an autograph and it was over for her. She froze up. She couldn't even speak proper sentences anymore. Her mind was in La La Land for the rest of the day. She's usually persistent whenever we go shopping, but that day she ended up going into the boys' bathroom by mistake and went to a soup store for clothes. She may be a master at all games, but if she gets flustered enough, she's unable to utilize that talent. The nickname he told her last night, wanting to meet at the school before anyone else was there so they'll be alone. Flirtatious comments, compliments, crafting an entire stage for them. And, oh God, right as Momo questioned if Izuku meant what he said the same way she interpreted it, the sun had fully raised, raining down its heavenly light over them. With Izuku's already sweat-covered body, the sunny glow served to make his body glistening brighter than a diamond. The light even helped reveal every scar that was engraved on the boy's skin, appearing as enticing that shows the value of a statue. This is, Momo thought. Slowly the red streak on her face grew larger. This is a confession. The gears in her head practically exploded as steam erupted out of her completely red face. Suffering a mental meltdown, she tried her best to speak but nothing except babble left her lips. WF haba habap tuli unjuria furior dis, she exclaimed, frantically shaking her head. By the way, it's your turn, Izuku says, gesturing to the board. Oh, ya blade balu, Momo stammered, quickly moving her pieces as the game carried on despite their conversation. What am I saying? Speak words. No, words are only going to make this worse. Just end this game quickly. I'm already winning, just take the throne. I'm coming over Yao-Yo Rozu. I'm going to get close for a bit, Izuku repeated, getting up from the floor and walking around the table toward her. The raven-haired girl babbled. She was throwing out her hand in front of her like a scared girl trying to wave away a dog. Pourquoi? Vas tu m'embrasser? Je n'y pense pas que je veux dire j'apprécie l'offre mais. What? You speak French when you're embarrassed. That's adorable, commented Izuku, even though he couldn't fully understand what she was saying. He just recognizes the speaking patterns. Seduisant. Adorable. She was on the edge of a mental shutdown. Don't worry, it'll be harmless. Sans danger. Que vas tu me faire? Je ne suis pas très experiment dans ce domaine. I'm almost there. Oh God, that smell that's been getting to me. It's his sweat. Why is my body boiling over it? Wait, this isn't the time to be thinking about that. He's getting so close. Wahah, she thought, not sure whether or not she wanted him to touch her. Pas comme SSI, pas comme SSI. Ni façons pas quelque chose comme SSI and dehors de son Freud. Here, I am, okay by N. SOYEZJUSTEGNTIL. Momo cried out, closing her eyes. Izuku then picked up the bottle cap that had landed by the girl, casually saying, Got it, sorry about that. I don't like to litter. Quoi? Momo said, blinking in surprise. I mean, what? I just wanted to get my bottle cap. Oh, why, what you think I wanted to get? And nothing. All right. Oh, one more thing I forget to tell you. A small light in her eyes sparked up again, shyly fickling around in her sheet. Why yes, I win. Momo drafted her sights down to the board. He wasn't lying. A simple enemy peasant unit was standing on her throne square. HHH, she shouted again, almost crashing into the board with how close she got to it. With his usual smile, he declared the words Momo dreaded to hear in this situation. Game over. End results. Izuku versus Momo 617. Still shuddering, the red-faced Momo asked, but, how did you? I used the warp staff. I declared it out loud. Weren't you paying attention? It's not usually used as the distance they can travel are based on their weight, but peasants are super light since they don't have anything. I hate that mechanic. Momo shouted out loud, quickly moving to cover her mouth. Izuku only worsened her frustrations by laughing at her anger-filled outburst. Didn't expect to see that out of you, he says, picking up his shirt from the ground and putting it back on. Anyways, great game, Momo. I'll need to be going now. I've forgotten to make breakfast for Eri. If I don't, she'll go straight for the cookie jar. In fact, even if I do make breakfast, she'll probably still skip it for junk food. I gotta make sure she eats it as well. Wait, Momo called out to him as he began walking away. Izuku stopped in his tracks, turning away to face the woman who called out his name. As if nothing was wrong, he questions why he was stopped. Yes, scowling, this time more angered than flustered, Momo asked him, You did all that stuff on purpose. Why? I was even going to allow you multiple chances to face me if you lost. Why not use your own skills? Izuku turned back to her, calmly walking toward her. This time Momo didn't flinch or let his alluring sweat scent get to her. She stood strong, glaring at him as he got close to her. with only a small distance between them. Izuku softly says, if I'm being honest, at the level I am, I would have never beat you fair and square. So you prefer to remain someone who will only rely on underhanded tricks. It may work here since most games we do are unofficial, but at the national or even regional level, it won't fly. Momo scolded him. She always had a distaste for people who played with others' feelings. That kind of thinking hurt one too many of her friends. Of course not. Unfortunately, right now I'm currently playing for Eri. That's something I don't play around with. So you're willing to do whatever to whoever to win. I thought better of you. For her. I don't care if I have to overthrow the government itself. I will do anything for that girl. Yeah. Izuku brought his face down, leaving less than a centimeter between their forehead, still looking her in the eye. They gazed at each other, seeing who can make the other blink first, showing off their true resolve. Don't bet your life on me bullshitting. Even a drunkard gambler knows not to take this chance with me. Well, he's the black-winged hero type, willing to do whatever dirty deed he has for the one he loves, internally screamed Momo. Already a fantasy of Izuku's word formed in her head. My dear Momo, I don't care if I have the most fiendish creatures of hell. I will protect you from anything that intends to harm you. She cracked first, with her eyes slightly tilting away. She grew a puffy pouting before stating, fine, do as you please. But if your ways dare irreparably hurt this club, I'll never forgive you. A softer smile appeared across the green-haired boy's face as he told her, that's fine. I never had any intentions of such malice acts against such fine young ladies I wanted to befriend anyways. You have a funny way of befriending us. Not all of you were that friendly to me as well. I'm pretty sure that Lavender Girl still hates my guts for existing. Izuku chuckled. Seiko's the one exception. She can be difficult, I can tell. Can't wait to see where that comes from, he says, turning around. Momo sighed, relaxing her face. She looked toward the ground as she said, you really don't want to know. Still going to. I need all you guys at your best. Oh, one final last thing. Momo went, lifting her face again. Her body stiffened when she felt Izuku's hand softly tap the side of her cheek. With how unexpected it was, she let out a tiny eep. A scowl that seriously doesn't mesh well with you, Izuku says. I'll be sure to avoid doing anything to make you that mad again so you won't ever have to make it. Take that as my promise. I mean no harm to your friends if you doubt my previous one. He gave her another smile before walking off. As he left he called out, see ya, Ponytail. Momo waved him off, shaking her head as she went her way. What trouble wandered to her club's doorstep? She mumbled to herself, what an unbelievable. Wait, did he call me Ponytail again? Her face grew red and started exhausting steam again as she pondered if anything Izuku said was true or was it all just pondering. She was very confused right now, in more ways than one, and she didn't know how to express it. The clubroom of the Queens had a suspenseful silence to it this morning. Matching the gloom aura of the occupants, the lights in the room were unnecessarily set to be dim. The only noise that could be heard throughout the room was the impatient taps of an aggravated Saiko against the poor table. Her mood soured to the point where she didn't care if she ruined her perfectly shaped nails or drank her daily morning tea. This was serious. The Ender Queens always knew something was wrong if the pompous queen of them all would stray from her beloved formulaic routine. Seiko would rather watch a classmate drown in a river rather than missing her morning tea. Granted, Seiko never had much respect or care for the human life of anyone she didn't find worthy of her time, but still, it showed how highly she valued her dailies. On the other side of the table sat Momo. Like a child who just gave their parents a terrible report card, she sat in shame. Seiko didn't even need to say anything. Everyone there knows what happened, and Momo couldn't feel any more ashamed of herself for letting it happen, especially considering the way it happened. Sadly, Seiko wasn't a woman that would let someone off like that. The lavender-haired spoke in a slow but wrathful tone. How did you lose? Momo didn't answer at first. She fell deadly silent as she stared at the floor. I'm not mad, Seiko continued. I just want to know, how did my second-in-command lose to that ill-mannered boy who's nobody? He's doing pretty well for a nobody, Setsuna stated, looking on like the sibling that did nothing wrong so they're able to watch on the sidelines and enjoy the scolding with a smile. She had already settled in to be comfy, stretched out on a couch accompanied with a bag of chips and a bottle of pop. It's 2-0 him. Shut it, I'll deal with you later, hissed Seiko before turning back to her ponytailed companion. What did he do? I don't know, Momo responded, unable to make eye contact. He just outplayed me. Seiko rose out of her seat and swiftly strutted around the table to Momo. The imperious girl bent down next to the raven-haired girl to be on eye level with her. Her daunting glare only grew more intense as she leaned forward, analyzing the guilty face of Momo, who only became more unnerved as her clubmates started spotting how improper her form was. Flustered cheeks, your legs are intersecting, your lips are basically a squiggly line, and your ponytail only double-tied ... It's usually triple for securance, Seiko explained. Her monocled eyes quickly snapped to Momo's backpack that was set on the table. What's in your backpack? Momo's body jolted hearing this. She quickly stammered an answer. And nothing. Quickly Momo went to grab it, but Seiko's hands were quick enough to snatch it out of reach. Like an airport search dog, she ravaged through it until she found what she expected to be in there. A perfume bottle, a special brand from France, only used when she wants a certain aroma when she's doing one of her fantasizing moments. Finally, the most damning evidence to her guilt, a book. Seiko gasped, holding the relic, the bastardized Castlevania book series. You only read about vampires and werewolves under a certain condition. He flirted with you. With her facade strangled and shot dead, Momo's face collapsed into her hands to hide her embarrassment. I'm sorry, she frantically exclaimed. I can't believe it, that slimy bastard, Seiko shouted, slamming the book down on the table. How dare he use such trickery? For as much of a rodent as he is, I never thought he'll sink this low. Really? Setsuna questioned, raising an eyebrow. Based off his track record, this seems exactly like the thing he'll do. We've only known him for less than a week yet. Whenever it comes to playing a game, he usually tries to cheat. And when he can't instantly cheat a situation, he usually runs away to think up ways to cheat. The lavender-haired girl's attention soon switches focus to snarky Greenette. That brings me to my next question, states Seiko, standing back up. How did our little problem discover these things about Momo? I don't know, Setsuna nonchalantly shrugged. That kid is full of surprises. Wasn't he spying on us like a few days ago, which almost got him beat up? Be that as it may, there's no way he could have found out about Momo's depraved habits within his time here. I've kept track. She hasn't gone to her usual places for her deviancy for quite a while. You've been keeping track, Momo softly commented. It's not that difficult, Momo, Setsuna told her. You're terrible at hiding it. We just pretend not to notice to save you the embarrassment. Geez, mumbled the now red-faced Momo, silently hiding her face from the embarrassment again. We can discuss her shameful actions later, Seiko interjected. In a slow-be demanding attitude, she approached the relaxing Setsuna, standing over her with her hands prompted upon her wide hips. My curiosity now lay on you. Why? Questioned Setsuna. Don't see a need for it. Flaring daggers into her, Seiko responded. I think it should. Someone is spilling information to our enemies. And you think it's me? Setsuna bluntly said. She didn't feel like doing mental gymnastics here. She was going to be suspected no matter what she does to get around it. A direct confrontation can deter people as much as avoidance. Do you have an issue with that? Nope, you're right to do so. Then do you have a defense? Betrayal of this kind is unforgivable as a member. I got a defense for you, Setsuna states, getting up off the couch. She dusted off her uniform before carrying over her chips and drink to the table Momo was at. You can have the rest of these. And where are you going? Seiko called out to the sharp-toothed girl. She hadn't even begun the questioning barrage. You don't trust me, right? Setsuna told her clubmate, stretching her arms and cracking her neck. Then instead of sitting here and talking out of our asses like a politician, how about I just go out and take care of our cute little problem? Once she was done stretching, she looked more like she was about to go on a gentle stroll than to take care of the pressing issue. Looking back to her clubmates, she gives them an impartial glance before continuing, Okay, great talk. See you Momo and Sai. Without another word, Setsuna walked out of the room. She left with such speed that Seiko did not have the chance to tell her that they weren't done talking. Once she was out of the room, she sported one of her signature grins, one that really showed off her sharp teeth. Now comes the fun part. I'm sorry, Izuku, but I can't put this off for any longer, stated Setsuna. The intensity of her voice had peaked. It's fine, Izuku responded, giving his usual lax attitude. You gotta do what you gotta do. I expected something like this happening, so no hard feelings. Glad you understand. Now it's time for our date. Setsuna cheered as the pair was in front of them all. Since when was this a date? Izuku chuckled. I thought you just wanted my help with your shopping. That's basically a date. The Greenette shrugged, not minding the smaller details. Not bad-looking teenage guy, attractive teenage girl, and we're going out to a mall. That's a date if I've ever seen one. Does a first date usually involve bringing one's sister along? Izuku asked, nudging his head toward Eri, who popped out her little head from behind his shoulder. I once knew a guy who brought his grandmother to a first date, so this isn't the worst start ever, Setsuna stated. She then playfully waltzed her way behind him to get closer to Eri, saying, Besides, I think me and the squirt are connecting, so why not have her join? In her usually stoic manner, Eri responded, Our relationship is strictly business. You raise me up high for my enjoyment, and I'll allow you to be close to my brother, a fair trade. Haha, see, we're getting along. If Izuku was being honest, he didn't really care about any of the formalities. She can call this their premarital practice for all he cares. Not like he's going to commit to anything. Scratching the side of his face, he says, That's good, fewer headaches for me when you two are around. Now, what did you need again? Not much, Setsuna answered, playfully poking Yuri's cheek only to have the little girl try to swat the hand away. I just needed us to be out together for a while so I can tell my clubmates that I challenged you and promptly lost. Then why of all places a mall? because it's the last place they'll look for us. Seiko wouldn't be caught dead here, and Momo only comes by when she needs to get something. This makes this small mid-tier place basically our haven. Interesting trivia. Izuku mumbled, rubbing his chin as he made a mental note of this. Mid-thought, Setsuna grabs one of his wrists, telling him, always scheming, that's good. But come on, you can take a day off, let's have some fun. With no reason to resist, Izuku went along with Setsuna as she dragged him throughout her favorite spots. Of course, Setsuna took him to some of the more predictable stores one would assume a girl will go to at the mall. That meant Izuku became quickly associated with many of the mall's clothing stores. Suffering the fate of many boyfriends, husbands, and sons, Izuku had to sit by board in a store that completely disinterested him while the girl tried on a bunch of different outfits. While it started out innocent enough, Izuku was right to guess that the devious greenette will start getting a bit crafty. Setsuna's first sets of clothing were fairly moderate, outfits Izuku could see any young girl wearing for casual events and social gatherings. From a wide array of colorful sweaters, tops, crop tops, jackets, and skirts, she went through them all. A simple size check wasn't good enough for Setsuna. With each outfit she gave a little performance for Izuku, showing off each dress while emulating the kind of personality someone wearing those clothes might have. From a shy demeanor that she could barely keep since she kept smiling so much with a conservative dress to a more powerful stance and aggressive approach with fierce outfits, she put great effort into each facade. Izuku is also starting to notice a common interest in theater and acting among the Ender Queens. He found the thought humorous. While Izuku wasn't one who liked to define people off of stereotypes, his first image of a club solely of women who are considered among the best gamers UA have to offer didn't have room for something as hobbyist-like performances. He expected a more "if this can't help me become a better gamer then it's worthless" mentality. Yet, Momo and Setsuna seem to have their own interests that diverge from their main goal. The only exception at the moment is Seiko, though the idea of finding out what she's into greatly intrigued Izuku and see. It may not be pleasant, but it wasn't like he was new to painful experiences. Izuku's inner thoughts were quickly interrupted by Setsuna wanting to show him another outfit she found. When he looked up, he saw that this time she started doing things differently. Instead of how most people shop, trying to find the perfect individuals of pants and shirts that go well with each other, she went for full professional outfits. The first one she picked was of course an officer, using a baton which he had no idea whether it came with the outfit. She brought it somewhere in the mall when he wasn't watching her, or she brought it from home to poke and taunt about him being a person of suspicious activity. You better not be up to any trouble or else I'm going to have to take you in and punish you myself, she faked scolded, giving him a close view of her dark navy uniform. Izuku gave her a slight chuckle as he watched her patrol around him as she was looking for what she called criminal scum, getting some entertainment from it all. Eventually, her stern sights returned to him, commanding, "All right, you seem to be clean. Keep it that way. I see you with anything weird and I won't be afraid of searching you." Playing along, Izuku raised his hands up to reply, "I'll keep it in mind but no promises. You got a problem with that, then you might as well take me in." At first, Setsuna seemed shocked that he was going along with it so casually and calmly. Usually, she gets more ecstatic reactions with the slightest tease or a cold stare from men who aren't into that stuff. Thankfully for her, Izuku had given Eri his phone so she wouldn't whine about being bored. With the little girl completely distracted with playing phone games, Izuku didn't have a choice besides giving the sharp-toothed girl his full attention. That sharp smile exponentially grew as she responded, "Nah, I'll just keep a watchful eye on you." "Your choice," Izuku shrugged, resting his head against his palm. After that quick interaction, Setsuna went and changed to a different profession, this time opting for a doctor outfit. Her buttoned-up white lab coat rested softly on her shoulders. Izuku's knowledge in the medical field wasn't vast, and the things he did know weren't for the best reasons, making it hard to make the same witty banter. He did manage to come up with a comment on something as soon as she came out. "Really? The doctor?" "Yeah," Setsuna answered, giving a twirl to put all its angles on display. "What's wrong with it?" "Nothing, it fits fine. I just expected a nurse outfit considering the theme." "Ha, you dirty boy, that's only for special occasions. How about a few more dates before that? Besides, there are some things a nurse aren't allowed to do." "Okay, there's a young child next to me. I suggest we keep it at that," Izuku states, looking down at the white-haired munchkin next to him. Eri was still focused on her game, laying on her stomach across the chair as she kicked her feet behind her carefree. A smiling Setsuna rolled her eyes at this, as if she's even paying attention. "By the way it looks, a bomb can go off next to her and she probably won't flinch." "That's ... not far from the truth," Izuku stated. He looked a bit dazed as he answered. After one last change of a firefighter, which led to a few hose jokes, Setsuna finally had her fill with costume changes. Despite this not being an event Izuku had any interest in, he still managed to get some worth out of it. It made him familiar with worthwhile clothing stores in the mall. While most of them seemed themed toward women, at least he knew the good place to go in case he needed to buy some for Eri. Speaking of Eri, Setsuna attempted to get her involved in the whole going through multiple dresses thing, but it was swiftly and effectively shut down with a few cold words. After a few more stops that Izuku found intriguing. Mostly when they stopped to try some of the VR shops, they stopped by a store and Setsuna somehow managed to pick a green bunny doll that Eri refused to put down. Since the toy was too bulky, it made it difficult for her to ride off of Izuku's back, and so she decided to walk. They soon took a quick break at the food court. Glutinous as always, Eri had little self-control in what she ordered, gathering a small artery-clogging feast for herself. Setsuna went with a reasonable spicy chicken sandwich meal. Finally, Izuku only ordered a large plate of fries for himself that he split with Eri. Not hungry? Setsuna asked him, noticing his particular choice. Or are you one of those guys who eats before a date? I'm just not a heavy eater, Izuku answered, half chewing on a fry. He picked up another one with his left hand and pointed it toward Eri, saying, with the little one's appetite I call our pairing a blessing. Not like we have infinite money anyways. Eri didn't answer. Her face was embedded into the buns of her burger. Despite her efforts, her tiny mouth couldn't seem to get a big enough bite from the massive burger to satisfy her. While seeing a child trying to stuff something somewhere it can't fit was amusing, Izuku didn't want her to end up choking. He takes the burger from her grasp and cuts it in half using one of the given knives before handing it back now that it was easier to consume. So it's just you two living together? Setsuna asked. If so, how are your living conditions? Sipping some water, Izuku informed her. Yeah, it's just the two of us. No need to worry. We're not living under a bridge or anything crazy like that. We have our condo. Your own condo. How did you manage that at your age? Izuku only answered with a smirk. While usually he would lie to that question or draw the conversation off topic, he had a feeling Setsuna would be someone he can get away with such a response. A gesture Setsuna responded with her own smile. All right then, keep your secrets. What about you? Izuku asked, switching the focus on her. What's your situation? Nothing special, Setsuna shrugged. I'm living with a few friends. The girls? No, not them. I have friends outside of the club and the school, you know. No offense, but besides about 3 people, they aren't exactly the crowd of people I can be around for too long. My style of things isn't always to their taste. I gotta have some time to just be myself. So which are you right now? Izuku asked. There was a blank and cold look in his eyes even though he was still smiling. Setsuna responded. Her tone emulated ignorance. Is the person I'm talking to right now the real you? Or is it the same you I saw trying on all those dresses? How are you sure either are different? The greenette told him, sprinkling some cutesy sass on her words. Both can still be me. Izuku didn't blink as he answers, because unless you're actually a decently well-off 40-year-old who managed to keep the appearance of a desirable young woman and a genius multitasker, I don't think you can be a fashion model, police officer, nurse, doctor, and a firefighter, who, I might add, decided to spend her days playing games with other students. You saying I can't be either of those things? Questioned Setsuna, pouting her lips for a hoax. No, a model and freaky superhero like policemen are things I can certainly see you doing. A firefighter works as well, but I don't know how the medical field will feel dealing with another unethical doctor. Unethical? Setsuna exclaimed. I have yet to do anything. Yet, emphasized Izuku, raising a cocky eyebrow at her before eating another fry. The sharp-toothed girl snorted at his reply, having to cover his mouth to try to stop herself from how hard she was laughing. How long it's been since she experienced this amount of entertainment. It was always why she liked talking to new people, and even more so talking to the ones that shake up her stagnant world. Are you two flirting? Eri asked, taking a small break from her food and looking at the two. If you are, then stop it. It'll sour my food's taste with all your sweetness. Okay, that's an oxymoron of a sentence, Izuku mumbled with a chuckle. And no, we're not. Who the F brought you a salad? Setsuna raised her hand. That was me. Why? Got it from one of the restaurants here that actually serves a good salad that doesn't lie to you about how healthy it is. That's impossible. If that was true, then you would have just given her nothing. You suddenly oppose salads now. No, I just know the last time I gave Eri a salad it became a tossed salad. It was awful. It tasted like dirt and plants, Eri whined. That's what a vegetable is, Izuku snarky replied. Just dirt and edible leaves that we get nutrition from. The point of a salad is to make them almost as equally satisfying as eating meat without it slightly ending you. Eri pouted at this, responding, well, because of it I couldn't eat the lettuce off my burger for a week after realizing that was what it tasted like by itself and assumed it only made my sandwiches taste worse. It wasn't until I tried a taco that my opinion on it changed, and I'll only eat the good ones. The good what? The good food that uses lettuce well. They're some of the good ones I'll accept. Why can't more people continue making food like that, not those stupid dirt plant cereal with no milk? Izuku experienced a rare occasion that comes once in a full moon where he doesn't have a reply he feels right using. From dubious undertones with a look at what I have to deal with expression, he turns back to Setsuna. With the calmest but exhausted voice, he simply says, I struggle to keep her healthy. A smirking Setsuna told the defeated Greenet, you're just not going at it the right way. Children are dumb and impulsive. Hey, Yuri called out, still keeping her monotone voice. Sorry, Setsuna said, children are ignorant, vulnerable, gullible, and impulsive. That's better. Wait a minute. No matter how stubborn the child is, with the right thing wagered you can get them to do whatever you want. Izuku threw out his hands in a ceding gesture, telling her, take your shot, but I've done everything that isn't illegal. And then some illegal stuff. Setsuna shifted her posture to be aimed toward Eri, who stared back at her with her unchanging blank eyes. The two stared at each other before saying, if you eat at least half of it, I'll lift you up to a place really high. That was it? Izuku asked, his face scrunched up from how barebone it was. Simplicity is key, Setsuna told him. Like I said, she's a kid. They're not hard to impress or please. Just give them something that has a concept outside of their little mind. They'll feel like they were given a dinosaur. Izuku looked conflicted for a bit before saying, understandable, but there was higher expectation of what someone of your caliber would do. Of my caliber, repeated Setsuna. From all the costume changes and talent, I expected some secret agent plan. I just said that simple makes all you think I'm talented. I'm sure a bunch of boys and some girls absolutely would enjoy your little fashionable show, Izuku pointed out. Well, too bad for them, the Greenet said, taking a sip from her soda, because I usually only save it for special cases. So I'm a special case? Izuku asked, raising an eyebrow at her again. Setting her drink back down, restating a previous statement, well, we are on a date. I'm starting to question your aggression on declaring this a date, maybe. That was when Eri stepped in again. Are you guys flirting again? Are you serious? Right in front of my salad. Izuku was about to turn around and call Eri out on lying, but then was hit with a sucker punch of a surprise when he saw Eri was stuffing her face with some salad. I mean, dang, you're actually eating it, Izuku mumbled. Told ya, said Setsuna grinning. They just need the right bait. After another hour of walking around, and Izuku felt a bit off at first, not always having Eri with him but not on his back, but he was starting to get used to being lighter. No other store brought much attention to the older people, but they kept themselves entertained with witty banter. Eventually, Setsuna advised they go to a store she heard was built recently, but suggests they get there by the other entrance of the mall so they can get some fresh air as well. Neither Izuku nor Eri had any complaints. As Izuku and Setsuna talked, they eventually reached the parking lot, continuing off of a topic that was left unresolved before. I'm not going to be judged about how I eat yogurt without a spoon from someone who wants personas for every dress, Izuku states, giving the most straight face without breaking out into a chuckle. In his hands was a takeout bag. He never ended up finishing his fries. Setsuna nonchalantly shrugs as she responds. As I said before, those outfits don't mean much to me. It just feels nice to once in a while pretend like you're not you and that your life is something simpler. You know, you're a confusing girl, you know that. Not the response I was expecting from my deep emotional disclosure, but okay, explain why. Sorry if it sounded too disingenuous. I just found it a bit contradictory that at one moment you speak about how much you need to be away from your usual friends from school like Momo and Seiko since you say you can't fully be yourself around them. Yet you spend your free time pretending to be anyone but you. That's kinda confusing. Like being a desert begging for at least a cup of water, but then as soon as you get to a town you wolf down a bowl of pretzels and dry crackers. I get your perspective. Though there's one thing you got wrong. What? I'm not by myself, Setsuna stated, taking a short hop in front of him and turning. She leaned her torso forward in a playful manner before continuing, I'm with you. Izuku halted his movement, replying, so I'm among the others you can't just be yourself around. No, you're being inaugurated into my palate. So you're testing me. I'm just having you sample on all sides of me and seeing which reaction I like to experience the most. What's wrong with just giving me the whole product and seeing if I like it? Because I come in many different pieces that just don't fit together. She took another daring step forward before softly resting her fingertips on his chest. But keep saying the right stuff and maybe I'll let you see all of me. That drew a humorous chuckle out of Izuku. Haha, I'll watch it. Apparently Eri doesn't like it when people flirt, especially when it involves me. Right, Eri? The dead silence that followed instantly unnerved Izuku. He snapped himself around to look behind him and his eyes widened when he saw no one behind him. Eri, he called out, hoping she had just wandered away a bit. Oh my, Setsuna called out in an over-the-top nature. Was someone too busy trifling with me to watch over their child? The air turned cold as Izuku turned back to her. He wasn't smiling this time. That usual calm, relaxing nature of his was nowhere in sight. His eyes were squinted with a shade over them as he gave Setsuna a striking deadpan glare. Witnessing this was like seeing the sun drop down to give rise to the dark side of the moon. Wow, looks like I'm not the only one keeping a side of themselves hidden, commented Setsuna, seemingly unmoved from his changed demeanor. She was still doing a preppy cutesy gesture with her body as she spoke, but calm your horses, I just dropped her off somewhere really close. She can have fun while we handle some business. After taking a deep breath, Izuku allowed his face to soften a bit as he asked, what business? Well, we still got a game to play today. That was it. I thought we had this settled already. We did boo-ooed. I want the deal to change. No matter what the deal will be, I will still assure you that I'll make it so that Eri will be allowed to hang out in the clubroom anytime she wants. But the method it'll happen may alter a bit. Not that you care, right? You just wanted her to be in. Go on. So how about it? We play a game. If you win, it'll stay the same. If not, how about you give up on being club president and you'll make Momo's vote go to me? Why? Just to get the other girls' suspicion off of me. They think I'm giving you information on how to beat them. Ugh, Seiko can be so pushy over it, Setsuna groaned, rolling her eyes at the memory. Izuku with the straightest face just said, but you are doing exactly that. I know, doesn't mean I want to get caught doing it. It might hurt my trustability if I'm open about it. Then it'll be even harder to trick people later. Izuku opened his mouth as if he was about to say something, but then just shrugged his shoulder as he understood why. There were multiple times where he needed to build a bit of trust in someone he knows he's going to fool later in order to make something work. Granted, he strayed from doing it too much from actual friends, associates he has a long-time relationship with. It's a common rule for any trickster to refrain a bit with friends. By the time Izuku looked back, Setsuna was already setting down a box on the grass. She looked back at him and waved. Come on, let's get started. Now feeling calmer, Izuku went over and sat on the opposite side of the box as Setsuna. He gestured for her to start whatever she had going. Seeing how quickly she set this up, she definitely planned this out, which is why he's going to do his own thing by eating the leftover French fries he saved. The greenette brought out 3 red plastic cups and a single small orange ball, setting them on the box. Setsuna continued, I'm sure this game needs no explanation. Pick the cup the ball is under, best out of 3. You just explained the game you said needed no explanation. Izuku mumbled. Don't sass me, Setsuna told him as she set everything up. Right as she was about to put the ball under the middle cup, Izuku interrupted, can I at least check the materials? Make sure you didn't rig anything. You're really th. Yes, all right, do as you wish, gesticulated Setsuna, tossing up the ball to deal with her boredom. After a quick check, they were ready to begin. Game set. Izuku versus Setsuna, 0-0. Start. Keep your eyes on the prize, Setsuna told him. Her hands slowly approached the cups. Izuku has seen this trick before, a swindler tactic you'll see on any shady street providing entertainment. Going slow at first for a false sense of security before they turn it up and the trickery begins. Like clockwork, Setsuna began shuffling the cup at a decent pace first, but then it quickly turned to a high speed. Izuku was almost impressed at how fast the cups moved. They were like blurs as they moved in her hands. Not that the speed mattered anyways. Izuku had already rigged the game in his favor. When he checked the cups, his hand was coated in 2 substances. His left hand was oily from the French fries he just ate, which he discreetly left greasy fingerprints coated a spot on top of the cup so he can always identify them judging by how the sun reflects off of it. On his right hand, a small amount of grass blood he quickly made when he sat down. He used that to coat the other one, the same one as well, which caused the slightest green tint to be seen if looked close enough. The red plastic cup Setsuna was using was the kind you'll see at a college party. More importantly, they had that mini indent under it. But the tiny amount of each he used, the spot he put them on, and how a cup shuffler's hands usually never touch that spot while shuffling, he can tell which cup it's under without even watching her shuffle. Even if the same chance of her touching it by mistake does happen, there's only so much a human hand can pick up from so little substance. It's like wiping up ketchup you spilled on a table. You can wipe it with your hand as much as you want, but eventually you're going to reach a point where the signs of ketchup being spilled are still there, but your hand can't wipe any more of it away. That's why we have sponges. All Izuku had to see was see which cup she initially used to cover the ball. It's either going to be the greasy marked one, the grass kid marked one, or the none properly marked one. A parlor trick. Izuku thought, any kid can come up with this cheat. When Setsuna stopped, Izuku pointed to the grease-marked one. Good choice, the greenette said, lifting the cup and showing the ball. Izuku versus Setsuna, 1-0. Was this really worth the trouble? Izuku had asked. Yes, not like there's much at stake, Setsuna tells him. This time he puts the girl that was marked with grass blood over the ball. I just feel like if I win this, the things I want to happen will be more in my control. If you say so, I can care less as long as I get what I want. Once again, Setsuna shuffled the cups, with the same speed and tricks as the last one, which was impressive to see, but as long as his marks were there, he was going to win this. When she was done, she asked him to choose again. Without hesitation, Izuku chose the cup he saw her cover the ball with. Let's see the results, Setsuna said, giving a little drum roll with it. With a simple hand motion, she lifted the cup and there was nothing there. That woke Izuku up. Izuku versus Setsuna, 1-1. Something was definitely off. None of the marks on the cups were disturbed and he was sure he saw the right one. Uo, a tie. Sudden death time. Setsuna cheered, enjoying herself. She lifted the unmarked cup, revealing the ball. She recovered the ball with an unmarked one. All or nothing time, she informed him. You feeling lucky? I think we both know we're relying on luck. The question is who'll bend that luck to their will, Izuku replied. You're putting in that work to keep saying the right things. Guess you really want to see all of me, Setsuna told him with a wink. No, Izuku plainly responded. I'm usually like this. It's almost like an unhealthy habit I can't stop. It's really uncontrollable at times, but hey, that's my life. Anyways, shuffle. I think I got the trick. The sharp-toothed girl tilted her head, asking, already? Possibly, shrugged Izuku. I honestly had no concrete idea what she did, but hey, absolutes in this business is basically a myth. I'm just going to wing it. Once again, Setsuna began shuffling the cups again. She was no longer holding back, moving the cups at full speeds, and she showed off all the tricks. It was becoming hard to follow. Like all the other times, Izuku didn't bother keeping track of the cups. Izuku was about to pull what some kids call a pro gamer move. He slammed the side of the box, not hard enough to knock the box away but enough to rattle the box and stun Setsuna. In her panic, she grabbed all three of her cups and held them down so they wouldn't tip over. What was that? She asked, pausing for a moment before starting back up on her speed. Something, Izuku answered. You finished yet? Suspicious at first, Setsuna relinquished her hands from the cup. Yeah, she said, backing off from the cups. Choose your fate. It's all or nothing, thought Izuku, pointing toward the unmarked cup. A malicious smile spawned from Setsuna when she lifted the cup and showed nothing was there. Well, Setsuna taunts. Her other hand went toward the grease-marked cup and placed itself on top of it. It seems like I will. Before she could finish her sentence, Izuku leaped out of his seat. He grabbed the wrist of the hand that was about to lift the grease-marked cup and held it tightly at the end of her sleeve. Just as quickly, Izuku did the same except to her shoulder, getting a tight enough grip that she couldn't get away. Hey, Setsuna yelled, what's the big idea? Izuku didn't answer. Instead, he slowly glided his hand that was on Setsuna's shoulder down until he hit a small bump on her arm. After a moment of fumbling around with this bump, she managed to move it down to her sleeve. Reaching into her sleeves, he pulls out the ball that he's supposed to be finding. Izuku held it in front of her with a smirk. I can explain, Setsuna calmly says. You cheated, Izuku states, leaning back before he announced the words. Note, when a player is caught cheating, depending on the situation, it can lead to a multitude of penalties. Usually elimination, a disadvantage being given, or forfeiting a point. Izuku versus Setsuna, 2-1. Game over. Gah, I lost, Setsuna playfully shouted, softly pulling on her hair to simulate frustration. Once she was done messing around, she asked, what gave it away? A guess. It was off that I never heard the sound of a ball banging against the inside of a plastic cup. Izuku told her, there was a trick people in my home city used to do when playing this game that's similar to what you did. The setup was usually a tall table, a special small bead with a metal center, and a magnet hidden in their sleeves. They were excellent shufflers, but whenever they feel like someone can actually guess the right one, they'll hide it in their sleeves. It took a moment for me to realize you could do the same thing, but even easier with the cheat your quirk gives you. I thought I could increase the odds of you doing it by rattling you a bit when you smack the box. Yep, thought that might make you think I'm onto something and make you go for the safe panic option ... even though I wasn't, Izuku states. Darn, here I thought I could get you by separating you from Eri before giving you any time to prepare for me. Seriously, what was your trick? The box. Cause all I know is that you made a piece of your body into a ball and painted it orange, but I'm not sure if I want to know which part. Pervert. It's a legitimate question. Well, a lady gotta keep her secrets. Fine. Now, where's Eri? Right, she's. Eri, get down there, Izuku called out. Both he and Setsuna had re-entered the mall to see Eri sitting on top of a tall display model that almost reached the roof. No, Eri replied. She was still clutching her stuffed green bunny tight. Even though she still had the blank expression on her face, Izuku can just sense that she was enjoying herself. Do it or I'll take Bucky O'Hare away for a week. His name is Snuffleupagus and he's staying with me. Izuku sighed, turning to Setsuna and saying, can't believe you put her up there. She wanted to be high, replied Setsuna, so I gave her high. Eri nodded her head to herself, having the perfect view of watching over all the people below here. They looked like ants to her. Despite her brother's insistence, she bathes in the glory of being up there. I see no god up here, she said to herself, other than me. Are you effing me? Asked Seiko, glaring down at her clubmate who came into the clubroom to give news of yet another defeat to the queen's reputation. Setsuna, who was casually sitting on a chair awaiting her scolding, looked around with a purposely dopey face before saying, I mean, not right now, but if you want to, then let's get Momo out of the room first. A what? Momo exclaimed, her cheeks flustered red at her clubmate's vulgar suggestion. Rolling her eyes at Momo's reaction, Setsuna stated, all right, fine, you can stay, but either you watch quietly or join in because I'm not having a backseat driver. The jaw of the modest girl dropped, flabbergasted and stumbling to formulate words in response. It was rhetorical, grunted Seiko, massaging her forehead from her devious clubmate's usual goading antics. I meant, why the hell did you lose? This is the second loss in a row we suffered by the hands of this man. Ain't it the third since he got accepted in this club by beating us? Setsuna questioned, thinking back to properly count their matches. Seiko shut her down, not the point. How dare you lose? Dare I? Setsuna repeated, raising an eyebrow. You act like I did it on purpose. I tried my best and shoot my shot. And you still lost, stated Seiko, giving a scowl and crossing her arms. The sharp-toothed brunette shrugged, replying, that's the game sometimes, can't win them all. What's with that attitude? What attitude? That defeatist attitude. You're a Ender Queen, damn it. You should have more concern over any loss. It's against one of our own members, so it's nothing special. That's such a weak mindset. You have no pride in the prestige of being an Ender Queen. We never settle so easily because we desire nothing except the best. We made a pledge. I always thought we took that as a guideline rather than a philosophy to follow. Momo sighed. It's always like this with those two. Two peas in a pod, but with completely different structures. They probably would have ended each other if she wasn't always intervening. Girls, let's get back on the subject at hand, suggested Momo. She was arranging a few papers for future club activities. I think the main concern we have is less than the fact that we're losing to another member, but the effect it'll have on our reputation that some scrappy new student came in with no regards to our way and repeatedly beat all of us one-sidedly. Rumors are already spreading. It'll heavily impact the perspective of our capabilities and will make our earlier achievements look like flukes. Hearing such a possibility, Setsuna snorted a response, so if anyone doubts our skills, then they can F around and find out. It's not just about flexing muscle. An important asset for the treasure wars is an influence which can dictate our relationships with other clubs. If the valued respect we have is crushed because a boy came into a supposedly girls-only club and showed us all up, then we're going to have a much more difficult fight this year, Momo explained. She had nothing against Izuku, but she can't deny that his existence and win streak is currently a detriment to the club. Setsuna lay back in her chair, asking, so what are we going to do? The lavender-haired girl slammed her hands against the table as she rose herself from her seat. Since you two couldn't stop this pest in his tracks, Seiko said, giving quick glances to the two. With the screeching of a chair and a thunderous voice, she exclaimed, I'm going to march over there and deal with this problem myself. When Momo saw her friend walking toward the door, she asked, Seiko, where are you heading to? To the rat's nest, Seiko told her. As she marches out the door, I'm bringing the fight to his own home and will take care of him myself. The door was slammed shut and silence reigned through the clubroom. Does she even know where Izuku's house is? Setsuna bluntly asked, staring at where their projected leader once was. Momo sighed, shaking her head saying, I don't. Slam. Like a cop, Seiko kicked the door open with unnecessary tremendous force as she walked back in. The pompous girl walked to the center of the room before just standing there silent. Her face seemed to have a near opposite expression than when she left, now looking more unsure. You good there, champ? Setsuna asked, curious about her quick return. Seiko cleared her throat before stammering. I don't know his residency. Setsuna snorted. Shut it, Seiko exclaimed, fighting back the tiny blush marks that wanted to emerge. Quick to action, the ponytailed girl took out her cell phone and began dialing. I'll call him. Izuku picked up after a few rings. Hello? Hello, yes, Izuku. That's me. Wait a minute, I recognize that gentle voice from anywhere. Hey, Momo. The raven-haired girl quivered hearing the foxy coy in his voice, remembering that night. Gee, good morning, how are you? Same as always, with a re. Oh, that's. Hey, Eri, Momo is on the phone. Who cares? A very empathetic voice called out over the line. Eri said hi, claimed Izuku. I did not agree to that. The monotonous voice said loudly. Momo tried to chuckle the whole thing off, replying, hee hee, hey Eri, good to see she's still herself. Hey Eri, Momo said hi back, Izuku said over the line. Eri's voice came up again. I've never stated that I care in the first place. Oh, you brat, laughed Izuku, speaking more clearly into the phone. So what's up? I was just about to start cooking breakfast. I was. Wait at home? Momo asked. Yeah, where else would I cook? I haven't found a reliable method to sneak into the chemistry lab yet. That's weird because. What? Sneak into what? And never mind. Look, school is about to start soon. Shouldn't you start heading over? I know the first period is usually a skippable one, but what about the others? Oh, really? Oh, be damned. Must have lost track of time. Oh well, school got to wait. Can't learn on an empty stomach. Midoriya, you should be taking your studies more seriously. both for the sake of your education and the sake of many future events. Hey, Momo, Erie's stomach got the grumbles. I don't have the heart to ignore it, nor will my ears be able to take the whining the entire trip. Etch. Hey, no throwing things. Just make sure you attend as many classes as possible. It'll be looked on poorly if you got low grades. I will, Momo. No worries, I got this. Thanks for looking out for me. It's nothing at all. Momo would look up to see a very impatient Seiko in front of her, scowling down at how casual of a conversation she was having with an enemy. She quickly went to fix her first mistake. Oh, one more thing. Sure, what's up? Where do you live? Izuku's next response came with a great silence that lasted so long that Momo thought the line had ended. Momo, I get I flirt a lot and you're a bit of a reserved noblewoman, but I didn't expect you to move this quickly to wanting to be defil. No, a red-faced Momo shouted, looking up to see her clubmates giving her strange looks. Setsuna could guess pretty accurately what happened, but Seiko was still a bit dense to it. Timidly going back to the conversation, she took a breath before calmly saying, Seiko wanted to pay you a visit. I don't want to just pay a visit, yelled Seiko, placing her balled-up fist on her hips. I'm going to stomp out his insolence. Is that Seiko? Izuku asked. Yeah, Momo answered him. Izuku then told her, tell her I said hi. Okay, Momo replied, awkwardly turning to Seiko to say, he's saying hi. The lavender-haired girl at first seemed stunned, before stomping her foot as she yelled, oh, why does that matter? Just get me his address. You don't need to yell at me, Momo murmured with a puffed-up cheek before going back to her phone. She just wants. I heard. Izuku interrupted, my address is. As Izuku gave out his address, Momo wrote it on a piece of paper and gave it to the awaiting pompous girl, who wasted no time, thanking Momo and immediately marching out the door. Just you wait. Your little rebellion is about to end. You don't F with the queen's reign, Seiko grumbled to herself. Once the remaining girls were sure Seiko was out of earshot, Momo redialed Izuku's number. Hey ye Momo, back for more. Izuku answered. Skipping formality, Momo told him, it's about Seiko. What about her? She's coming right. I'll get a plate set up for her if you want. I just hope she doesn't mind eggs and sausage. She's not getting our sausage, Iri exclaimed from the background. Iri share, Izuku told her. We work hard for our meat. Why are we sharing with the rich? They don't even like communism. Iri, we discussed this. It's not communism if we're willingly giving away what we want when we want. Besides, if we were doing communism, we wouldn't have any food to give away. Burn. Momo had to step in, saying, listen, be careful when you face Seiko. Why? Izuku asked. Do you know what got the Ender Queens our reputation in the first place? It was you girls' unbelievable rookie run in last year's national tournament, right? Right. After the Treasure Wars, the top teams get sent to represent the school at the regionals. We were the only freshman team that year who got past the Treasure Wars but also got through the regionals to participate in the nationals where we faced some of Japan's greatest student players. Thanks for the recap. You girls really blew everyone's mind to get that far. Not a surprise. After a single game with just two of you, I can tell how talented you all are. Especially you. The match we had was still my favorite so far. LO, listen. I'm listening. We have to thank Seiko for our run in the regional. While Setsuna and me struggled and lost a couple of matches, she was the one who guaranteed us a win every round. It was also thanks to her that we made it past the first round of the national. So she carried the team, got it. You're not taking this as seriously as you should. Where me and Setsuna struggled, she strolled through it. I know, she's a tough kitty. I'll watch out for her claws. Just be careful when you face her. Your usual tricks won't be as effective. Got it. Only the finest of trickery for the most valued queen. Seriously, don't take her lightly. Unlike me, who naturally discovered my talent with a bit of support, and Setsuna, who gained her skills through years of experience through gambling, Seiko was specially trained for this. Specially trained? Wait, you mean she's actually a robot? That will explain why she wears a monocle. Well, no. Trained, not programmed. Though I guess in her case that won't be that far, never mind. The point is, she was taught to deal with people like you. She would be expecting even more tactics from you, now knowing of your current record. Alright, I'll do my best. Thanks for caring about me, Ponytail. I just wanted to make sure you had a fair shot and didn't make the mistake in what game you choose. Wait, did you call me? Bye-bye. Don't be afraid to visit sometime. Click. Over at the condo Izuku and Iri were living in, there was a loud noise that slammed against the door. Thud. Izuku got up from the table, leaving Iri at the table nibbling on gelid toast. As he opened the door, he saw no one there until he looked below. There was Seiko, sitting on the floor, holding her ankle with a distressed face as she grumbled words of pain. Oh, stupid, dumb well-built door, Seiko squeaked, massaging her leg. She shut her eyes as she winced from the pain. Izuku almost pitifully looked down at her before asking, you good there? The lavender girl snapped her head upward, seeing her faded opponent in front of her, quickly jumping to her feet. Seiko stood strong, with a power stance that would make most students at their school bow at her feet. Pointing her finger at him, she made her declaration. Izuku Midoriya, your actions can no longer be ignored. Did you try to kick down my door? Izuku asked, looking at the smudge mark on his wooden door. A small pink streak went over Seiko's cheek, but he continued on as if nothing had happened. As the rightful leader of the club, I'm going to put an end to your runaway spree. Prepare for a game. Izuku looked her up and down, examining her form. Looking behind her, he spotted a car parked outside. She must have been driven here. Okay, Izuku answered, leaving the door open as he retreated into his house. Come on in, we're eating breakfast at the moment. I'm sure we got enough leftovers for an extra plate. Seiko blankly blinked as she watched him walk off. Plate, she repeated, rushing inside. Hey, I didn't come here for a meal. The pompous girl was served anyway despite protest. She stared down at the food in disgust as if it was airplane food. Regular eggs, cheap store-bought sausage, and toast with great value jelly. Seiko thought. The way she looked at her food was as if the meal ended her family. What kind of cheap bargain breakfast is this? Prison food. So what can I do for you? Izuku asked, finally sitting down at the table after making his guest wait till after he did the dishes to talk. Seiko looked at him as if he was deranged. How could he have forgotten so soon? She told him, I came to do our match. Oh right, of course. Mind if I choose the game? There are no objections. I was thinking about giving you the choice anyways, stated Seiko, brushing her hair back. It'll be that much more satisfying for you to try all your little tricks and still get crushed. That'll show you and everyone else to never mess with the queen. Great, wait here, I'm going to the store, Izuku tells her, getting up and heading toward the door. Yeah, you'll what? Exclaimed Seiko, shaking her head as she realized what he said. As he opened the front door, he called back. Yeah, I'm going to the store to pick up what we're playing. It won't be long. The lavender-haired girl frantically looked around before saying, Hey, you can't. Watch over Eri for me, Izuku swiftly said before closing the door. He really just dumped a child on her. The nerve, Seiko thought. Never had she felt such disrespect. She vowed to make him pay for his casual demeanor to her. He has yet to win the club presidency. He's not allowed to act like this yet. Nom. The pompous girl's thoughts were interrupted when she heard a certain noise. Nom, nom. She turned to her side to see the young Eri, still munching on her food, but she glared at her like a hawk watching an animal invade their home. Seiko looked down at the food given to her and as a peace offering, slid the plate in Eri's direction. The little girl looked down at the plate before looking up at the woman who offered it. Squinting, Eri slowly nodded her head, accepting the offering by dragging the plate toward her. Smart choice, Eri told her, continuing her royal feast. The pride of Seiko was so solidly dense that you would need a diamond-tipped drill to break through. But even she had to admit watching this tiny girl eat was adorable. Unconsciously, Seiko found her hand stretching out and petting the child. Rightfully, Eri slowly turned her head to her, giving a stagnant, disturbed look any child would have when a stranger touches them. The lavender girl smartly retrieved her hand away and looked the other way, frequently looking back to continue watching. About 12 minutes went by before Izuku finally returned. I'm back, Izuku announced. Immediately, Seiko scolded him. First you disrespect my club. Then you abruptly just leave, and finally, you left me to do your babysitting. You have some nerve. Izuku chuckled as he rubbed the back of his head. Sorry, but I got the game we're playing, so let's get started. The table was cleared, with Eri having to place her plate on her lap. Sitting across from each other were the two students about to start their game. You know how to play Monarchy, right? Izuku asked, taking out the card deck from the bag. He slid it over to her so she could check it to make sure it wasn't tampered with. He knew she was going to ask, so might as well skip the conversation. If he was personally being honest, hearing her scolding him some more was annoying. Of course I do, Seiko replied, doing a swift check of the cards before shuffling. Monarchy, a glorified rock-paper-scissors card game. There are 3 types of cards: Emperor, Citizen, and Slave. The Emperor E has ultimate power to give money I. Most powerful card. Citizen C cannot disobey him because they want money I. E. Citizen loses to Emperor. The Slave S has nothing to lose and has no use of money. Therefore, the slave can defeat the Emperor I. The slave loses to the Citizen card but wins over the Emperor card. The game is played with one side having 4 Citizen cards and an Emperor card Emperor side. The other side has 4 Citizen cards and a Slave card Slave side. Each game is played with 12 matches, each match having each player set down 1 card. The 12 matches are separated into 4 groups of rounds, with each group alternating which player is the Emperor side. Each group of rounds are made of 3 rounds. At the start of the round, the Emperor side plays a card face down first, followed by the Slave side. Each card is then revealed and the winner decided. If the outcome is a draw, then the round continues to a second play with the played cards removed. This continues until a winner for the round is decided. The standard rule is, whoever wins 7 rounds first wins the game. If tied 6-6, then a sudden death round occurs. A coin flip determines who will be on the Emperor's side. If the game is used to gamble numeral concept, Since it is much harder for the slave side to win as slave cards can only defeat emperor cards, the players of the slave side get 5 times more winnings. Ready? Izuku asked. Seiko scoffed at his confidence. She really wanted to put him in his place, saying, as I'll ever be. Game set. Set 1 Emperor. Izuku, slave, Seiko. Round 1. Score Izuku, Seiko, 0-0. Start. So kind for allowing me to be emperor first, Seiko, Izuku said, using the same coyish tone he gave Momo. Seiko rolled her eyes. Not one to be so easily unfocused. Just make your move, you rodent, Seiko told him. Unlike Momo, I won't allow myself to be distracted. That was probably how this fiend managed to beat her. B1CC. The first battle had commenced and it was a draw. 2 civilians had little reason to fight one another. Oh, I forgot to ask, how did you enjoy the breakfast? Izuku asked casually, striking up the conversation. He placed down his card. B2CC. The lavender girl didn't answer him, clearly concentrating solely on the game. In response, Izuku held off making his turn, purposely going as slow as he can. It was obvious he was hinting that if she wanted this game to progress in a timely manner, she better start speaking. I didn't eat it, Seiko finally answered, quickly putting on a disappointing face. Izuku questioned, what happened to it? The lavender girl didn't answer. Instead, Seiko crossed her hands and sat back in her chair. She had a peculiar look in her eyes, like an impatient girlfriend waiting for her boyfriend to notice that she's acting weird. What? Izuku asked, tilting his head at his response. Seiko pointed at Izuku's cards, signaling for him to play, while she would have preferred not talking at all during this game. The well-dressed girl knew Izuku would purposely waste her time until she did, and she didn't want to miss the entire school day for a single game. Yet, she wasn't just going to give him what he wants. This pompous girl will not simply play by his rules with no objection. She's letting him know that if he's going to force her to speak, she was going to force him to play. An equal trade-off. They both keep their promises and the game can continue smoothly. Neither will let the other get away with a one-sided trade-off. Smiling and meeting her challenge, Izuku places down his card. All right, sorry to keep you waiting. My manners seem to slip at times. I'm more surprised you had any at all, growled Seiko as she played hers. So harsh. But please, tell me the fate of my breakfast I so gracefully served you, requested Izuku, right as they flipped their cards. B3CS. Round 1 end. Score Izuku, Seiko, 1-0. Seeing the results caused Seiko to grind her teeth in frustration. Too soon, she thought, quickly relaxing herself. This was an unavoidable result. In this game, the Emperor side always has the advantage. They have 2 win conditions. Either they guess correctly and play their Emperor against a citizen, or they bait their opponent into playing their slave card against a citizen. Catching her attention, Izuku called out to her, Hey, Seiko. I'm still waiting for an answer. Wait, did Eri eat it? The little girl immediately avoided eye contact as her caretaker looked toward her. With a low-toned snarl, Seiko answered, No, I threw it out. So cruel, Izuku exclaimed, placing a hand on his chest. I told you I wasn't here to eat. Would you do the same to your poor old grandma? We're not even related. I barely even know you. We could be. Family is what you make of it. Round 2. Score Izuku, Seiko, 1-0. B1ES. As Seiko flips to reveal her slave card, countering Izuku's Emperor, she coldly states, I'm going to demand right now you don't waste my time talking such nonsense. If you want to have a discussion with me, then at least attempt to let it have some value instead of redundant bumbling. Okay, let's talk about your day then, suggested Izuku, still keeping his same tone. I would much rather talk about that amateur strategy you just tried to use. It's not that amateurish, it's a legit tactic. Not many people expect the sudden first-turn Emperor despite how good the odds. How obvious it is makes it too predictable for a more intelligent gamer to do. But that just means it's so predictable that no one would expect it to happen. Round 3. Score Izuku, Seiko, 1-1. B1CC. So you just admitted to being an idiot? Seiko asked, pointing out how by his own logic he had to be unintelligent to want to try such a thing. The green-haired boy paused for a moment as he thought it over. He found some humor in it as he responded, Haha, I guess you're right. B2CC. You seem pretty complacent at being foolish, Seiko asked, raising an eyebrow at his still lax nature. Have you been called such things by everyone that you've welcomed the stupidity willfully? Izuku shrugged, replying, No, I've been called a lot of things. I won't name them because I've forgotten all of them. They mean nothing to me. B3CC. Nothing, Seiko repeated, skeptical to how true that statement was. Absolutely nothing. Yet you join a school where an important thing to have is a good reputation. As far as I'm concerned, people there only care about who wins. An extremely flawed system that any 2-bit rascal, like myself, can take advantage of to acquire what I usually can't, Izuku told her. They both had to be careful this turn. With them both only having 1 citizen card in their Emperor, slave card, it was a coin flip on who will win. If Izuku plays his citizen against Seiko's slave, then he wins. If she plays her citizen against his citizen, then he'll lose by default since they'll only have their emperor slave card left and the slave ends the emperor. If the greenet plays his emperor card this turn, then he'll win if it goes against the lavender-haired girl's citizen card. Or she may expect him to notice this tight situation and would go with her slave card this turn expecting his emperor. It would make sense. Usually people on the emperor side would avoid using the card first and won't save it for last. It's all going to come down to who can anticipate the other. The confident boy continued to say, if that's the way your school runs, then, by all means, call me the dirty gum under your boot if that'll give you your kicks. That won't stop me one bit if I'm on top. Must be easy to be so carefree about something you never had, Seiko snarky replied, playing down her card. Placing his card down as well, Izuku told her, maybe so, life is determined by our experiences after all. D4, C. Seiko scoffed at him, what a misuse of authority. D5, E.S. You actually went for it, she exclaimed. She had her doubts that he would save his emperor card for last, but she had a sliver of hope that he would at least be smarter than that. I thought, why not? Izuku answered as if nothing was wrong. The smart thing to do was to use my emperor before. But then that'll mean the smartest thing you could have done was use your slave as well. I guess we both went for the dumb option. Seiko's eyes lit up at the implication, stammering, no. I just predicted your idiocy. So you brought yourself down to my level, stated Izuku, purposely messing with her at this point. Didn't know you learned so much from me this quickly. Maybe I can start learning a few things from you. That'll be like teaching a rat how to drink tea, was the snarky response of Seiko. Izuku gave a playful look around. Why are you saying that as if it's a bad thing? If you teach a rat how to drink tea like some fancy overly privileged businessman, then that'll be a huge scientific advancement. Ugh. The lavender girl almost gagged at the statement, trying to hide that she almost chuckled at the lame joke. Did I really find humor in that? No, not his joke. It had to be because I thought of Principal Nezu. Yeah, that's it. Set 2 Emperor, Seiko, Slave, Izuku. Round 4. Score Izuku, Seiko, 1-2. I'm going to show you how to really handle power, Seiko declared, looking at her cards. It's almost disappointing that this boy could only get a single point despite being the one with an advantage last set. She won't make the same mistake. B1, C, E. Izuku smiled at her. I thought it was dumb to pull a little sneaky like that. I said it was stupid to do the most obvious move. Everyone expects you to do a first-turn Emperor during the second round but not the first, stated Seiko. Rubbing his chin, Izuku tauntingly replied, oh, makes sense. I might try that next time. Why would you say that out loud? Why not say it out loud? Because I'm here. So, round 5. Score Izuku, Seiko, 1-3. B1, C. I've been wondering something, Izuku said, continuing to play the game as they chat. Seiko grumbled a bit before answering, what? How did the Ender Queens Club start? I'm curious about the story. You serious? B2, C. What's so wrong learning about how the club I'm in got started? Izuku innocently asked. The pompous girl paused for a moment before answering, as you know, it started when all of us were freshmen. Got that already. B3, C, and lost that. Me and Momo knew each other before we got accepted. When we tried out a few clubs and they were all ran by people who looked down on us for being a woman. So you created your own club where you'll prove to all those guys who didn't give you a chance that they missed out big time. No, it was because we were freshmen. Freshmen always get doubted because many of them were the best in their street or block or something like that. Then they get accepted and get utterly completely demolished within the first month by other players. Everyone sees freshmen as overconfident trash talkers. Even other freshmen see freshmen as people with inflated egos. Where the F did you get your conclusion? Oh, a guess. I mean, the entire theme about it being a girls-only club kinda threw me in that direction. I say we got it worse when it was with another girl. One time a group of them tried baiting me and Momo into a fight so they can throw hot oil onto us and say it was an accidental act of defense. Damn, I know, we deal with a lot of scummy men, but we're not going to develop an entire bias against just them. The girls were beaches as well. Right, round 6. Score Izuku, Seiko, 1-5. Seiko cleared her throat as she continued. Anyways, Momo and I knew our worth, so when all the club didn't give us the respect we deserve, we created our own. We kept the club small since it was way easier to manage with fewer responsibilities. And yes, to shove it to all those clubs who didn't acknowledge our skill that we can do just as well with fewer numbers. Thankfully, sometime later Setsuna joined, which was good timing as we realized how it was best that clubs have at least 3 active members or else we'll be at an unreasonable disadvantage. B1, C. Wait, so where did the whole girls-only thing come from then? Asked Izuku. The sources he looked up seemed to be telling a different story. Well, it was a thing everyone else kinda bestowed onto us because of our extremely tough entrance requirement and the fact it just so happens that our only recruits were female. They just assumed we were going for that theme. We just picked it up because it garnered more respect and it helped whittle down the number of people asking to join. This'll be the last time I'll trust the internet, Izuku thought to himself. Now hating journalism, I knew those news articles seemed too movie-like. There were extremely vague quotes and most of it was skeptical on how much of it was true or made up. B2, see. Seiko continued her explanation. From there it was only a matter of letting our skills do the talking. Next thing we knew, we passed the regionals and went into the national. Inspiring stuff, Izuku stated, giving a soft clap. The calm demeanor turned into another scroll as Seiko told him, spare me your taunts. No, not taunts. I know it may not sound like it when it comes from it, but it is fairly impressive what you girls did, the Greenet said, flipping his card over. B3, S, B. It almost makes me feel bad that I have to beat you all. You haven't gotten there yet, Seiko growled. There's one less authoritarian wall left. Your sticky hands have been helping you so far, but I swear on the pride of my clubmate, the club we've built up from scratch, and myself, I'm going to stomp you back in your place. Set 3 Emperor, Izuku, Slave, Seiko. Round 7. Score Izuku, Seiko, 2-4. I wouldn't be so sure. If you haven't noticed, I don't like being told what to do, Izuku told her, wasting no time setting his card down. You simply lack the training, sassed Seiko. Once we put a leash on you, controlling your behavior will be inevitable. Kinky, shut up. The lavender girl stared down at her cards, concentrating on what Izuku possibly set down. When he said earlier that he might try out the same thing she did to him, was that him hinting that he was going to go Emperor first turn, or was it him making her think he was going to do that so she'll use her slave early? It could be possible that the Greenet made the statement out loud so that she could anticipate that he was trying to trick her to use her slave early and will save it for later, when in reality he really was actually going to use his Emperor first. Another so obvious that no one would go for it tactic. Or could it be that he foresaw her anticipating his obvious bait and was not going to use his Emperor? What would an idiot go for? Seiko thought to herself. No, seeing him as just an idiot would have me make the same mistake as the other two. What would a slimy bastard do here? Crap, did he really set this up for me all the way back then? Thought the young pompous girl, pressing 2 fingers against her forehead. As she pondered, or am I overthinking it? Does he want me to overthink it so I'll mess up, or does he want me to not think about it enough so he can pull something over my eyes? Or is he distracting me from something? Yuri was a silent bystander to all of this, watching both gamers intensely as she can look with her usually blank face. B1, AC. Hey, look Seiko. It works, exclaimed Izuku, setting the table for the next round. Something feels off, Seiko thought, only giving a grumbling response to the boy. She needs to not get worked up and plan. The girl thought back to how their classmate described why they lost against him. All she needed was a good enough theory. Round 8. Score Izuku, Seiko, 3-4. B1, ES. Round 9. Score Izuku, Seiko, 3-5. B1, ES. So that's how it is, Seiko said, looking up at the boy. She was giving that judgmental look one's mother gives them when they spend their entire day playing video games. Laughing, Izuku told her, I didn't think you'd expect the triple first turn Emperor. Maybe pro gamer strats don't affect lady. Do you ever stop talking like that? No, not at all. Though it seems like I'm not the only one with issues about their language. For a refined lady, you certainly do have a tongue of thorn. I pity the soft-hearted, like Momo, who would have fallen to its mercy. Do you talk to everyone like you do to me? Of course not. You're something that's trying to slither it way up our ranks without respecting who built those ranks. I'm only returning the favor. Everyone else are just people who haven't earned any reason for him to give them a claim. Except for my clubmates, of course. And me beating 2 of your members back to back isn't good enough. Not the way you did it. If I beat you, will that change? Depends on how you do it. But it's an unnecessary use of brain cells to think about it. You're not winning. Well, it's the final set. You ready? No. Alright, how about we make this? Wait, what? No, I want tea. My throat is parched from all this chatter. Alright, Izuku told her, getting up to get the tea ready. As the water boiled, Seiko asked him, so what's going on here? Izuku called back to her, turning in her direction. You've been asking about my history. What about yours? Leaning against the counter, Izuku responded, it's nothing special. And, I didn't ask if it was special. My expectations are already low. I just wanted to know what it was, Seiko told her, crossing her arm in annoyance that he'll even attempt not answering her question despite she answering all of his and then some. What's the origin of this pest that crawled its way to my kingdom's doorstep? I wonder if she's into roleplay, was what Izuku thought to himself. He noticed they've been using a lot of metaphors in their conversation today. Sighing, he finally answered her. I'm just some poor kid who grew up in the slums and did what most poor people there did to survive. Game after game to make it to the next day. And some honest work here and there. Heh, sneered Seiko. Before I was exaggerating about what I was calling you, I didn't know it was actually true. Maybe I'm getting better at predicting people at first sight. Izuku shrugged. Like I said, I've heard them all. Compared to what you say to me might as well be pillows thrown at me compared to the heavy artillery they've shot me with. The fact that yours don't come with a punch or a foot to the fact is a complete bonus. I could step on you if that's one of the sick habits you've picked up from that filthy place, Seiko pompously states. I know a lot of males who will be grateful that I ever spare them that much time. Though when it's me, their faces stay on the ground. I always knew you were kinky, chuckled Izuku. From a moment you made all those guys lick your boot, I had a feeling that you'll be perfect in leather and a whip. If you're that desperate to have dominance over me, you already have my address. Just get one of the girls to babysittery for me and I'm all yours. That was the comment that really got to Seiko. Her body jolted as her entire face flustered a bright red. Her eye almost popped out of her head, and for once she dropped her mightier-than-thou attitude to show a more vulnerable face. You guys are gross, commented Eri. It's not me, yelled Seiko. It's this perverted pest. Her skin remaining its crimson color, the now aggravated-looking girl clutched her shaking fist, trying to contain her anger and chagrin. Another comment like that in this game won't be the only thing I'll destroy, the lavender girl exclaimed. Not knowing when to stop, Izuku replied, well, there's a 5% chance it'll be something I might enjoy. I like those odds. It's the kind I'm used to. Rolling her eyes, Seiko then asked, so what about the little one? Who? Izuku asked her. She was unbelievably vague with that statement. Your self-proclaimed sister, Seiko said, staring down at the little girl sitting quietly. Eri looked between the both of them before realizing who she was talking to, giving a soft, me. Seiko nodded, yeah you. I noticed he didn't mention you in his unimpressive story about being in the slums. For someone he's going so far for, I wonder where do you come into his story? Izuku went to answer, it's similar to me. She was in a terrible condition and I saved her. Now we're here living pretty well. Though, maybe I spoil the girl too much with fine living. You promised me you would, Eri tells him. I know, I haven't forgotten. But staying up late, eating junk food, and playing games all day might be a bit excessive for your age. I say I'm pushing amateur numbers compared to others my age. Seeing them banter, Seiko thought to herself, this is spoiling her. This seems like a barely average living condition. Seriously, if this some sort of peasant joke I'm too rich to get. As the pot exhausts steam, Izuku quickly made her tea and served it to her. It's nothing special but it should do, Izuku told her, sitting back down. After picking up the cup and taking a sip, the lavender girl squinted before saying, at least it's drinkable, but it'll barely even do anything for my quirk. Not that you would have let me use it effectively anyways. So you've caught up? Izuku asked, prompting his fist against his chin with a smile on his face. Who do you think you're talking to? You purposely choose a game that relies highly on emotion and psychology so that even if I decide to use my quirk, I wouldn't be able to have any kind of cheat that'll be useful, the pompous girl informed him, taking another sip of the tea. While it wasn't to her liking, tea was tea. This isn't the first or the last time someone tried this on me. The other girls may leave their inadequacy exposed to be taken advantage of, but unfortunately for you, I have no such weakness. That's why I'm deemed the top queen. Truth be told, I always thought it was because Momo was too reserved to actively challenge her friend and Setsuna just didn't give enough of a shit about it. That as well, but mostly my original statement. Well then, let's see whose reputation will dawn over the other. Will you keep your dominance or will I topple the pinnacle? How about we make this more interesting? Izuku asked. Seiko squinted at him responding, like what? Let's bet something valuable, suggested the green-haired boy. You suggesting we do a dark game? Exclaimed Seiko. You know those are illegal. She was right. Of course there had to be some limit to what people can game for. Such laws were put into place to help this, such as a limit on how money can directly be betted in a game. Unless you're in a certified casino or a government-approved gambling event, betting any money officially through a game is illegal. That's why a lot of games don't directly bet money for how easily that system can be abused. Instead, a lot of games usually circumvent this rule by betting some interval to replace the need for money. It's how Izuku managed to get himself accepted in UA despite not paying the entrance fee. Waving his hand, Izuku told her, No, I would never expect someone as high as yourself to break the law. I meant more personally valuable. Let's say we each do whatever the other command on top of the race for club president. You're going to have to state what you want right here and now, Seiko told him. She knew better to leave any deal open-ended. Many horrible things have happened to people who were too vague on rules and restrictions. Some she herself has done to others, and skipped the formality. You want it blunt, huh? Izuku mumbled. At least it'll save time for everyone. Your father works for an intelligence agency, right? Let me guess, you want me to blackmail someone, right? Seiko asked. Her face quickly screwed into a more antagonizing tone. Knew it, I'm not going to play you for whatever. Izuku quickly interrupted her, as if I'll go that low. Besides, it'll be too obvious if I get perfect information that way. I just want to find someone, a man named Toshinori Yagi. Knew him a while back but lost track of him. Rather he's alive or dead is all I want to know. Despite the glare that was given to him, Seiko said, Fine, but I have something dramatic waiting for you once I win. If you win, corrected Izuku. Like you have a chance. I already have 6 points. You'll need to win the next 3 rounds as a slave to even tie, then win the sudden death match, where you also have a 50-50 chance of being a slave. You could say the odds are stacked against me. That would be a near illegal understatement. Want to see me pull off the greatest play? You still think you can even make it to the sudden death match? Yep, stupidity and horrible odds are basically my golden chance. So how about this lighting round? If I manage to win the next 3 rounds in a row, then you'll forfeit the match. Why? Why not? If we're increasing the stakes, why not bump up the game as well? I swear with that attitude you have, you're definitely going to get yourself ended one day. Hey, that's the game. It's filled with risk and bumpy roads. All I care about is getting what I wanted in the end. Everything else in between is just the how, and usually I'm able to control how it goes to my liking. Or at least, I'm able to make sure it's consistently heading toward the way I want it to. Seiko stopped silence for a moment, thinking to herself before saying, "You know what, just because I want to crush that confidence of yours, I'll go along with it." Clapping his hands together in excitement, Izuku exclaimed, "Now I'm fired up, these odds are riveting." Set 4 Emperor, Seiko, Slave, Izuku. Round 10. Score Izuku, Seiko, 3-6. B1, C. B2, C. B3, C. Round 11. Score Izuku, Seiko, 4-6. B1, C. B2, SE. Izuku smirked. He already put in session his plan to cheat. In fact, the execution of it has been going on since the 3rd set. The preparation has been going on since the beginning. Maybe even before the game started. With Setsuna's information on Seiko. With Iri's and his planning, this was in the bag before the girl even thought of issuing a challenge to him. He'll obtain what he wants soon enough and discover what happened to Tashinori. Looks like I already got my 2-win streak, Izuku told Seiko, preparing his hand for the final round they'll have. It's just luck, the lavender-haired girl replied. Something I've been letting slide for a while, but I'm crushing it now. Iri could practically see the lightning shooting between their eyes. Round 12 final. Score Izuku, Seiko, 5-6. If there's one mistake you made, Seiko, said Izuku, it's the same everyone in a position of power make. B1, C. You've become drunk off your own power and have forgotten your roots of being a simple person. B2, C. It doesn't matter what kind of queen you are, you're not invincible. You're vulnerable to falling like any other man. B3, C. And it's with that vulnerable that anyone, even someone who came from the filthy slums, can one day raise and dethrone those in power. B4, C. So never underestimate us that came from below from society, because we all have the infinite capabilities of who. Seiko crossed her arms, giving a supreme smirk of victory. Huh, was all Izuku could say. Seiko gave off an expression that could only be described as the pinnacle of smugness as she states, "You lost." Iri, realizing what happened as well, went, "Wait, what?" Back in the Ender Queen's clubmate, Setsuna had bugged Seiko's phone so the 2 girls could listen to what was happening and heard the news. Quoi? Momo went, forgetting that she was Japanese and that French was only her 2nd language. "Nanny," exclaimed Setsuna, making up for her clubmate's lack of culture. In Nezu's office, he was filling out papers until he suddenly stopped and his pen dropped. Midnight, who was helping out in the office, noticed this. "Are you okay, sir?" she asked the animal creature. Picking himself back up, he says, "Yeah, sorry for the worry. I just felt a disturbance." Still, Izuku was just staring in disbelief at the cards that lay in front of him. He actually lost. Score Izuku, Seiko, 5-7. Saiko wins. Game over, Seiko proudly states, getting up from her seat. "By the way, I know how you marked the slave card during the 2nd set and the emperor card during the 3rd set, so you could always keep track of whether or not I play those cards and control the results. While you were making my tea, I made an identical mark on one of the citizen cards. I didn't play the card in the earlier 2 rounds so that you wouldn't notice. Nice try trying to hustle more out of me by making it seem like you were going to do some impressive comeback. You even try to make my quirk worthless. While I can't use it to create a perfect strategy in this case, I can still use it to think of ways you could have tried to cheat, and this was honestly sloppy. Like I said, I've faced your kind many times before. It's only a matter of time before I stomp you out." Izuku was still silent, paralyzed as his eyes didn't look away from the cards. He probably didn't even hear that. "I'll take you'll formally no longer bother with the presidency. Now about what I want from you," Seiko says, clanking her white boots as she walked across the floor. She made her way over to Iri and squatted down in front of her. You're coming with me." Iri looked at her for nearly half a minute before responding. "Huh, I'm going to take care of you from now on," the monocle-wearing girl states, picking up Iri by the arms and holding her up high. She surprisingly gave the young girl a sweet, semi-blushing smile as she says, "I'll be spoiling you from now on." "I'll repeat myself, huh," Iri said. She looked toward Izuku before saying, "Let's get you out of this dump," Seiko tells her, carrying the small child to the door. "Wait, what about my big brother and my gaming PC?" I can't leave them both behind, Eri plainly says, reaching her arms out. Seiko simply replied, I'll have someone build you a new one with near endless storage, and one that'll rarely ever drop a frame. Welp, I'm going with her big brother, Eri tells Izuku, who was still staring at the cards in utter shock. See you later. You can work out visiting hours, right? Possibly, Seiko answered. Good enough for me. Izuku was still motionless as the door to the condo closed. When a competition of any kind is had, a common discussion is how to take a loss. It makes sense because if something has a winner, that means something had to have lost, and humanity has a long record of not taking losses well. France quite literally bankrupts their entire empire to fund America's revolution just to get back at the British for a war lost a few years prior. But it's just as important to talk about how to handle a win. As humanity has an equal amount of history of not handling a win well, it's just less noticed because of the cheerful celebration and pride that surround it. An ill-handled victory can lead to the winner's downfall, from overconfidence to unreasonable contentment, and in some cases greed in taking prizes. In short, too much of anything isn't good. That involves winning. You never know what you can trigger, or better said, who you can trigger. Such philosophy was on the mind of a certain green-haired boy as he walked in the streets at night, heading toward a gas station. Breaking news. Extremely angry man attempts murder on 3 women by setting his school on fire over custody issues involving his little sister. Man is still at large. That's extremely troubling to hear, Seiko states, looking at the TV in her home. Eri, who had her usual blank face, added, especially without context. It's kinda spooky because I just turned on the TV. And that's the first thing that popped up. See, this is why I have no interest in the news. You can turn on the TV and boom, you're hit with extremely biased propaganda and this kind of news. Well, no time to worry about that, the lavender girl says, taking Eri's hand into her own and leading her deeper into her mansion of a house. Yes, the mansion of a house. The Eri have barely entered the house and the two already had 3 different discussions. There were arguments because Seiko strangely didn't want to label herself engaging in such babble with a literal child over the topic. It's been officially decided, by the pompous girl herself, that she lives in a mansion-like house. Seiko likes to think of herself as extremely humble for that declaration. It's getting late. Time to get you out of those dusty clothes and into something better for a young lady such as yourself, continued Seiko, guiding her through the halls so the little child can't get lost. As expected from a house that was basically a mansion, which was actually a mansion being passed off like a house by a girl with little sense of what being higher middle class is, the interior was gloriously decorated. The hallways were well lit by the fancy designed wall lamps, showing off the bright orange atmosphere of the wall paint and the artistically designed furniture that decorated it, giving it that lavish style you would expect from the resident of Seiko. As the two walked along a Chinese flag color palette rug, Eri noticed a strange detail about the house. They've been inside for quite some time and yet not a single noise was made that wasn't from the 2 girls. If they stopped moving right now and didn't exchange any more words between each other, the entire house would be absolutely silent. It wasn't a peaceful atmosphere, but a hollow dome. This place is so empty, Eri bluntly stated, not dancing around the issue. You live here alone. Seiko didn't look back as she quickly responded. Well, this isn't exactly the most lively household, but I'm not completely alone. Sure looks alone, the little girl says, nonchalantly looking straight at Seiko and dropping a cold question. Are you one of those rich girls who take borderline sadistic pleasure of belittling others in some sad attempt to fill in the deep emotional hole in your heart because mommy and or daddy never made time to properly care for you because they were too busy indulging themselves as 1% scum? And no, was Seiko's stammered response. It wasn't a bullseye, but it definitely got points on the dartboard. Overcoming the discomfort a toddler hit her with by clearing her throat, let me introduce you to my butler. She reclaimed her pompous attitude as she softly called out the word, gentle. At first there was nothing. Then the space in front of the lavender-haired girl began to contort before a slight shade began to emerge from the distorted air for a split second before a full-grown man popped into existence. This apparent servant stood at an inch below 6 foot tall, well-dressed top to bottom, yet it seems he has taken some liberties in his outfit to give his own distinct extravagant spin on the butler attire. With his calm white hair, walrus mustache that was quite thin for the type which meant that he must trim it often, and medium-sized beard, he gave off the aura of a true gentleman that held enough refined taste to stand next to someone of Seiko's status. I must deeply apologize, lady, for my tardiness, said the gentleman that Seiko had called gentle. He immediately gave an elegant bow to show his regrets as soon as he had spawned into existence. I was attending to a matter your father assigned to me, so it took a moment before I could respond to your call. Placing her hands on her hips, Seiko responded, at ease, gentle, there's no need to fret. I'll forgive this delay of yours only if you provide your best catering service tonight. Rightfully so. What tea will you request to go with your meal? I said the best, so I want the best you can make, no holding back. Gentle pauses for a split second before asking. I apologize, lady, but can you clarify? Are you talking about ordering from a certain menu? Yes, Seiko told him. I'm ordering from the secret menu. The white-haired gentleman lifted his head with a smile on his face. Lovely, then I shall present you with the most quality of tea. Make that for two. I won't be eating alone today, the lavender girl told her servant, taking a short sidestep to gesture toward the child she recently acclaimed. Looking down and seeing the young Eri staring back at him with her big unmoving eyes, Gentle had bent down to Eri's level and asked, My. Who may this darling child be? That's Eri, Seiko said, proudly informing his butler. She's now going to be having an extended stay here with us forever. Quickly the smile dropped from Gentle, quickly switches his view between Eri and Seiko. His face stricken shocked as he says, Miss Seiko ... Did you win her in a dark game? What, no? Quickly replied Seiko, her proud stance breaking. No, I just won the right for her to sleep at my house through a game. Loophole. Well played, I guess, lady, Gentle said, hiding his face from Seiko's side as it contorts from wondering what kind of bizarre situation she must have gotten into to come home with a child. This was already concerning enough. He couldn't imagine the heart attack that could have happened if Seiko was a guy randomly bringing home a little girl he said he won. Thankfully, it wasn't his job to ask those questions. The fine butler looked toward Eri, holding out a spotless white glove, and greeted her. It's an honor to meet you, young Eri. I'm Miss Seiko's diligent servant, Gentle. I deeply hope you enjoy your stay here. How did you get here? Was Eri's immediate response, cutting right to the point of her curiosity. Frequent banter was not going to deter her from uncovering that mystery. You snapped into existence in front of me. How did you do that? The servant looked up to his employer. His eyes seemed to be waiting for some sort of permission before he enacted his next move. Seiko nodded, stating, You can tell her. You're going to instate her into it as well. Instate, repeated Eri, questioning exactly what this pompous girl meant before she gets involved in something indelible. Knowing these rich people, they pick the most screwed up hobbies or join some super cult that's into disturbing stuff. I don't mind sticking around for the free high-class PC for when Cyberthug 7702 comes out, but I'm bailing if anything involving going to a private island pops up. Standing straight, the gentle butler removed his white gloves, saying, She was referring to my quirk. He held up his hand, showing a peculiar black circle on the back of it. As Gentle started taking a few steps back, he began to explain, It's called Summon. We don't need to bother with the details too much as it involves quantum physics. Suddenly he was cut off by Eri saying, No. What? Gentle asked. His eyes were distorted in confusion from the sudden disruption of his presentation. You were about to explain away your bullshit powers by blaming it all on quantum physics, like what movies do when they want to fudge how something abnormal happens but don't want to say it was magic. Eri told them with a straight face. It was very minuscule that you'll need a microscope to see, but there was a bit of irritation on her face. Well, I'm sick of it. Stop it. You're not smart just because you use the scientific version of God's magic fixes all. It's cheap and lazy. Either make a decent theory or be man enough to straight up say it's beyond the science and possibly magic. The butler and his employer looked at each other, with Gentle's face especially wondering where did a student get such a sassy child that can make even an egotistical tyrant king feel lowly about himself. All Seiko could do is just shrug. She only got this girl a few hours ago from another student. There has yet been enough time to know everything about this tiny bundle of mystery. Pretending like nothing happened, Gentle continued. To make a long story short, with my quirk I can be embedded to the people of my choosing as a humble servant. If they ever require my presence, all they need to do is simply speak my name and I'll arrive as soon as I can, no matter where they are. The kind gentleman walked into a random room further down the hallway without another word. Just like before, Seiko called out the name Gentle, and in response reality warped the well-groomed butler in front of her. Like so, Gentle says, giving a bow. The circle on his hand he showed earlier seemed to be glowing a beaming red as if it was melting before slowly reverting to black. Quirk, attendance. After fulfilling the requirement, which involves establishing a calling name, the user can form a contract with people of his choosing. Afterward, two circles will appear, a black summoner's circle on Gentle's body, and a white version of it on the body of the person he made a contract with. The white circle is barely visible, only really popping out when it turns blue in response to the summoning of Gentle. The black circle is always visible. When someone with a white circle calls out their assigned calling name with the intent to summon them, the circle will turn red with a slight burning sensation alarming Gentle that his presence is wanted. The longer Gentle goes without answering the call, the worse the burning sensation will get until he answers it. Current limit, 5 contracts. Current contracts, 4. Interesting, responded Eri, quite amazed but not surprised that they managed to get a servant with such a useful but submissive quirk. If she didn't know any better, she would say the person was made for this. Come now, Eri, Seiko said, taking Eri's hand again and guiding her to her room. Let's leave Gentle to prepare our dinner. We need to get ourselves ready. Walking down the streets was Momo, heavily debating if she should go through with her plan this late at night. The sun had already rested for the day. The streets were mostly uninhabited, and she was alone. The raven-haired girl hasn't even been to this part of town before. She knew where she was going and how to get there, but still, this was treading new ground she hadn't explored before. The streets weren't dirty or torn down, but it was clear to her that this part of town had residents that weren't as wealthy as the ones in her neighborhood. This is dangerous. I should turn back, thought Momo as she continued to step forward toward her destination. Why couldn't I just wait till tomorrow? It'll feel weird if I do it at this time anyway. Yeah, that's right. I can just wait till tomorrow when the sun was out to do this. No need to take such an unnecessary risk being out here like this. So I'm going to head back right now. Momo continued walking forward. Any second now I'm going to turn back. Any second now. Why am I like this? She screamed in her head, frantically shaking her head to get her mind straight. For some reason, a lot of her reasoning was fading away as soon as she decided to step outside her house. As the modest woman clutched her head to keep her sanity, she heard a familiar, alluring voice behind her. Momo, is that you? After letting out a high-pitched cheep, Momo snapped her head around to see Izuku standing behind her, wearing a green and black hoodie with a bag in his hand. Oh, it is you, Izuku stated, approaching her slowly. Momo wasn't sure if it was the atmosphere of being approached at night alone or if the effects of Izuku's shenanigans from a few days ago were still in effect, but suddenly her heart began beating rapidly as Izuku got closer to her. Oh no, not here, the modest girl thought. Her body jolted back as she held a clenched fist to her chest. Never had she felt so conflicted to both get away from but also throw herself towards someone. While she was busy having her internal conflict, Izuku had calmly walked next to her, asking, "What are you doing here?" he asked, the usual con man, slick as lube, boastful, cocky enough to try to pull off a fedora attitude in his voice that had defined his presence among the girls was gone. The rippling ocean waves that repeatedly crashed against the sturdy, exclusive walls of the Ender Queens have suddenly been calmed. It was unnaturally soothing to hear, which quickly eased some of the anxiety Momo was experiencing. Izuku took a glance at Momo's outfit before commenting, "I almost didn't recognize you with that pretty outfit on. This is the first time I've seen you outside of school and all." Momo had opted to go in a special dress that was a red skirt with a white top decorated with the drawings of many roses and some flat shoes. Beautiful and fancy as expected of her. If this was Izuku from a day ago, then he would have made a teasing comment so bad that Momo would end up speaking French again from being flustered. Instead, he just simply commented on the dress being nice. Despite the rather light compliment, a small tint of pink did still come across Momo's face. She didn't want to wear anything to stand out, but her wardrobe mixed with a bit of wishful ignorance led her to this choice. Nervously avoiding direct eye contact, Momo fiddled with her hair as she bashfully asked, "Is it too much? Was that why you spotted me so easily?" "Well, it's certainly a new look I've seen around," calmly answered Izuku, taking the initiative to sorta guiding Momo down the street with him, "but I wouldn't call it misplaced to wear here. The people in these parts aren't the richest, and many are a few bad decisions away from having to live from the slums, but we're not devoid of fashion. We're just as engaged in fashion as any designer, which is questionable, but whatever. You should see some of the styles that will trend here for a few weeks. If anything, I was more surprised that someone wore something fashionable but normal that I can with a clear conscience say it looks cute." The comment only worsened Momo's blush as she shyly scrunched up a bit but felt a bit relieved that she didn't overdress. Still wasn't the best idea to do this at night. "Enough about dresses though. You didn't answer why you were out here at this hour," questioned the green-haired boy. "That was what got my attention the most. I didn't think you'll be out in these parts, especially at night." Oh right, why she was out on this questionable walk in the first place. That question turned Momo's blush into a bright red as she answered, "I actually wanted to come see you. At your house." "At night?" Izuku asked, raising a questioning eyebrow at her. It wasn't the super flirty one he would have usually given her, but still it had a sprinkle of suggestiveness as to why his female classmate would risk herself to come to his house at night dressing so nicely. "It was only for a visit," snapped Momo quickly before he could take it in a way to tease her again. She quickly covered her mouth for a moment once she remembered it was late and shouting would make her fears and anxiety worse. Not to mention it was rude to the people trying to sleep. Calming herself, she continued, "You didn't come to school today and I haven't heard from you, so I thought I'll check up on you. ... But at night." I heavily debated it. It ate away at me for hours if I should go or not, and by the time I decided the sun was starting to go down, but before I could change my mind I was already stepping out of my house, and for some reason my legs wouldn't turn back as I kept telling myself I can make it, stopping her before she goes on an unneeded rant. Izuku raises a calming hand to tell her, "It's fine, you can stop there, I think I get it. Thank you for your concern." Momo's lips curved into a soft smile before returning to a more concerned face about what's to come. There was a queasy feeling that made her want to not go through with her full original plan, but her willpower burst past the sensation to see it through. She was visiting him for a reason and needed to ask, "So, how are you holding up?" Keeping a straight face, Izuku didn't reply for a full minute, building the tension before responding. "You mean about Eri?" Hesitantly, the head of Momo moved up and down twice to answer. "As you can see, I'm living." The boy exhaled a breath as he spoke. It's almost chilling how normal he was sounding. Not at all happy, but alive and functioning. Momo's eyes dragged away from Izuku for a moment as she pondered something, looking back at him to ask, "Why were you out at night? Please tell me you weren't doing anything unreasonable." Not answering at first, Izuku reached into the bag he was carrying, pulling out a delicious snack whose aroma immediately allured Momo. "Pork buns, I was getting them from the local gas station. Thought they might cheer me up a bit since they're amazing." He took a bite out of the bun, chewing it a bit, showing the meaty goodness inside of the bun to her and saying, "Not bad at all, they're kinda working." Oh, thank goodness. An exhale of relief came from Momo. She didn't know why, but she had an unreasonable fear that the first thing Izuku was going to do as soon as he lost Eri was go on some sort of warpath and burn down someone's house. She might be watching too many of those late-night crime detective shows that talk about murders. Still, it's almost unfathomable that he's having such a normal reaction to something like this. Izuku held out the bag of pork buns out to Momo to offer some. "You want one?" The question snapped her out of her short thoughts, slightly shaking her hands in front of her to reject it. "And no, I'm fine. They're your comfort food right now anyway. Don't worry about that. You risked a lot more than I expected you would, so I should at least thank you for that with a small gift like this. Honestly, eating just one of these things with anyone is way more comforting to me than eating 100 of these by myself. It's something I usually do with Eri, but, well, don't really have that person to do this with right now." With a hesitational delay, Momo slowly reached into the bag being offered to her and took out a dumpling. "I guess I'll take one then," she mumbled to him as she nibbled on the food and took the FL-packed meat into her mouth. She tried to mentally brush off the real reason why she gave in. "I was a tiny bit famished anyway. Honestly, I'm more concerned about how she's doing than doing anything stupid," Izuku tells her after she took his offering, putting his hands behind his head as a way to stretch. "She'll be fine," Momo swiftly assured him. "Seiko can be like getting thrown in a bush of thorny roses. Yes, that. She can also be a bit ultra-egotistical sadist that probably gets away with a lot of it because she's rich and exceedingly attractive. That as well. But she tends to keep most of those tendencies mostly towards students at school, as they're a possible challenge to her as a player with the whole treasure wars coming up and all. Some of her attitudes leak out to a lot of people. It's a bad habit of hers. You don't say. But she treats children extremely well, believe it or not. Setsuna's little sibling loves to visit her. "Huh, I did not know that," Izuku plainly said. "Who would have guessed? Good to know she's not some cultist who eats kids." "Oh, I can just eat you up," squealed Seiko, giddily pressing her hands together as she saw the nightgown she had put Eri in. A light blue nightgown designed with white birds that draped down to her ankles. No, maybe this one," the lavender girl states, quickly changing Eri into a gown that was white with blue birds on it. "Yes, marvelous. This one is definitely perfect. I look like I'm wearing some Twitter brand merchandise for an ad," Eri plainly states, looking down at herself for how she was dressed. "Might as well sell out to a big corporation while I'm at it and become rich. But then I have to shill all their crazy politics like a dog. Ugh, that'll be annoying." While Eri was thinking, she didn't notice when Seiko had changed her into a similar dress, except it was black with blue birds. "What about this one?" the pompous girl asked, pressing her fingers under her plush lip as she examined the dress in a typical art critic's eye. "You know the one where a bunch of pretentious people look at art like a banana taped to a wall and stare at it for hours, acting like they were critically analyzing the artistic vision of its design. Oh yes, the glamorous display of contrasting colors and abstract designs is absolutely stunning to view under a nocturnal view." "What in the name of Guy Fawkes are you talking about?" stated Eri. "I just look like Twitter with dark mode on." "You're right. I think we strive to even greater heights," Seiko exclaimed, stepping back to her closet to pick out a new set of clothes she wanted to try out. "Ooh, I have so many little dresses I want to see you in. You're going to look so cute." With Seiko being the only one excited about the dress-up game that was going on, a more solemn feeling Eri sighed to herself at her current situation. Why couldn't Big Brother have won that game? She sighed, already missing the person who took care of her. The only thing she had to hang on to was that high-class PC. Playing those new AAA games will make most of this worth it. I hope this doesn't take long. Gold, no. Diamonds have been struck, Seiko exclaimed as she hopped out from her closet, holding up a charming crimson nightgown. Red is definitely your color. Calmly analyzing the dress brought out, Eri commented, "That looks a bit big for me. It's only by a few centimeters, but it'll totally work for you. Children in disproportionate clothes are absolutely adorable. I thought people wearing clothes that don't fit them were looked down on. Nonsense. That only applies when they're poor or undesirable. Typical upper-class privilege. Something is always disdained till they start doing it. Grumbled Eri with contentment that can only be obtained through working in retail during the holiday season and realizing that the person who benefited from all of it the most was the owner who was sitting at home enjoying the holiday. I don't even want to know why you have a bunch of overgrown pajamas fit to be worn by kids in your closet. It's one of the world's mysteries why people who were made so powerful through capitalism indulge themselves in such grotesque activity. Then again, what should I expect from the class of people whose most pressing issue is their desperate struggle to find new interesting ways to spend their questionable wealth? You know, this makes me extremely worried about that ruffian's parenting, Seiko stated, holding the dress with a hand as she approached the child. She's been saying a lot of off things lately, and while at first it was cute, now it was quickly becoming disturbing. Disturbing was putting it lightly as well. Who hurt this girl was running through Seiko's head throughout the entire conversation. At this point of your life, you should be thinking that Santa Claus was real because you saw something on TV that said so, though that was before an actual villain took on the name and now he's considered a global terrorist. A better example would be wishing that Pokémon was real because you're not old enough to realize how horrible a world like that would actually be to live in. Being a socialist propaganda voice should not be one of those things. Like, how does your mind even contemplate such a topic? You think I'll be dumb enough to want to try socialism? Eri replied, crossing her arms over her chest and giving the monotonous look of superiority to Seiko. To the self-proclaimed god Eri, not even the rich stand a chance. Venezuela still hasn't recovered. Eri ... What do you like? What do you like? What do you go for? I mean, it seems like you hate everything, so I'm just curious. What do you want the land to be ruled by? A petrified Seiko asked. At this point it needed to be asked. What does this child think about? Eri gave a straight answer, anarchy. Seiko clapped her hands together, putting on a smile before stating, all right then, back to trying on dresses. Yes, that'll be for the best, Eri said, her face not changing one bit from the start. I still think red will look great on you, says Seiko. She held out her hand before calling out the magic word that'll summon Gentle. Arriving on time, Gentle asks, what is it, lady? Double the order of tea and arrange some therapy sessions for the little one. Really hope Eri doesn't say anything too weird. Izuku says to Momo as they approach the door to his condo, I mistakenly let her roam the internet and social media a bit too much, so sometimes she talks as if she'd unlocked the secret code of life. You should really monitor her more, scolded the raven-haired girl, standing next to Izuku as his humble home is in front of them. She's in her most developmental phase of her life, you know, don't want any negative influences getting to her. I try, but it's a bit hard when I'm technically one of them. Let's not go that far. You certainly have questionable actions, but from my short time of seeing you two, I can tell that your bond is good for each other. Gosh, this whole club president rampage of yours was all because you two didn't want to be apart. Izuku broke his stoic face to give a soft smile, rubbing the back of his head as he responded, you flatter me, I'm really not going out of my way here. It's me doing my usual thing of justifying my bold actions. I wouldn't be surprised if she sees you as a hero for that. For all my schemes, I'm still young and hopeless when it comes to school. There's only so much I'm going to be able to slip by, and pulling another one over Nezu will be a step under impossible at my current level, which is usually my kind of game, but that mouse is one of the few things that'll make me not take the gamble even if I could cheat the results. Stated Izuku, thinking back to that chess match he had as he unlocks the door to his condo. It was almost a slaughter. The only reason it was anything else was because Nezu didn't see it as anything more than swatting another fly that tried to enter the school. It was just this time the fly acknowledged its position in the universe and uses that to slip by the cracks created contentment. Momo gave him a taunting side-eye for this rare moment of his. She wasn't sure if he was being humble or truthful, but her intuition was telling her that despite Everest Mountain difficulty it would be, he could climb it. You'll find a way, was all Momo said to him. If it's not your way, you'll usually make it your way. Hey, snapped Izuku. You make me sound like some middle-aged woman who'll run straight to the manager as soon as things don't go my way. No, not exactly. I'm simply saying you're quite stubborn to deter once you set your mind on something. Guess you're not wrong, but it's not all me. That's just me being the face of the operation taking effect. I've gotten this far in my life only through the amount of people who have supported me to push forward, no matter how small it was. Like you. As Izuku spoke, he opened the door. Stepping in with him, Momo commented, I haven't done much for you, have I? That's what you think. There were about 4 different forms I needed to fill out for school that I never knew about. If you didn't help me out with it, I could have ran into a couple of problems later down the road. I don't consider that much, it's nothing but pure courtesy, said Momo, bashfully turning away. After having a quick moment to herself, she took a bold step toward Izuku with an intentful eye. Her mind was filled with vivid thoughts as her pillowy lips moved to say, if you want me to really do something for you, maybe I can. Oh hey, you're finally back, called out Setsuna was casually sitting on the couch. holding up a welcoming hand to the duo. And you managed to snag Momo along the way, or did she latch onto you back to your den? Aya, shrieked Momo, quickly jerking her body away from Izuku. Her body was shaking as she tried to hide all her unknown intentions like a child trying to hide his DS after playing it past their bedtime. A mix of utter shock, deep horror, huge embarrassment, and a pinch of disappointment all came together in a deadly combination that was plastered across the raven-haired girl's face as she stammered, Setsuna. Yo, Izuku stepped out in front of Momo, walking over to Setsuna to hand her a bun and a drink. Imago, take off my jacket, Izuku told the girls before leaving the room to his two clubmates. As soon as the hair of the Emerald Boy was gone, Momo turned to Setsuna to continue, WWH, what are you doing here? The silver-tongued greenette sat up straight, stretching her arms to crack her cramped bones as she replied, I told you before leaving school that I was going to go someplace I probably shouldn't. This is it. I thought you meant. Never mind, this just wasn't what I was expecting. For me, I say this is expected. The real abnormality here is you, stated Setsuna, walking over to the modest girl and poking her chest. You didn't mention anything about visiting all emerald, smart, and deceitful. In fact, I remember a certain lady proclaiming that she was heading straight home. Momo swiftly averted her eyes from her classmate. Well, I did go straight home. Replied Setsuna, who had a smirk filled with enough smugness to make nobles gasp. Now you're here. Because I got worried and changed my mind. He's our clubmate. It's only natural that I'll check up on him after what Seiko did. Sounds like a booty call. Though since you went out to find him, I guess you can call it a booty hunt. Red flashed over Momo's pale face as she exclaimed, no, I would never. Geez, Momo, with how timid you can be, I assumed you'll be someone who'll lay themselves out on a platter waiting for someone to take the bait, Setsuna told her, taking a bite out of the meat bun given to her. Never took you as a woman, one who likes hunting for her meat. Though Izuku did just lose the most important woman in his life. With Eri gone, it was open season for you to slide right into the vacant seat like a famished Mainator. That's not true, gasped Momo, balling up her fists to swing up and down in front of herself from everything the devious greenette was doing. The raven-haired girl's voice was becoming more ghastly at Setsuna's accusations, which at the moment will remain accusations. Give it a few chapters for it to be confirmed. I don't get why you're reacting this way, Setsuna said, shrugging at her classmates' embarrassment at the possible truth being told. There's nothing bad about some late snacking. Guess I should apologize for interrupting by being here. Tomato-faced Momo brought her hands over her face to hide, muttering something in French as she rapidly shook her head to deny the charges. It was a lot quicker getting her to speak surrender this time, thought Setsuna, noticing how in a few short days her clubmate was acting differently. She must really be hooked on his line. This is the first I've seen it happen this far this quickly. It's quite fun, not having her fill of torment. Setsuna leaned in real quick to Momo's ear to whisper, you know, Izuku said he was taking off his jacket. There's a good chance he's changing clothes as well. If you go in now, you can catch him midway. Maybe then you can pounce. All Setsuna received was a muffled scream from Momo, trying to scold her for her vulgar language and even more wild insinuations. That didn't mean there was a microscopic devil in the back of her mind that echoed the words, although. Right then Izuku reappeared in the room, in a moderate change of clothes. He greeted them, I'm back. Crap, you missed your chance. Darn, I missed my chance, thought Momo. It took her a moment for her to realize what she just thought. Wait a minute. That wasn't my idea. The modest girl snapped her head towards Setsuna's smug, sharp-toothed face, who was trying to look innocent from her trying to provoke something lewd. Pouting, Momo stared daggers into the greenette for attempting to turn her silver-tongued whispers into cognitive thoughts. Setsuna was lucky that their attention was drawn by Izuku again before she could get a dictionary stack of scolding. I heard Uri's name being said. Were you two talking about her? Izuku asked his guest. He didn't look mad, but still, his confident smile was gone. While Momo stumbled for a reply, Setsuns quickly interjected, we were just wondering where you found Eri. With all that's going on because of you two, it's intriguing to know how you met the little one. An eerie silence befell the room. You don't have to answer if you don't want to, Momo chimed in, not wanting to upset Izuku. How he didn't have an immediate answer was chilling. The greenette had slowly placed a hand over the midsection of his torso. The girl's question might have brought up troublesome memories. There, mostly Momo's, concern was waved off by Izuku stating, oh no, I don't mind sharing a quick overview. It was an exhilarating tale to relive. Once they were all seated, with a nice brew of tea made for them by Momo herself, Izuku started to explain Uri's and his story, or at least, a condensed version of it. You should know that me and Uri are not blood related. Oh god, commented Setsuna, that's going to lead to some complications later on, I can sense it. Momo nudged Setsuna's arm with her elbow before saying, that would explain a lot. I'm also guessing you don't have actual legal custody of her, because if you did, Seiko would have never been able to take Uri the way she did. Nodding, Izuku replied, I guess what you can call our relationship, in terms of living situation, as a sort of rescue operation. Rescue, repeated Momo, tilting her head. Did she lose her parents in an accident or something? Izuku shrugged. That I'm unclear of. The status of her birth parents are still a mystery. All I know is that when I met her, she was with the Yakuza. The Yakuza? Yeah, I know. The leader there was apparently her caretaker. But there should be a huge ass asterisk next to that word because the guy only cared for using Eri for the cheats her quirk can create. I'm sure you girls can somewhat relate to that. Momo nodded. She had gone to school with security for a good portion of her young life to make sure no one weird tried to take advantage of her young ignorance to get her into any deals. Many people tried to get her to sign some kind of contract because her quirk could be so useful. Even outside of school or when she got older, she still had someone who escorted her around to make sure nothing happened to her. It did decrease as time moved on and she became a responsible adult who can look after herself. Her father even mentioned an occasion when an uncle supposedly tried using her to pay off his gambling debt. Setsuna didn't react. Izuku continued telling the story. Why I was involved with the Yakuza is for another day, but long story short, freeing her became a top priority despite how last minute it was. How did you do it? Asked Setsuna, raising a curious brow. I'm assuming through a game of some kind, but they are quite. The devious Greenette took a short pause, giving a quick glance to Momo before mumbling to herself, what's a nice way to put it since the Vestal is here? Cutthroat. The Yakuza is quite cutthroat with their deals. What does Vestal mean? Questioned Momo. Setsuna quickly responded. A nun, basically a virgin. Hey, Izuku promptly stated. It was one of the most deadly dark games I've played. You played a dark game? With a Yakuza boss? Exclaimed Momo, shocked at hearing the words leave his mouth. She knew Izuku has probably done a lot of unsavory things because of his supposed background, but still just hearing the term dark game with the word Yakuza brought a frightened shiver down her spine. She did get a slight feeling of excitement when she thought about if he's alive today. That meant he won against the odds. Right, just to save a child from an abusive Yakuza boss guardian. Izuku said in his defense, taking a sip of the tea made for him, honestly I thought I was going to die, probably should've. Oh well, point is, I managed to get Eri her freedom and we've been together ever since. Well, that's a sweet little tale, commented Setsuna, the palm of her hands pressing against her face. That would explain you two's refusal to be apart from the other. Even just for school, added Momo. She grabbed the bottom of her chin as she pondered. It won't be healthy for Eri's mental state either. That's it. I'll be having a talk with Seiko when I return home. She has to return Eri. Setsuna shrugged her shoulders saying, yeah, guess I'll go as well. You need someone with the charisma to actually convince the Stonewall Princess of anything. You girls don't need to do that, Izuku says, holding up a hand. In fact, I'm politely asking you not to do anything. Surprised, the girls looked at each other with a bewildered look before turning back to Izuku. But Izuku, Seiko is pretty stubborn. I don't think she'll. No, Izuku sternly stated, interrupting the girls' attempt to help. He gave them a stare with his furrowed brow that froze them. Despite this, Setsuna was nearly unfazed as she witnessed Izuku's serious nature before when she put on the facade of taking Eri away. Strangely, this occasion didn't strike her as hard as the first time she witnessed it. Things can become less impressive after the first viewing. And this silver-tongued gal's eyes were obviously the most dirtied out of all the members of the club. Momo, on the other hand, Izuku's glare maybe, very possible, not confirmed yet, but there's a chance, may have dampened her a bit. Taking a deep breath, Izuku tells them, sorry for raising my voice, but this is something I'm going to need to do my way. Let's be honest, if you convince her to just give me Eri back, we're going to be back to where this all started with nothing changing at all. Hell, that might even make her hate me more, which will be annoying to deal with for however long I'm here. If I'm going to get Eri back, I'm going to have to do it in the way Seiko will respect the most, in a game. The door to the Ender Queen's club room suddenly burst open. Seiko, a booming voice echoed in the room. The pompous girl was seated at her favorite seat at the table. With no care in the world, Seiko was calmly sipping her morning tea, enjoying its fine flavor, the gorgeous view she got from the window, and the taste of salt in the air from someone who's still mad at his loss to her. A perfect combination of components to create a sense of serenity that could barely ever be achieved for the Lavender Girl. Seiko was truly treating herself. Good morrow, rat, greeted the Lavender Girl, not looking up from the magazine she was reading. She was looking at a catalog about fun sibling bonding exercises. How did you sleep last night? Because I slept great since I had a cute little guest in my bed. A scowl came across Izuku's face as he said, oh, you didn't. Returning his glare with a smug smile, Seiko replied, I cuddled her like a teddy bear. You sick beach. Mild words, but coming from a defeated god it's nothing but enraged bark, Seiko told him, taking another sip from her cup before setting it down. This isn't the first and definitely not going to be the last that I'll experience this from someone like you. Where is she? At home where she can be taken care of and watched over properly. Sitting on the bed, Eri stared blankly at the little red-haired girl dressed in a maid outfit in front of her. I'm not sure what to question, Eri commented. The fact that the rich can have someone my age working as basically a slave, or that they left you to entertain me. The short-stack redhead immediately piped up a response. Hey, I'm not a child. How could have fooled me? This girl, I'm already self-conscious about my height and she dug into it so quickly, thought the red-haired maid, hunching over a bit with a depressed mumble. I'm legally allowed to drink. Also, my name is La Brava and I'm not a slave. I'm a willful person working as a maid because the pay is decent. Surprisingly, Eri turned her head away to stare at the wall. A bleak shade drew over the little girl's face. Her mouth scribbled into a weird pout and she muttered, disappointing. Why are you depressed about that? 'Cause now it'll be less fun, Eri stated, slouching her head onto her two palms. The shenanigans we could have gotten into would almost be as fun as playing a game. Now I'm just going to be bored with a midget. It's like eating an Oreo without the cream. It becomes pointless because you took all the fun out of it. Might as well eat a regular cracker at that point if you're going to give me something plain and cut to the chase. Gentle did warn La Brava of Eri's unique way of thinking for her age. La Brava raised her hand to say, first off, hurtful. Second, don't be bored. That's why I'm here. Really, I just thought they left you here to make sure I didn't burn down the house. That as well. Miss Seiko and dear Gentle are still slightly disturbed about the whole anarchy part, but that wasn't the only reason I'm here. What are the other reasons? While Gentle is out gathering and building the parts for your PC, in his infinite wisdom, he trusts me with the task to watch over you and play games to keep you entertained till he's finished. That doesn't sound bad, Eri mumbled, getting down from the bed onto her feet. La Brava smiled, thinking she finally had gotten to some soft spot with the child. Giving a bright closed-eye smile, she asked, right, so what game do you want to play? There was no answer. Slowly opening her eyes, La Brava repeated her question. Eri, what game did you sweet beans paste? Shock quickly filled the short stack when she saw the small child in front of her was gone without a trace. She frantically looked around and quickly saw a tiny tailing of Eri's clothing moving through the halls before making a turn. La Brava rushed so badly to chase after her that she tripped and had to quickly pick herself back up. In a desperate attempt, La Brava called out, Eri, wait. You didn't state if we were playing tag or hide and seek. It's essential so I can understand how I'm supposed to come after you. When she didn't get an answer, La Brava also shouted down, because when you're running, I'll disappoint both Miss Seiko and my Gentle if you got hurt under my watch. Where she should be, continued Seiko, safe. I want a rematch, demanded Izuku, walking toward her. Sorry, people say I'm overly prideful, but my hubris isn't big enough to unnecessarily bet the club president position after winning it. Especially from a slimy cheat like yourself. I made it clear to the students of this school of my victory so they know that no one can just step in here as if we're a bunch of pushovers. Secured that my club will have the leader it deserves and kept my club's integrity. There's no reason to push any further right now. I can't get rid of you, but I can definitely prevent you from doing anything harmful to us. So at this point, I might as well acquire some fries to eat with my tea while I listen to your rant. I don't enjoy my tea being too bitter. F the club president position, shouted Izuku, as he stepped right next to the still-sitting Seiko. I want Eri back. No, why? Because I'm not dumb enough to let you steal what I've rightfully taken from you. Hey, I was the one who took her in first from the horrible home she was in, so you're the one trying to steal what I've rightfully saved from someone else. I guess that's the one thing I can thank your rat nature for. You managed to bring such a delicate, sweet little girl to a position where I can take her in. Now she can always be surrounded by people who will always be responsible with her. Oh God, I lost her, La Brava shouted, pulling at her twin tails when she couldn't even find a hint of where Eri ran off to. She resorted to the classic trick of blinding running, calling out her name. She may be a little rough, probably from too much influence from you, but she's still a fine young lady, continued Seiko. I'm not going to send her back. That'll be inhuman, and I tend to keep such tendencies away from children. You have no idea what you're doing with her, Izuku told her, clenching one of his fists. He knew Seiko wanted to see him mad and do something that might get him expelled. Since the lavender girl, Izuku wouldn't bet his attendance at the school in a game. As Seiko went to take another sip of tea, she replied, You can stop trying. You're nothing to me, and at the moment there's nothing you have that I can want. Izuku took the teacup out of Seiko's hand and tossed it out the window. The fruits of reveling in victory can be blissful. Unfortunately, there's a reason why humans can only stay in heaven if they're dead. That was special, exclaimed Seiko. She slammed her hands against the table as she stood up. You pushed your luck. That was the last straw. Meanwhile, on the sideline of the room, Momo and Setsuna were watching. They had a very different idea of how this was going to go down. You want a rematch? You got it, exclaimed the pompous girl. No one disrespects the tea, but if you lose this time, you're going to be a part of my house servant. Really? A house servant? That's the worst you got. Izuku replied, surprised she didn't go straight for he must move out options or something that'll make sure he was out of her sight forever. Seiko brushed a bit of her hair back as she crossed her arms, saying, getting rid of you would be too easy and abrupt for your crimes. But if you're under my services with 0 opposing contracts, then I can properly give you the prolonged hell you deserve. The things I can do to you: put you in a maid's outfit, make you clean my boots every day, the works. The cherry on top will be that the job is higher paying than any scam you cooked up in the last couple of years. The thing that humiliates you the most is what's giving you financial stability to be nearly middle class. It's ingenious. A bit kinky with the maid outfit, but okay, commented Izuku. A small blush came over Seiko's face. Shut up. We'll play this weekend. Fine. I'm home, Seiko announced after getting back home. A small smile appeared on her face when she saw Eri seemingly diddling in some craft involving ribbons right next to a physically exhausted La Brava. Upon her master's arrival, La Brava immediately jumped to her feet saying, "Ah, you're back. Welcome home. Sorry for looking unsightly, I was just..." "It's fine, dear La Brava," Seiko assured her servant, putting her bags down and going over to them. "How was little Eri? Did you two have fun?" The eyes of the short stack grew wide as it slid to the side to look at the small girl who was still calming tinkering with whatever she was doing. She had no idea, as by the time she started, she was so tired and thankful that nothing bad happened that she stopped noticing. As long as Eri was in one spot she can watch her in. That girl can do whatever she wants, but how can that be explained to Seiko? Snapping her eyes back to the lavender girl, La Brava told her, "Yes, we had a lot of fun, that's why I'm a bit tuckered out." "That's good to hear," responded Seiko as the smile she had grown brighter. La Brava let out a sigh of relief that she was believed. Things could have gone back if she was probed further or if Eri had contradicted her statement. She doesn't know what got her to suddenly sit still, but it was like a switch that Eri became docile. Eri knew though, because it was when she entered a room looking for something and of all people, she ran into Gentle trying to put together the PC with some difficulty. "Are you having fun?" Gentle had asked her, seemingly not disturbed at her arrival. Eri shrugged, replying, "A bit. Are you looking for something?" "Nothing in particular. You moved like you were in search of something." Finding a place to hide from La Brava. "I want someplace she won't think of looking." "Ah, well that's fine. You can stay here if you want. Just try not to cause a ruckus. Putting together your device is harder than anticipated, but I won't be deterred." "I'm fine. I should probably keep moving anyways to make it harder for her." "Ah, then be safe. Lady Seiko would be quite sad if you got hurt." "I can bet but not care." "I can understand why. Either way, I'm glad you're here. I haven't seen Lady Seiko this happy in quite a while. I even made a special brew for her to take and make at school this morning." Still find that creepy that taking someone my age from their beloved caretaker can give that much joy to someone. It has less to do with that. Seiko has her own personal reasons for it. A big one is just having someone else live here. Her servants can't satisfy her. Me and La Brava are quite close to Lady Seiko, but we are employees hired by her father, not her. We do frequently need to leave her side to attend our duties. Seiko was unable to have friends when she was little, and the few she did have were more business acquaintances than actual friends. The only real exception of a longtime friend, Miss Momo, can only cover so much of our absence. Eri paused for a moment before saying, "And that's my problem." "How?" "I saw a story but nothing that I can care about." Gentle snickered a bit. "I think I'm finally finding some charm in that bluntness of yours." Eri didn't reply. "I'll cut right to the point then," Gentle said. "I'm guessing your caretaker, Izuku was his name, right? Hearing how Lady Seiko talks about him, I'm guessing there's a chance he might find a way to get you back. That club of hers is deeply important to her, and Lady Seiko shows some of the bad traits from her parents when she feels it's threatened. So may I ask that for the short time you might be here, can you give Lady Seiko a chance?" "I'm going to go get change," Seiko says, beginning to walk to her room. She was quickly stopped when Eri stopped out in front of her. The little girl sighed before holding up a red ribbon with a button sewed in the middle. "Here," the young girl says. Seiko was petrified before letting out an extremely girlish scream before pulling the little girl up to cuddle her, much to Eri's annoyance. This is why she doesn't play nice, especially with the 1%. A few days later, the day of the match came in a flash where they met during the late evening. Gathered in the club room were 4 members, and the grand prize Eri. "I'm taking Eri home," Izuku firmly states, taking a quick look at his watch before stating, "She feels the more comfortable with me." "We'll see," Seiko replied, taking out a deck of cards. "I've taken the liberty to choose a game you're sure to agree with. It's similar to the one we played last time, except it's first to 19. You can have your desperate advantages. I'm still going to crush you in anything you try to pull from your sleeve. No tricks," Izuku remarked, taking off the watch and putting it in his pocket. As he sat at the table, he took a quick look at his watch before stating, "Just me and you." The pompous girl scoffed. She arranged the collar of her school uniform and readjusted the ribbon Eri made for her. "Let's settle this once and for all. I will defeat you, then you shall know that." An hour later. Game over. Score 9-10. Winner Izuku. I lost, mumbled an utterly shocked Seiko. Momo was breathing heavily as if her heart was about to burst out her heart, stating, "That was too close." Setsuna, who had been enjoying a bowl of popcorn, added on, "And that took an hour." Felt a lot shorter than that. Izuku had moved to pick Eri up, but the small girl had rushed to jump into his arms. "Welcome back," the greenet told his younger sister, petting her head. He would turn to Seiko before announcing, "I'm taking her home." "I can't believe I lost," stated Seiko once again. She was left in a similar position she left Izuku a few days prior, staring at the board of her defeat, off in her own little world. "How could I let it come to this? Don't you dare dirty our family name by losing to trash. You weren't elevated up to lose to those below you. I let everyone down." Her arms began trembling. "I should never lose. Sloppy. Against an opponent like this you could have finished off the game 3 turns sooner. All right then, back to the room with you. Maybe a bit more time there will smooth out your rough edges." The eyes of the Seiko looked like they were about to well up. "You should always be aiming for the top. I didn't raise someone who was just going to be average." Aye. Wrong. Are you even trying? It's like you want to be just the alpha version of your sister. Or maybe it's my fault. Should have picked the other one when I had the chance. That damn beach must have seen this coming and gotten the slip on me. Her last few words were spoken silently. "I am a failure." "Quite the opposite," Izuku told her, catching Seiko's attention. He had gotten up, carrying Eri in his arms as he passed by her. "For all my lies and deceptiveness, you were the first person in a long while that I had to push myself so hard to get a win. I don't really appreciate your attitude or much of you in general. I kinda really don't like you, with few things preventing that feeling from going to borderline hate. If it wasn't for the fact you're undeniably beautiful enough to be an enchantress, to me at least, I would say there's nothing enjoyable about being around you." Seiko blinked blankly at this. She wasn't sure if she was being roasted or complimented. It was a strange mix of both that didn't disturb her more than she was always, like cool clear water that can enter her system without trouble. Izuku continued, "But if there's one thing I can't deny, besides how ungodly attractive you are strictly physically wise, is that you're talented beyond belief. If I'm being honest, I was dreading a rematch with you because of how hard I'll have to try. I can see why you were so ironcladded on the position. You worked hard to get it and deserve it. Honestly, I can never understand how such a wonderful young ball of marshmallow like yourself can survive with a guy like that. It's only because of my big brother that I survived. He knows what to do and say to make me feel happy. Serenity. Clear water that brings serenity." Taking a note out of Momo's book, Seiko looked away from Izuku and his olive branch, brushing her hair straight. A small streak of pink went across her face as she mumbled, "I wasn't talking to you, you know." "Yeah, I know," Izuku replied, smiling as he began to walk off, "which is why me and my sister are heading home to get some rest. See you on Monday." "Wait," Seiko called out. She signed to herself as she stood up to face him. She announced, "I just wanted to let you know that I'm expecting to see you and Eri first thing in the morning on Monday for the club meeting. No excuses this time." The siblings shared a look before Eri asked, "Can I still keep the PC you built for me?" "I'll have Gentle send it over," Seiko said, rolling her eyes. Izuku then replied, "We'll do our best." And with that they were gone. "That was very nice of you," Momo said to her friend, approaching her. Setsuna was following behind, stating, "Honestly, I was expecting some kind of meltdown leading to a I'm going to blow up the planet because I'm mad I lost this type of reaction. Then again, with that bashful nature I just witnessed, maybe Momo isn't the one smitten with the new guy." Shut up," Seiko exclaimed to her clubmate. "That may speak a bit too much nonsense at times, and don't think you're off the hook yet. I still got my eye on you." Momo added in, "Stop saying stuff like that. It's untruthful and could lead to misunderstandings." Turning away from her fuming clubmates, Setsuna gave a smug shrug. Seiko crosses her arms with a scowl as she states, "He's just lucky that right now me doing this will not affect the club, as our reputation will be maintained since I still come out of this as club president. Besides, I'm doing it for Eri. Since I can't have her, I'm going to make it so that at least I can reliably watch over her, which in this case involves changing a rule." "Are you sure you're ready for that?" Momo asked. "We might need something like that later." Seiko nodded. "I think we reached a point where we no longer need it. We just got to make sure we don't make that part public. I think we're good on that front." "Izuku isn't someone that gossip even when he has a chance to," assured Momo. "Like, I'll believe that. That guy is still a rat, just a smart one. I know he's up to no good." Outside of the school, Izuku and Eri had finally walked off the school's premises and down the street. Izuku waited until the school was completely out of sight before asking Eri, "Did you get it?" "Yup," answered Eri. To everyone who was there in that clubroom, all they would witness was the coming to a head match between feuding factions where it ended with the club somewhat getting along. But little would any of them know that the events that transpired there have been purposely formulated to happen long beforehand. Depending on one's definition, the later statement can mean a variety of time. To make things simple for the simple-minded, let's say that the complete planning happened on the day Setsuna made the deal with Izuku. More precisely, the night when they went home. Guess that person was right about that Setsuna girl. I knew there was some argument, but she seemed to be raring to sell out her team. Thought it'll be harder to get her to do so, Eri said, as Izuku cleared the table and got out the materials for the night. He said, predators and especially snakes love to strike at things they think they can easily take on as prey. I was honestly expecting this to occur later, but with this whole club rules and club president wrench thrown in the cog, it's a welcome surprise, especially since she gave us so much useful information. Remember to call Momo later on to set up your match. We can keep to the first part of Setsuna's plan. She seems like the person who will give us a bone at the beginning to get us in a false sense of security. That's fine, that'll save us some time planning. We don't need to spend too long planning on how to deal with Setsuna. We're going to have to fly on the edge of our seats for her. No doubt she could betray us, but as long as I can see it coming, I can mentally prepare myself for what she might pull. Her abilities and misleading antics are amazing for the alluring trickster. But I'm better at playing the game. Then shall we get started on the main objective? Yes, this situation may have sped up a golden opportunity. What's going to take up most of our brain power is finding a way to get what we need from Seiko's house. Outstanding performance as usual, Izuku complimented, holding out his hand. Can I please have it? Eri dug her hand deep into her hair, pulling out a flash drive that seemed to be tied still with hair. I'll think about what you said, Eri stated, leaving the room where she spoke to Gentle. She wandered around the house for a few hours, keeping track of all the rooms and any possible security. Finally, she found the room she was looking for, but instead of going in, she just made a mental note of where this room was and what she might need, then turned around and went to find La Brava, thinking, I have a few days to get this done, I don't need to rush it. After untying it, she placed it in her older brother's palm. It was hard hiding it. Seiko was obsessed with dressing me up, so I couldn't make a proper pocket to hide it, and I obviously couldn't put it in a bag to not look suspicious. Thankfully, she only brushes my hair once in the morning and night. All I had to do was hide it somewhere in her house until today, and sneak it in after they finished doing my hair. I waited until a few minutes before we left just in case they wanted to do a last-minute brushing. As Izuku pocketed the flash drive, he petted Eri's little head with a wide smile. You're real reliable, you know that. I always am. Good point. Sorry about putting you in the field like that. It's fine, I know you hate it anyway. At least you told me of the possibility ahead of time so I could agree to it. A 50-50 chance, Eri had said in response to something Izuku had told her. Maybe 50-50 isn't accurate, Izuku stated, but basically there's a chance you might have to get it from Seiko's house yourself. It really depends on if I win or lose, and I'm going to be honest. I'm using a really simple trick on her. Please let her be too stupid to notice. I don't mind doing it if I lose, but I really don't want to have to spend days with that girl. I'll probably just come out hating her more. Don't be like that. I promise if it comes to that, I'll treat you to something amazing after to make up for it. Now, let's start building it. We got a lot to prepare. That's a mind pleaser, Izuku replied. Good timing as well, because I have a long night of work ahead of me. In their condo, Izuku held up the flash drive before stating, this is where my game begins. After hours of tiring work, Izuku was still running like a machine. With the exception of battling against Nezu for a spot in the school, he never looked more determined and dedicated to a task before. At this point, Eri was practically napping on her big brother's lap as he worked. Eri, Izuku called out to her. If you're tired, you should lay in bed and sleep properly. I'm going to be up for a few more hours. This may also be bad for your back later. No, replied a rebellious Eri, nuzzling her dreary head against his chest to make her comfortable in defiance. I had to spend such a long time without seeing you or properly contacting you. I need this. The greenet lowered one of his arms to pet Eri's head, not looking up from the screen but sincerely saying, all right, you little bugger, you can stay. Just don't whine in the morning if your back hurts. I'm still going to. You agreed to let me unnecessarily complain about stuff. You know, on the night you saved me. You're not planning to turn back on that now, are you? Of course not. I promised I was going to spoil you, and I intend on keeping it. Haha, yes, obey your god, Eri said, keeping her monotonous expression. Entertain me forever. Don't push your luck. You're filled with divine adorableness, but even God needed a day of rest. I just hope I keep a fine line between being kiddish spoiled and spoiled rotten. Thankfully, your random hate of rich people makes that a lot easier. Though I might feel guilty if you grow up to be an envious person. That reminds me, Yandere, her little hands going over to cover her mouth. Do you feel a bit guilty about how we tricked the girls tonight? You mean how that ribbon you made for Seiko that she wore during our match had a sensing device in the button that telegraphed Seiko's heart to my watch, where I was able to tell how fast her heart was beating by feeling how rapidly the hands of my watch were spinning in my pocket, making it easier to predict her moves by allowing me to be able to tell when she's about to play her important card because her heartbeat usually significantly rises. No F Seiko, in every way possible. When did you care for the 1%? I meant the girls in general. Pretty sure we convinced them that they experienced some climatic bloodbath battle between two powerhouses, not to mention everything we did before. Hello, look at this Eri, Izuku says, holding out a paper from the pile of notes that were made from the information they got from Setsuna. It wasn't supposed to be a main topic in the pile, but a simple post-it note, but this duo was about to turn that post-it note into an essay. He goes over to his computer to check something. What is it, Izuku? Turns out Saiko is the middle child of her family. Her mom and dad had a nasty divorce, and it seems they came to some messed up conclusion of split custody of the kids, probably through a game. The oldest was able to duck out of most of this crap due to her age. Saiko got dad for what seems like because her quirk had the most potential, and mom got the youngest. Separated family, huh? They probably haven't seen each other for a couple of years, Izuku thought, rubbing his chin. Let's see if there's a hole to fill. Oh, then yeah, not really a lot I can feel guilty over, Izuku answered. I'm more happy we got everything in just the right way that I wanted it to be. Did we yawn really? Besides the information, what else did we get? Eri asked. Her eyelids felt so very heavy. Well, of course you can now be in the clubroom since Saiko changed the room and I don't have to be club president. Honestly, I didn't want to be president anyways. I would have given up the position as soon as I changed the rules and fulfilled my agreement to Setsuna. The downside if I did become it is Saiko would be having a fit about it for possibly months, which might cause her to try to reverse my rule change, and it'll bring way too much attention to me. The way things are right now, Saiko is happy in her position. Her bragging to the school of her first victory against me will take off some of the heat on me about barging into the club, and I'm in the good graces of most of the clubmates. At this point, my only concern is how Setsuna will take this. Oh, neat, commented Eri. Her drowsiness was now making her barely conscious. The girls will be fine either way, Izuku told her, picking up a paper that they've been writing on for the last couple of hours. So far, I've barely done anything to them that'll leave a long-term effect. So what if I cheated in all our games? I needed to get something from them. As long as I don't do anything that'll make them miss me for more than a month if I disappeared, I'm good. Still, thought it would be more fun too. See how things would have gone if you made a strategy that involved you actually playing against them. If I did, the odds would be in their favor, but I'll still have a decent chance to win. Saiko would have definitely been the worst one to deal against, with Momo as a respectable second. As the young girl slowly drifted off into a deep sleep, she muttered, it would have been fun. To watch. Ari. Izuku softly pets her head again. The usually devilish smile he had on was gone again. Except this time it wasn't some depressed expression but just a regular look as he worked. He mumbles to himself, I'm sure you would probably smile if you saw me having fun playing an honest game. Maybe another day I can find some way to make it look as such, but after spending the last few days acting, I'm pretty burnt out. If only there was a way to make it authentic so I can make it happen sooner. Sadly, the ability to actually enjoy playing a game has long since been gone. What is wrong with all of you? Please don't make me do it. Where's your humanity? That was robbed of me. Being so casuist is the only way I can even get through a game. Oh well, I didn't come here for games. Izuku printed out a stack of papers, making sure to not wake Eri as he went to grab it. Looking at the papers, he couldn't help but have a true-to-self, genuine smile as he looked on the page. On the front cover it was a list of printed names. Nana Shimura, Tenko Shimura, Sorahiko Torino, Kashinori Yagi, Bakugo, Hisashi Midoriya. Found you, knew you would still be kicking. The question now is where, Izuku said to himself. He thanked everyone, including Seiko's existence and her a whole of a father, for leading him to this breadcrumb. There was more he had to do, but this was a start. His hand was shaking a bit from a bundle of rage that was building in his body as he stared at the last name of the list. Either way, can't wait till we meet again. I haven't forgotten what you did to me. A major key in winning any game is understanding the rules and being able to comprehend all the numbers of the game. If one doesn't know the rules, how can they properly take strategic moves and plan ahead? Or in the case of our green-haired mastermind, how can they cheat the rules? It's those who have mastery knowledge over these components that can control the game to their favor with the right tweaks. Recently, this concept has been explored with a certain group of girls. In the room of the Ender Queens, the trio was head high in work. It was mostly Saiko and Momo's efforts pulling the wagon forward. Setsuna was half-heartedly assisting them, delegating most of her effort in transporting documents and organization. Regardless, they were moving like a well-oiled machine. The only reason their professional sphere of productive silence was broken was because the blue-haired elitist let out an extremely aggravated groan, prompting Momo to ask, "What's the matter, Saiko?" "I can't believe that guy," grumbled the moody, pompous girl. "The nerve to not show up." Who? The ponytail girl questioned since Seiko didn't answer her first. She's talking about Izuku, Setsuna explained, moving another stack of papers. Another outburst emerged from Seiko. That man caused all this ruckus to get into the club, attempted to dethrone me as club president, came pretty damn close to it, Setsuna snarkily stated, sporting a sharp toothy grin. Shut up. Just saying. If that second match had the position on the line, we would have been under new leadership. That is unless he decides to take pity on you from seeing you almost CR. I said to hold your tongue. That's not the point I'm making, interrupted Seiko, her cheek flashing red before she quickly gets the subject back on the track she desired. After everything he put us through, that rat thinks he can miss our next club meeting and leave us with all the work. Oh, the nerve. Just wait till he comes back, I'm going to show him. Slight relief filled Momo knowing it was just about another one of Seiko's melodramatic moments. After last week I can do without any club drama, Momo thought. She turned to Seiko before saying, I don't approve on missing meetings either, but in his defense, it's not as though he had anything incentive to come in to help. We haven't assigned him any task or even a position where he needs to monitor anything. What would you have him do? Seiko scoffed. Something to help contribute. Even a monkey can relieve some workload if you direct it enough. Maybe we should invest in some shock collars. Smirking, Setsuna commented, kinky. Don't you start. The short exchange got Momo to giggle. The kind girl failed to hide it. And what are you laughing at? Seiko asked, her face blushing pin from hearing her longtime friend chuckle. Nothing, Momo told her, calming herself down as her mind drifted to another topic. Though, I do feel like I'm forgetting something. Seiko slanted her eye before saying, please tell me it has nothing to do with the work we're currently doing. We already wasted a lot of time to get this done since we were distracted last week. No, thankfully it's not that. We're already a bit behind since we were so distracted last week, Momo told her, pressing a finger against her forehead as she pondered over what was probing at her mind. She stared at the plaque on the wall of the Ender Queen's emblem, the glorious quad-pointed golden crown. It's just, feels like I'm missing something. If it's not related to what we're doing right now, then you can wait to think about it later, Seiko told her friend, going back to chipping away at her own share of the work. We got work to do. We should be done by the afternoon anyways, Setsuna stated, cracking her knuckles. Don't know why pretty Miss Lavender here is so upset over it. It's always been us three when it comes to managing the important club matters. Him being here won't change much. If anything, it'll just be him and his sister lounging around. And that's my job. It'll make more sense for him to stay home and do him. Seiko scoffed. I can only imagine what that man is getting himself into. I've analyzed all the data, stated Izuku. A wide grin appeared on his face. He was staring longingly in front of him, keeping his eye on the prize. You have? Questioned his partner in crime. Then we're set to carry out the plan. Yeah, our goal is within reach. Good. Time to execute Operation RT. Roger. With duo confirmation, they jumped into action. Izuku consecutively tosses a bunch of rings, and they all land on the poles of the ring toss stand they were playing at the local amusement park. Wow, I'm impressed, the stand owner states. The 10 minutes of conniving monologuing you two did beforehand was weird and annoying, but hey, it brought out an interesting result. Modestly, Izuku rubbed the back of his head, giving a tiny bow. Sorry about that, we got a bit carried away. Hey, it's fine. Ironically, your sibling scheming got this place a little more traction than it was before and kept me entertained for a bit, shrugged the stand keeper. He jabbed a thumb toward a display of toys and knickknacks, telling them, now pick your prize. After Eri selected a small wristband that had the theme of a video game she liked, the pair continued to the rest of the amusement park. As usual, Eri was hanging off Izuku's back, enjoying the trip like a child looking out the window during a long car ride with their parents. You having fun today, Eri? Izuku asked his sister, exploring the area so she can see what interests her. Eri responded, talking in her usual monotone expression. Yeah, today had its amusing moments. Why do you ask? Just making sure. We've won the games in most of these stands, yet you keep giving away the prizes you win. They don't interest me. I already got the green bunny you bought for me last week and a bunch of other stuff. Keeping these cheap versions that have no meaning to me would just be hoarding like a capitalist pig, and I rather keep away from that feeling for a while after spending over an entire day in an aristocrat's house. Izuku let out a chuckle. You really hated it there. I didn't expect living in such a fancy mansion being cuddled to be such torture. It wasn't like it was bad living there. Just annoyed at how well it was living there, Eri stated. Her cheek puffed up as she remembered why she lived in such a symbol of inequality. Can't believe you actually had me sleep there, more than once in a row. Sorry, said Izuku, putting his hands together apologetically as he looked back to the nugget riding his back. I thought it'll be an excellent way to both get what we needed and keep my promise to spoil you. It's no fun being spoiled through endless money. It's like if I was thirsty during a hot day and you installed a water fountain next to me. Sure, it solves the issue, but the lack of thought or fun makes it dull to experience. It would have been so much better if you gave me homemade lemonade, Eri told him. So you prefer it when people struggle to spoil you? Izuku asked, snarkily shaking his head. Seiko did interrogate over your hysterical nature. I don't see eye to eye with that woman on a mountain of things, but hearing that might just make me agree with her on you being a bit unhinged. No, I simply prefer the way you spoil me, explained Eri, her puffy face relaxing into a small pout. You find the way that does it best for me. Guess that means there's no break for me, Izuku says as he shakes his head. My, can't believe I made such a bold promise with such a troublesome girl. The pout on the girl's face grew hearing this. As she squinted at him, her arms gripped tightly around Izuku's collarbone. I hope that doesn't mean you're thinking of backing out on your promise. Of course not. Human beings need to vent once in a while. Hope that doesn't offend you, Izuku mockingly told her. It doesn't. Good. Now where to stop by next? After a bit of walking, something caught Eri's eye and the little girl lightly tugged on Izuku's emerald hair. Izuku went, feeling the strain from her small hands. As he looked back, the boy spotted a fairly lit ice cream stand. The owner was ringing its tiny bell. Izuku nudges his head in the direction of the shop, asking Eri, oh I see, you want one. Nodded Eri. All right, let's get you some. It was hard to order a cone of vanilla for the child. After paying the price, they were about to take their leave when they heard a lively voice call out to them. Hidaya. Well, right as Izuku turned to see who it was, a pink blur zoomed right in front of the sibling. Out of instinct, Izuku's body tensed up as his hands quickly lifted themselves defensively toward his core before suddenly it turned to his arms calmly crossing themselves. Whoever approached them had no signs of intent that concerned Izuku, so out of morbid curiosity, they waited to see who this person was and what they wanted. A more bubbly-looking girl, with pink hair, circular yellow eyes, and caramel skin took a quick breather after just sprinting toward them. Thank God I caught you when I did, she said, having recovered. She held up a finger and tilted it to Izuku before stating, you almost made a huge mistake. A mistake, Izuku thought. He went through a dozen possibilities in his mind for what he could have done but couldn't come to a solid conclusion. He paid the vendor, so he should be good to go. Or is there some norm in this part of town he didn't know about that might have gotten him a few scowls for not doing? He asked the strange girl. What would that be? The pink-haired girl raised her finger high up into the air before sending it down, pointing directly to a metal device on the vendor's stand. You almost forgot to ring the bell. What? Was all Izuku could think of to say. The whiplash left him slightly mentally stunned from the weird arrangement of events that took place. The bell, the girl repeated, smiling as she frantically pointed at the bell the vendor was previously ringing. You almost left before ringing the bell. Even with that explanation, it didn't help Izuku's whiplash. Why? Izuku had to ask. He wanted to walk away, but he couldn't resist digging a bit deeper. The toffee-skinned girl smirked as she stated, it's the principle. The joyous memories of childhood that always emerge when you hear the iconic ring is only amplified when you grow older and are allowed to press the holy button yourself. Somehow, with every word she says, Izuku's mind becomes even more confused. At this point, Izuku's threshold of randomness was maxed out for an interaction that had no benefit to him. He took a step back and gladly said, I think I'm good. No, try it, the girl tells him. With lightning speed, she moved up to grasp his wrist with both hands. The grip she had on him was impressively strong for someone of her stature. She turned back to the vendor and asked, you don't mind, right? The vendor gestures for her to go ahead. With a thankful smile, she nodded to the vendor before turning back to Izuku and tugging at him. See, it's fine, give it a ring. The way she was tugging at Izuku's wrist was weird. She pulled as if she was struggling to move the green at an inch, yet her grip strength told the opposite story. Izuku saw no point in doing what this random girl asked, but he figured it'll be easier to go along than resisting. With the minor effort, he allowed Mina to pull him out and he tapped the bell, hearing the glorious chime ring out. Grrrrrring. Doesn't it feel relieving? The girl says, her face melting into a satisfied expression. Izuku stared at the pinkette, still smiling but wanted to bail out of there more than an office worker at their horrible company party. Transcendent. Well, the pinkette says, gesturing to the little girl clinging to his back, let her try it out as well. No, Eri immediately responded. Just do it, Izuku whispered to her. The quicker you do, the faster we can leave. The little sister mumbled, fine. Izuku leaned down, allowing Eri the space to reach out and ring the ice cream stand's bell. Grrrring. Grrring. Gring, gring, gring. There was no explaining it, but Eri was enthralled by the bell. It was hypnotic to her. The pink-haired lady laughed, giving an encouraging clap before stating, haha, see, children love the bell. Ah yes, that's great, Izuku says as he steps back, putting Eri out of range of the bell. There was the tiniest whimper Izuku heard behind him that made him lean forward to hear one last chime before standing up. He gave this mysterious girl a quick goodbye before he started going on his way. Thank you for this experience. We'll keep you in our hearts. Goodbye. As Izuku walked away, he sighed to himself. That was a string of events he never expected to experience today. At least it was over. Sue, have you two tried some of the rides here? The girl said, walking by the siblings. How casually she was walking beside them as if they came here together, or that her continued existence near them was requested. No, Izuku answered, looking straight as to not give her too much attention. He tried increasing his speed a bit to outpace her, but she was quick to catch up. We've mostly just tried out the games. Really, how could you come to an amusement park and not go on any of the rides? We just never had much fun on them. Maybe you didn't have the right people to show you. The Pinkette gave a tiny jump in front of Izuku, causing him to stop in his tracks, and I'll gladly fill that spot. It's as Mina escorted them to all the different kinds of rides, each one suggesting some way to increase the excitement level. Most were simple things such as putting their arms up during certain parts of a roller coaster. Others were weird, such as having a contest of courage to see who would go the longest on a ride without grabbing onto the bar out of fear. Surprisingly, Eri won every time. Along with their adventure, Mina asked a few questions. Are you two new here? Yes, we moved in a few weeks ago. Wow, that's awesome. Where were you before? Nowhere special. I can barely remember the street name. Oh, okay. What prompted you guys to move? Same as any person. Better opportunities and a change of scenery is nice. What's your favorite food? Plus what? Your favorite food, what is it? Why are you asking that all of the sudden? Pure curiosity. Not everything needs to be an interrogative question. We're here to have fun after all. Now what is it? Is it something weird like cold soba? No, it's katsudon. Awa, boring. Boy, how is it boring? I'm joking. Despite everything, Izuku still kept his smile, and Eri seems to be having her unique way of expressing fun, even performing the rare act of walking on her feet in public. Eventually, Izuku stated he was feeling too drained to go on another speedy ride and suggested the same for Eri, who looked one sharp turn away from ejecting everything Izuku's bought for her today. He promised to spoil her, not make her be wasteful. Thankfully, Mina had a ride for that as well, or at least one that Eri could ride, the classic merry-go-round ride. Izuku helped the same girl get up on the horse she desired to ride before watching her on the sideline. The pink-haired woman who was accompanying them was guiding Eri on what to do to make even this ride more enjoyable. Use your imagination on this one, Mina called out. Imagine you're riding some mythical world you've always wanted to explore. Stoic as always, Eri told her, that sounds silly. Just try it. Mina tells her. A wide smirk appeared on her face. I'll try, but I don't see how. Eri suddenly gasped as she suddenly visualized herself into the world of one of her favorite video game series. Seeing the expression on her face, the smile on Mina's face grew as her eyes suddenly sparkled with determination. That'll keep her occupied for a few minutes. The Pinkette then grabbed Izuku's wrist again and pulled him away. This time she looked to be trying to move him away. Hey, can I talk to you for a bit? Why not here? I prefer to keep Eri within eyesight, Izuku told her, putting some resistance to her attempt to pull him away. We're only going to the blind spot for anyone riding it. We'll still be able to watch over her. Not too many people are here anyways. This'll only take a minute, insisted Mina. Izuku shrugged, going along with her as she brought him around the back of the ride that was obscured by a wall. Just as she promised, Izuku could still see Eri just fine through the slit. Izuku asked in his charismatic tone, so, what did you want? Are you okay? What? Izuku asked. This was the third time today Mina popped a random question at a random time that made the boy confused. Mina took a step closer, allowing for her radiating presence to brush against Izuku, looking into his grinning face. She repeated herself, are you okay? Izuku was snickering, waving his hand as he says, of course I'm fine. I've been here with a fun guide all day. Why wouldn't I be? Almost as soon as Izuku finished speaking, Mina took another step closer. He could feel her body heat warming his skin, and the caramel-skinned girl reached out with her hands to touch Izuku's cheek. At first, Mina caresses it slowly before moving the pointer fingers over to the edges of his mouth, before stretching them upward to curve his lips into a clownishly big smile. Like most people, Izuku didn't like getting his face stressed by strangers and politely brushed her hands away from his face, asking, what are you doing? Oh, sorry, apologized Mina, rubbing the back of her neck. That's just been disturbing me all day. My face, Izuku stated, giving a comedic half-smirking weird look at the girl. Well, it wouldn't be the first time I've heard that, but hey, beauty is in the eyes of the beholder. No, it's your smile. Why does it seem so fake? The greenet cranked out a snicker, throwing his hands up saying, all right, you got me. This place isn't exactly my scene. I'm only here for my sister. She had a rough time recently and I wanted to make it up to her by taking her out to a place she might be able to enjoy. Thinking this was one of the few strange cases where someone is good at catching a lie, he thought he could throw her off by saying a mostly true lie. He was here to pay back Eri for getting her involved to get the information. But it was also a way to waste time, as it was going to take a while to properly mine all the data they stole. As he continued to speak, Izuku turned away and began walking back to where they came from. It was quite difficult because she has weird taste, so I thank you for seemingly lifting her spirits. Eri doesn't like walking outside our home, and if she could ride off my back she would. Wait, Mina exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself in front of Izuku again. Don't change the subject off yourself. You may not have noticed, but I spotted you a couple of times before I approached you at the ice cream stand. That revelation actually surprised Izuku a bit. He asked, how? I don't think I wouldn't notice an appearance like yours popping into view. He lightly flicks one of the yellow horns on top of her head. The caramel-skinned woman quickly clamped down on her head to cover her head, giving Izuku an aggravated pout for flicking her horn. I was on a ride during most of them, but surprisingly I kept spotting you and your sister, Mina explained, rubbing her head. And each time I saw you with the exact same smile. It was so plastic at one point I thought you were some new generation robot the girl was operating. Izuku chuckled at that comment. With how often he's carrying her around but swayed by her, well, it wasn't that far off of a comparison of their relationship. See. You were actually laughing this time, unlike all the other times I told a joke and you pretended to enjoy it. Which was a hard pill to swallow because I had hoped you were just a jaded laugher. But either way I can tell the difference now. Crossing his arms, Izuku casually asked her, how are you so sure? I can just tell. I'm quite good at reading emotions at times, Mina insisted. At times, I can be a little off with my assumptions and predictions, but when I really feel like I know, I know. Mina then rested a hand on her waist and power pointed toward Izuku. And I know your smile right now is faker than an implant. The boy shrugged again. It wasn't the first time he encountered someone like this. Like I said before, amusement parks aren't my forte. I'm just trying to make my sister happy. I can understand that, but what's off is what I feel from you isn't someone who's just here because his parents told him to take his sister out. At worst your fake smile would have annoyance leaking out, Mina said. She walked a bit closer to Izuku and whispered her next words as to make sure no one else could overhear them. But when I look at your face, all I can feel is unbridled rage and boundless malice locked behind it. The boy's eyes shot open hearing that. His hands vibrantly shook before he quickly clutched them, hiding them inside his pocket. As his breath increased a smudge, he took a step back to get space, but Mina was relentless and pursued him, keeping the distance she had before but not letting him get away. And beneath all that, the girl continued to say, a small but dense ball of sorrow. Stopping in his tracks, Izuku stood still, knowing he wasn't going to shake Mina easily. That's why I wanted to see if you were okay. Mina finally ended. Izuku sighs, giving a half-hearted defeated expression. That's quite the ability you got there. It's a gift, boasted Mina, before quickly getting back on subject. But seriously, are you okay? Not so much, confessed Izuku. He takes a deep breath before picking himself up. Recently me and my sis got a call that the uncle we extremely knew well and helped us out when our parents died recently passed away. I'm still reeling from the news, but I'm trying to keep my head up as I'm not sure how Eri is taking it. If it wasn't obvious, it's hard at times knowing exactly how she's feeling. Oh, I see, Mina says. Her body relaxes a bit. Izuku lowered his smile for a bit, looking away like a guilty teen before telling her. I'm a bit tense as they've yet to give us any conclusive information surrounding his death, and I'm just mad we can't find out why. My uncle was a good man, but he did have his enemies. I want to make sure it was a relatively peaceful transfer of his soul. The Pinkette nodded her head. That explains it. I'm sorry for your loss. It's fine, things It's nude, Mina suddenly exclaimed, throwing her fist down to exaggerate her point. The abruptness stunned Izuku silent. You're clearly distressed, which is why I've come to help. Seeing a chance to speak, Izuku replied, help? Yep, I came over because I wanted to see you smile and enjoy your time here, for real, Mina declared, smiling at the boy. Raising an eyebrow, Izuku asked, how? By spending more time with you. No, yes. Izuku stepped closer to Mina, getting barely an inch away from her because he quietly says, I would much prefer it if you left me alone. Well, I think it'll be better for your health if I stick around. We're going to have to play a game over this, aren't we? Izuku sighed. Mina rapidly shook her head. Izuku forgot how tedious life can be when tedious anything can be. On the bright side, it also means there's technically a solution you can make advantageous to yourself. The greenet cracked his arms and loosened his shoulder joints before stating, all right, let's do it. If you win, I'll leave you and your sister alone for the day, Mina says, pumping herself up as she prepares for the upcoming game. But if I win, you must compile to one demand. The day. Fine, deal, Izuku replies. He took out a pack of cards from his back pocket and took out a pack of cards he brought here for a game he had his eyes on. Now would be the best time for a few test runs. I'll be choosing the game we play. Oh my gosh, Momo suddenly yelled, shooting out of her seat. The sudden jolt almost caused her seat to tip over. Thankfully, the ponytailed girl was quick to make sure that didn't happen. What? Seiko exclaimed. Her suddenly jumping up gave the lavender girl a tiny bit of fright. I remember what was happening today. Momo snapped her head toward Setsuna. I need you to guide me somewhere. The greenette just stared at her clubmate for a moment before tossing the magazine she was reading aside. She wasn't seriously working anyways, jumping to her feet and saying, "Shit, all right, where you want to go?" As the two girls conversed heading toward the door to leave, Seiko called out to them. Hey, we're in the middle of something. Oh right, Momo said, turning back to her friend to say, do you mind taking care of the rest while I'm away? What? Are you insane? The raven-haired girl clapped her hands together as she begged. Please, I really need to go right now. Yeah, I'm sure you can handle it all. I've seen you solve problems 1,000 times harder than this, and won games even I'll admit I couldn't win no matter what trick I used. Surely this won't even be a speck against your capabilities. Well, of course, Seiko blushed while she giggled, indulging in her own glory. With a bashful hand wave, she told the girls, it's always flattering when you girls finally take the time to notice the impressive skill that carries this club. You are not a hard girl to please, aren't you? Commented Setsuna, slowly shaking her head. That rose a reaction from the lavender girl, turning red with embarrassment as she shouted at them, be quiet and go already. Thank you so much for this, I'll make it up to you, Momo told her as she left with Setsuna. With the room to herself, Seiko went back to work mumbling, stupid Setsuna, what does she know? It's only courtesy to acknowledge someone's smarts. I'll show her, I'll do the crap out of this paperwork all by myself. When the merry-go-round finally came to a halt, Eri petted the loyal plastic horse for such a great adventure. Thanks, Lil Miss Hooferton. Let us seize and destroy the means of production again someday, the girl states before hopping off. It was only then did she notice that her big brother wasn't where he was before. Eri, I'm over here, Izuku's voice called out to him. The small girl looked to the side and saw her brother waiting for her. Right next to him and happily waving at her was Mina. Did you two go somewhere? Eri asked, walking over to them. There was a short pause before Izuku answered, you can say that. Anyways, let's go. Oh, we're going home. Not yet. Mina here wants us to go to one more place before we head home. The pink-haired woman jumped in front of Izuku to get on eye level with Eri. Yeah, it'll be super fun. Don't worry, it's not another ride. With no one being able to resist, they were quickly hurried along to whatever destination Mina had in mind. The entire time Izuku had a vacant look on his face as one thought haunted his mind. Did I really just lose that game? It wasn't as if Izuku had never lost before. Even he had his fair share of losses. A couple were for learning purposes, others he had to lose for a bigger victory later on, and some he simply got outclassed. He would obviously make sure that games that had a higher risk to them he wouldn't take the chance unless he was sure he had a chance to win. And he would take it as seriously as he could. A simple leave me alone for a day you're annoying wouldn't be able to prompt such efforts from him, but that doesn't excuse the nature of how he lost. It wasn't his best, neither was it a throw. It just suddenly happened and he had his guard down. It was so sudden he didn't even see it. He was sure he was going to win in his next move, but then he didn't. Izuku tried to relive the scene in his head, but all he could remember was how the caramel skin of Mina started turning pink and her sclere blackened. The greenette was bringing up the rear of the group as they walked. His green eyes glared at the woman who was talking up Eri. It must have been her cheat, Izuku concluded. Only a cheat can cause the paranormal event that took place. I'll have to find a way to observe it later on. Whatever it is, it's extremely powerful. This girl may not seem like it, but the way she just got the jump on me was utterly genius. I was lucky nothing important was on the line. Tisk, how careless of me. Oh, there you are. The group heard a familiar voice call out. They all turned to see Momo with Setsuna running toward them. When the pair of girls finally caught up to them, Momo needed a minute to sit down and rest from running all the way here, so Setsuna took over the role of speaking. I got an explanation from Momo on the way here, Setsuna said, passing some water for Momo to drink. The greenette can respect the determination, but she was going to gas out right before doing the thing she was in such a rush to do. She was better off going at a slower pace. Apparently Momo was supposed to meet with Mina here today. I'm so sorry, Mina, panted Mom, barely able to lift her head. It slipped my mind due to some club troubles. Thank God I brought Setsuna along to find you all. I was so worried I would have to randomly run around until I spotted you. Mina giggled. It's fine, Momo-chan. I know you meant no harm, or else you wouldn't have exhausted yourself coming over. Thankfully, I found someone else to spend the day with. The sharp-toothed girl commented. What luck that you two met each other. Guess you got the celebration you wanted after all. Yeah, but it's not complete without Sai, Mina replied. That nickname Mina just said even caused Izuku to raise an eyebrow. Sai. You even know Seiko. Of course I do, silly, Mina told him, planting her hands on her waist. We're all part of the same club in UA after all. Huh, reacted Izuku. How many surprises will this girl throw out? Seeing the boy's reaction, Mina grew a smirk as she said, didn't expect that, did ya? Izuku shook his head. Not at all. I've been in the club for quite a few days and never saw you around. Ooh, you're the new guy they told me about, Mina exclaimed, looking completely surprised at this revelation. Wow, talk about lucky. Look like newcomers are attracted to each other. After finally being about to properly breathe, Momo piped in, Mina's was suspended from school and today marked the last day of it. I'm the fourth member of the Ender Queens, Mina declared, doing a tiny spin before springing up into the air. Not only am I your clubmate, but now I'm your official happiness coach. The girls all tilted their heads at the last part. What was a happiness coach? Izuku rubbed his forehead. He hasn't had a happy day in weeks, and he was sure this strange girl wasn't going to make it any better. The only piece of joy he could take from this was that at least he had another interesting teammate with a strong quirk. One day it could come in handy. Smart people always want to battle each other. It's the same reason why the strong always want to fight other strong people, and why anyone exceptional in any set of skills often finds themselves being somewhat competitive to others in their field. Validation. Anyone can learn a skill and proclaim greatness in it, especially if they're the only one in an area who partake in the activity. The only way one can truly know if they have talent in a skill is by comparing it against another person who is invested in the skill. It may not always be about winning, but just knowing that their capabilities are real enough to boast. Similar to how barbarians would always brawl to prove their strengths, the genius will always battle to prove their intellect. In the clubroom of the Ender Queens, members were celebrating the return of a classic member when Momo came in with important news. We've been challenged, the classic girls of the Ender Queens all said. While they looked quite surprised, Izuku, who was accompanying Eri as she enjoyed the PC Seiko had gentle bring in, was more confused than anything. Challenge? What's that supposed to mean? The Greenet asked, petting Eri's head when he noticed she won another of her online games. Oh wait, does this have anything to do with that treasure war you mentioned before? Momo would nod, stating, yes, the important part about the treasure wars isn't just the event itself but the preparations each club does for it. It'll mainly be taking place on school grounds. So many clubs scramble to gain influence, make alliances, or have control over key areas and places that are of interest to them they would want to have access to during the event. I'm guessing this challenge match being issued to us is some preemptive assault, Izuku asked, arranging himself to be laying on his back. During his research, he has come across information mentioning both the treasure wars and challenge matches, but both came out extremely vague. In a lot of instances, he found inconsistent accounts, especially involving the treasure wars. Izuku wasn't sure if this was deliberate or not, but he'll tip his hat to Nezu for finding a way to keep outside people on getting information about school events. Challenge matches is how clubs officially settle competing claims, with the reward being what they were conflicting about, answered surprisingly of all people Saiko from the group. She was reading one of her magazines while sipping on a cold drink but was listening in. Maybe the blue moon was summoned and she decided to show some kindness by nicely explaining it. Or maybe since her position has been secured through a perceived victory and Izuku isn't going anywhere no matter what she did, her aggression toward the only male member of her club satiated itself. Regardless of which, she continued explaining, pressing a hand on her chin as she muttered, though it's way too early for these types of things to be popping up, either we're dealing with amateurs or a group who's way too over their heads. It's the official way to do this, isn't it? Why are you acting like it's some taboo? Izuku asked, turning from his position to look at the lavender-haired girl. The pompous strategist broke away from her thinking pose to demeaningly scoff at the Greenet, smugly smirking at him as she says, oh right, forgot we needed to teach the rat basic tactics of civilized conflict. Ah, there it is, Izuku chuckled, looking unfazed. It didn't feel right without a daily dose of you being a beach. That's the point of the club name. We're beaches you don't mess with. Until I did, Izuku snarkily replied, giving a smile that carried just as much spite as she had toward him. And I remembered wrecking so much shit in here that you had to worry for your reputation. Cocky, aren't we? The lavender girl replied. Her smirk turned into a frown as she slapped down what she was reading on the table. Come here, how about we play a game on my terms and see how long you'll be talking shit for? Similar to carping food critic when served an undesirable-looking dish, the Greenet raised a dismissive hand before stating, beach please. Can you guys stop cursing so much? We have a child in the room. Mina exclaimed. She had run over to cover the ears of Eri, who was looking indifferent to the whole situation as she cared to focus more on her current game. The little girl rolled her eyes at her ears being covered as she mumbled, your concerns are useless. I've played on Xbox Live before. There isn't a curse word I haven't heard before. You two should cool it. There's no need to be insulting each other like that anyways, scolded Mina before snapping her head toward Izuku. You know all that negativity isn't going to bring chuckle anytime soon. Same with you, Seiko. You keep that attitude up and you'll get a wrinkle. Izuku shrugged, easily getting back in a position to relax near his gremlin of a sister. On the other side, Seiko felt her face as she thought about what Mina said. She only gave a tiny huff as she settled back down herself. Momo stepped up saying, Mina is right, you guys. Another club is challenging us. Can you two please set aside your disagreements till after we settle the outside threat? While the Greenet gave a thumbs up, Seiko gestured that she'll go along with it and that they should carry on with their discussion. Sighing with relief, Momo told them, thank you. To answer your earlier question, Izuku, Setsuna brings up, getting them back on track. We're a few months away from the treasure wars. Usually, direct challenges like these don't occur till the last couple of weeks. Why would everyone wait so late if they're all allowed to do so at the beginning? Izuku asked, seemingly slightly intrigued. To him, this is most likely something Nezu constructed. Another calculated ploy of the madman's ever-going onslaught of testing his student. Going by numbers, you'll have more time and chances to win the good spots with little to no contest if you go early when no one has their eyes set on it yet. Not a bad way of looking at it, Seiko commented, sipping on her cold drink, but it's a greedy mindset and that's the sin that'll cause your ruin. Because it'll be putting a huge bullseye on your back that you can't get rid of and everyone is looking at, Mina added, making an exaggerated hand motion of how big the hunter's mark of a person who dares start making challenges this early will be, putting a hand on his chin. Izuku questioned, then the issue is the attention you'll get. Still, these treasure wars seem to depend on being territorial. Like animals, wouldn't it be smarter to establish dominance by boldly taking some prime territory? Maybe in a different kind of game, but that kind of bravado doesn't work as effectively during this extended game that has already started, Setsuna told him. It's not just about obtaining the places, but maintaining it while being as healthy as possible. Your comparison to the animal kingdom isn't off but misguided, Momo added, being kind enough to get out the dry board to make drawings for visual aid. Don't think of it as a land grab dash. Land grabs usually involve the dedication of weeks to months to defending it, leaving you with little time or resources to actively pursue other areas. Swiping the marker away from Momo with a teasing grin, Setsuna took back the lead. That is basically what'll happen if you claim a major area early. You're opening yourself up to be constantly challenged back to back by multiple clubs who aren't going to give you time to rest. They'll also each be adapting to your abilities and strong points as they watch more of your matches. So while you're fighting endless back-to-back games with each one getting gradually harder, there's at least several more clubs watching from the shadows, taking notes on all your wounds and capabilities. You'll be screwed with exhaustion before the treasure war even begins. When it comes to areas, you should see it as hunting deer, where you get it to reap its benefits quickly before leaving so you don't have to waste energy defending it. That's why people during this stage spend their time scouting the areas they want to get during the final week, seeing what the competitors can do, and making alliances. It's all the clubs eyeing up each other to see who will be their prey to eat, their predator to avoid, and rival to fight once the treasure war begins. I see, it's a trap for rookie clubs, stated Izuku, still feigning a bit of ignorance. It's nothing super special, I would even call it a fairly basic counterplay tactic. The actual surprising fact is that it's the norm and not the exception. Usually, this'll be the play that the well-experienced veterans or advanced-level players will be taking to outdo the rest of the pack, similar to the level of concentration he had when he and Eri came up with the plan to take on the Ender Queens. Izuku entered a deep pondering state. In all his time spent on the girls, Izuku didn't spend much time worrying about the other students. My first encounter with the common folk here didn't show the best of their brilliance, but then again, looks could be deceiving. They may have been scouts. I bet Seiko would be vivid if she realized what she just did for me. As entertaining it'll be to see that reaction, I'll hold my tongue on it. Though it was unintentional, the girls stepping in to play all my games when they did actually saved my ass. I may not have been able to stay as covert for my goal if I had to display my style of playing so extensively. If this is the baseline of how everyone here, then it seems that I've underestimated the average intelligence level of every student here, or at least of their leaders. I might have to start stepping my game as well. Sigh, that's going to be a drag. The first to notice Izuku out of character contemplating was the one girl in the room who can mythically see through his facade, Mina. The caramel-skinned girl noticed a change in the boy's aura as he drifted in his thoughts. At first, it was the same milquetoast level he always had, only slightly darker than when she saw him playing with Eri at the amusement park, but it was steady. Then for a bit, it seemed to have gotten a bit lighter, as if he told himself a good joke, his face even softening for a more relaxed smile. What was odd was when it abruptly got a more ambiguous dark tint in it. And though outwardly he kept his fleeing cloud expression, the pinkette could sense a great tension building under the surface. Out of curiosity, Seiko had looked over, wondering why Izuku had fallen silent. Even the condescending queen looked surprised seeing him as he was. For all her irrational spite, she won't forget so easily that the boy made it this far for a reason. It may not be out of respect or for any honorable reason, but Seiko acknowledges that Izuku has an extremely deadly weapon when it can be properly used. Hey, Midoriya, Seiko called out, snapping Izuku out of his train of thought. Once she was sure his attention was her, she continued, I hope you're paying attention. Put aside the mindset you have from your scandalous street games. If you haven't noticed, a bigger game has already begun. Surprising, that last part is something I agree with you on, Izuku states, sitting back up straight on the floor, after placing his arm on a propped-up knee. He gestures to Momo to ask, so what game will the challenge match be? after retrieving her stolen marker and spotlight. Momo answered back, "Nothing yet, only a challenge that was sent to our mailbox has been issued. It would seem they would like to discuss the matter in person." "What time?" Seiko asked. "They didn't specify, but they asked us to meet them at their club as soon as possible, delivering the challenge by mail but also insisting that we immediately come to them." "The nerve!" Seiko exclaimed, furrowing her eyebrows at the disrespect her club was shown. "What club challenged us?" "The Tapers." "The Tapers? HMPH, I don't think they existed last time." "I'll still stick to my earlier statement. This could just be a club of new students who think they can make a splash by taking on a big name, but we can't count out the chance of it involving veteran students. Either way, Momo, I want you to go to them immediately to discuss the terms of this challenge." With a stunning glare, Setsuna suddenly jumped back into the conversation. "Hold on, what's with the rush?" Seiko turned to her greenet clubmate and told her, "Why do we need to wait? These arrogant pests have sent a great insult to us. Let's get the ball rolling so we can crush them already and move on. Because it is boneheaded and unnecessary. This isn't even a fully issued challenge match, meaning we aren't forced to accept it. Even if we do, we will gain more negatives than positives from winning. With this happening so early, the post-game grace period will be useless. Well, we're not going to let them just walk away after this insult, regardless of our gain. We must do something about this. If not, we're letting the other clubs think we're so weak that we need to avoid matches from rookie clubs who stupidly challenge us early. We might as well tell people we'll run away from a battlefield in our favor because there are mice on the ground. That's a filthy smudge on this club's pride that I'll never let happen. I wasn't saying to do nothing, but we shouldn't just give these people what they want. They want to challenge us, fine, but we should be drawing them to fight on our terms. We don't know what they might have planned, nor do we want to show our hands to the other club this early. We're a small group with no proxy members, unable to take a match without sending a core member and displaying our capabilities. We're veterans, Setsuna. The people we should be worried about already know what our quirks are to an extent. What they don't know is how much we've improved with them since then. We don't need to do anything crazy for rookies. We already had a scar from regionals that left a stain on our image, with the boy being the second damaging stain to our name. We need to show people that we're still competent. What better way to show it than utterly stomping out people who already made a foolish mistake? By not blasting our ammo early. You can think you're a big fish all you want, but we're in the ocean. We can only do so much with our numbers and need to watch out before we end up triggering something that'll make everyone's aim land on us. You can drop your pride for a few moments for the club's well-being. What matters in the end is winning the war, not the D-waving contest. Gee guys, stammered Momo, trying to interject between the two feuding girls. This is for the club, Seiko shouted, overshadowing Momo as her anger was directed to Setsuna. Setsuna condescendingly smirks at the lavender girl, stating, "You always say that. Every time you have an attitude about something. At least I'm usually the one actively trying to make moves for the club, unlike you who laying around most of the time like a fat bee." "Hey," Nina yelled at the two. "What did I say about cursing?" Still paying most of her attention to the game, Eri just mumbled, "These broads better stop arguing so much. I swear I would turn them all into babies if I could right now." With the momentum stopped, Momo was about to come in to properly voice herself. "You both have reasonable motives and I think we can make whatever we go with work. Seems fair then that we should settle this with a club vote." The air in the room was tense, but through it peered a silent agreement. Both Seiko and Setsuna's stances were clear, and the options were simple. A. Display their strength and confidence to gain more respect from other clubs. Go to the Tapers to crush them. B. Conserve strength and make them respect you to keep some privacy. Make the Tapers come to the Queen. Vote A. 1. B. 1. I want to go with Setsuna's idea, Mina says, putting in her vote. I want to jump right back into action as well, but we should at least do it on our terms. Besides, it'll increase the chances that they'll play the games we want to play. Seiko only gave a slight huff to the decision but no audible objection as she took comfort with her drink. Her clubmates' decisions are their own when it comes to voting and need to be respected, even if it meant going against an idea she desires. If the club decided to cast it to a vote and they all voted against it, she wasn't going to go against the results. Vote A. 1. B. 2. Stepping up to give his vote. Izuku says, "I'm on Seiko's side." Vote A. 1. B. 3. Wait, what? For a second, the world was silent as it processed what had just happened. Vote A. 2. B. 2. Exploded the room. Momo's jaw dropped harder than her marker hit the ground when she dropped it. Setsuna's eyes literally popped out of their sockets from shock and now they were just gooey balls floating in the sky. Nina was dumbfounded as her brain had to reboot itself several different times to make sure she heard it correctly or at least to notice if there was a change in Izuku's aura she missed the first couple of times. Seiko dropped her cup and it broke on the table, staring on as if she saw a ghost. Nezu from his office set aside his paperwork as he sensed a disturbance in the force. Gentle and La Brava, who were currently roaming Seiko's house, gasped as they turned in the direction of the school. Evenary put down her impossible game and turned around to stare in amazement. It felt like the whole world stopped for a moment. Izuku looked at them all and said, "You're all overdramatic." Wiping off a drop of sweat from her head, Momo spoke with a breathy voice, for she was fighting off the urge to faint. I'm sorry, it's just, I didn't see it coming." "No one did," Setsuna added. "We're looking at something that doesn't exist. This might as well be seeing Seiko working at a maid cafe as a server," rubbing the back of his head. Izuku explained, "Oh, trust me, it has nothing to do with how Seiko sold it. My thoughts are that someone in one way or another wants to mess with us. We benefit more by showing everyone that we have no fear about these provokes and will crush competition that takes us lightly. As far as I know, most of the school only see the Ender Queens as the star trio from last year. With me as a new member and Mina being back in school, we can show that the Ender Queens has grown to a high level of confidence and power." Well, chimed Seiko, sneering down to the boy she's finding to be quite hypocritical. "Look who wants to punch down now." There's a crucial difference between wanting to needlessly stomp down everyone you cross paths with and strategically spreading the blood of your enemies along the edges of your territory. It's to ward people off from walking in without thinking twice if they want to possibly die, Izuku replied. "So we're on the same page," Seiko said, smugly smiling. "I don't think you heard the context properly when I used the words needlessly and strategic. Doesn't matter, they were off, but I can forgive them since I agree with that last part." Before the two could bicker, Mina pointed out, "Wait, who's the last vote?" Since Momo decided to take no sides in this, because she believed both would work and didn't want to be between her friends, this left the score tied. Vote A3, B3. "Damn, I guess with Izuku here, Momo, you can no longer take the centrist road," Setsuna states, smirking at her ponytail-wearing clubmate. "So what'll it be?" Momo's body jolted back as the same realization hit her as well. As the ink-haired girl stumbled, taking a step back, there was a peculiar flustered expression on her that shouted both "oh no" and "F my life." It was odd because Momo never curses, not even non-verbal sense. Her lips quivered for a bit as she scrambled for words, almost blurting out a nonsensical answer before something saved her. "Not yet. We do have one more vote," Izuku stated. "It may not be on the official record, but I think she deserves to be counted as the rest of us, at least on the matter of tie-breakers." As the greenet jerked his thumb to the side of the room, everyone turned their head to the corner of the room. There they saw a colorful gaming chair. "That's probably way more expensive than it should be," swirl around toward them. The child that sat upon her throne Chivalry lowered her gaming headset, looking all the members in their eyes before coldly pronouncing her vote. "Establish your dominance." Momo turned to the board she had to keep count and made a tally. "Vote A4, B3. "All right, do as you wish," shrugged Setsuna, laying back down, "though I personally call foul. Put a stocking in it. You've bribed people before for a vote in your favor," Seiko told her, glaring as she remembered the times where she had lunch from a restaurant she despised because a certain greenette kept getting the others to vote for her choice. Setsuna went on her phone before mumbling, "It's only fun when I do it. Now that the matter is settled, I'll be on my way," Momo announced to the group, giving a tiny bow to her friends before heading toward the door. "Goodbye for now, I'll be back with the details of the match." Izuku jumped to his feet and called out, "Hold on, I'll come with." Went Momo, looking surprised. "Not that I mind, but are you sure?" The greenet limbered up with some T-bow, stating, "Definitely. Being the least knowledgeable with how the school works will come back to bite me eventually. Might as well start getting experience now while the chips aren't down. I'm sure no one will have any objections to that." Feeling like the comment was directed at her, Seiko gave a calm answer. "Nope. Was considering sending you along as well. It's refreshing knowing it doesn't have to be a fight." She then proceeded to wave him away as she went back to her magazine. "I'll leave him in your hands, Momo. I'll trust whatever decisions you make." Giving a courteous bow, Momo thanked her for the trust. After petting her and making sure Mina would stay in the room to watch over him, Izuku went over to Momo. After welcoming Izuku to her envoy, Momo prepared to leave, but Seiko had to give just one last comment. "And Midoriya, try not to get in Momo's way. Can't have you embarrassing the club with a bad performance." "Haha, funny," Izuku replied. "Last I checked I was still 3-1 to the club." Seiko slapped the things off her table before stating, "As far as I'm concerned, we're 1-1. Want to finish this now?" "Maybe I." "No," Momo exclaimed, taking Izuku's hand and leading him out. At first, it seems like Izuku was about to object, but instead, he threw more shade at Seiko. "You're lucky I have to go." "As if," snapped back Seiko. "Any time of the week I'm ready to go." "We'll see about that." On that note, Izuku was pulled out of the room. Seiko gave a strange huff that was filled with aggravation, but also a pint of disappointment. Regardless, she went back to her reading and a cold drink. Wait, shouldn't he be 3-2 to the club because I beat him as well? Mina asked. For the last few moments she was too busy pondering the math and double-checking the record. Immediately the three girls snapped their heads around for the same reaction. You what? Gah, why does Seiko have to be such a beach? Izuku exclaimed in the hallway as the pair made their way to their destination. Though they were walking, Izuku's ponytail-wearing clubmate was writing something on a couple pieces of paper relatively fine, leaving her open to a conversation. In an attempt to calm her clubmate, Momo says, "Please excuse Seiko, I think I've stated before that she can be a handful. It's so annoying though. I know. Her beakiness makes her so hot at times I wanna F her. I can aggravate what?" Izuku quickly cleared his throat before swiftly saying, I was just voicing my grievances with her attitude. Silence befell Momo as her eyes stayed on Izuku. My apologies, Momo finally said. She turned back to her work, fixing a mistake that was made from the whiplash she experienced. Must have misheard you. I can agree that Seiko's attitude has been a long-running issue for everyone, especially for the club despite her efforts to try to make her actions be for the benefit. It's why I can't express how thankful I am that Mina is back. Aside from the trust Seiko has in me, Mina is a lot better at getting everyone to mellow out when they fight. She's a godsend. Interesting that even you need a superhero. In this case, it's a bubblegum hero glazed with caramel, commented Izuku, chuckling a bit at his wordplay. I wouldn't go as far to say I think Mina like she's a superhero, but of course I admire people for different things. Everyone does. I know Seiko admires Principal Nezu's playing skills. She dreams of having a chance to play him. Are you kidding? Talk about irony. Quite. Then there's Mina. She said her big inspiration is from her parents. If you ever want to derail a conversation with her, just mention a story about children watching their parents cook. What Mina will invoke, you'll have to possess the same commit one does when going to a movie. PFFFT, I'll keep it in mind. Maybe I can use it to trip her up during a game so she can stop reading me so hard. That girl is quite the genius. Once again, Momo stopped working to look back at Izuku with a strange look like he was a madman. What? Izuku asked, ignorant to the reason for her actions. Genius, you say, said Momo, getting the record straighter like an IRS agent making sure you paid your taxes. We're talking about the same Mina, correct? The one from our club. The greenet raised an eyebrow as he answered, yes. Why? Nothing. It's nice to hear you praise Mina like that. Often I'm used to you and Seiko's hurling insults and passive-aggressive remark, replied Momo, mumbling silently to herself. It was just an assertion I've never heard before. What's this about only hearing mean comments from me? Chuckled Izuku. Come on, Ponytail, I frequently compliment you. I say so many nice things about you that you're left red-faced most of the time and stammering. That's because Momo's voice got a bit quieter. Your words are a bit too flattering to so casually say. It's only what I think. A refined lady like yourself deserves to be celebrated for all your achievements. I bet there's 1,000 more I'm shamefully missing. A sigh rang out in the air from the ink-haired girl. If only I truly match up to those expectations. Is there any reason you wouldn't? I've been a bit of disappointment to everyone. From my parents, to my clubmates, and even my responsibilities with my recent performance in games. Are you talking about your loss to me? If that's it, then don't be too hard on yourself. I did mess with your head a little because I couldn't. Not just that match. Honestly, it wouldn't have bothered me as much if it weren't for last year. What happened then? It was my loss that cost us going to nationals. Wait, this doesn't sound right. In the round you all lost, you went first. Correct. It was during the finals of our bracket that it happened. When I lost, Seiko tried to boost our spirits by going next against their leader but lost as well by a slim margin. For regionals, they have 2 brackets so 2 teams can enter into nationals. Due to an accident that occurred after the initial event, one of the teams that won their bracket couldn't go to nationals. I don't know why, but they wanted to keep the talks about the entire situation low. They hosted a more private match between the 2 teams who lost in the finals of their bracket, which was between us and one other team, to see who will be the silent replacement. That explains why. Honestly, I assumed the original winning team might have been caught cheating, so they gave the spot to the team that would have won. How did this secret match go? It was a lot better than our final round match. Though Setsuna lost the first round, Seiko won the second round against the leader, leaving me with their second in command. That match was close as well, but then I choked and lost us the match. I'm sorry to hear. That sucks. I can understand how frustrating that can feel to be so close but have it slip out your hand. That loss was disheartening, but the after effect was truly devastating. That was actually the start of Seiko and Setsuna constantly arguing. Don't misunderstand, they butted heads before, but it was mostly just minor bickering over differences. We all still got along relatively nicely. After regionals, it started becoming much more than that. Setsuna got mad at Seiko for the turn order, believing it was because they followed her plan, which mismatched them with opponents with playstyles they wouldn't be good against. Seiko then blames Setsuna, saying that they only lost the match, not because of her plan but because Setsuna failed to win her game. According to Seiko, she felt like it would be too risky to go head-to-head with the team we faced and aimed to end quickly with a 2-0 victory. She argued that if Setsuna had won her match, we would have made it to nationals with her victory, and I wouldn't have needed to play as a last resort. They still haven't resolved the issue since neither thinks they're wrong. Surprised none of them are blaming you. Not that they should be blaming anyone, but still, you would think they might be looking at the person who lost the match. Similar thoughts came to me as well. I think they already knew I felt bad enough about losing it that they didn't want to make me feel worse about myself by pointing the finger at me. So instead, they've taken out their frustrations on each other for my sake. It's something I both respect them for, but grating because I still feel guilty from them fighting. Can't be too ungrateful though, regardless of my guilt. What they did still gave me time to mostly recover from the loss. Can't believe the princess would show that much restraint for losing an event that big. I imagine she'll immediately bring out the megaphone and will never let you live it down, joked Izuku. Momo looked back at Izuku with a pout before stating, Seiko isn't cruel-hearted. On my second day here, I watch her make over a dozen men lick her boot. She has good traits, they're just buried under all her beachery. Momo would sigh again. Yes, rubbing his chin, Izuku muttered. Can't lie, it does put an expensive price tag on that ass, but goddamn does she pitch the sales so well it might be worth the check. What? Quickly snapping the conversation back on track, Izuku says, oh, I was just speaking on how it must be taxing to spend so much time with her, considering how you know her the longest and all. It's all about patience. It may be hard to believe and I won't oblige anyone to go along with it if they want to, which is why I won't patronize you about your choice of words toward her. I do request you to please spare some of your tolerance at times for Seiko, she just needs time. Back in the clubroom, things were silent since the club's main organizer and the most controversial member had left. Mina was whispering something into Seiko's ear before jerking her head in the direction of their seaweed-haired clubmate. At first, a hesitant look befell Seiko, prompting Mina to nudge the strategist's arm to invigorate her to go through with what's on her mind. After much internal deliberation, Seiko finally went to speak. Hey Setsu, I'm going to go get another drink, interrupted Setsuna, immediately getting up and walking out the room. Y'all want anything? Sigh. Mina, no, alright then, I'll be back. Then she was gone before anyone got another word in. Mina looked disappointed while Seiko simply replied to her dark-skinned friend, what? I tried. Not much happened afterward, not even Setsuna's return. The only one who was actively doing something was Uri, grinding out those victories for a great win streak. When she had enough of it, she swapped over to a more puzzle adventure-based game. Her process was relatively fast for her first run until she hit a bump. Off of pure instinct, she turned around and called out for her sibling. Big broth, she was halfway through the world when she saw Izuku wasn't behind her and remembered that he had left. Oh right. What's wrong, Uri? Mina asked, going over to attend to her. It's nothing. Oh come on, I can help. No, please, with a cherry on top and sprinkles. That sounds disgusting. No, I'll take you to this spaceship ride right outside this store I know. It'll take you out of this world. As if Are you serious? The pinkette nodded her head. You're not lying to me. This ride will take me to space. Mina gave an even more assuring head nod. So help me, you better not be pulling my leg. I would never. Fine. I just need help with this word. I don't know what it means. All I remember being your age. I used to run to my parents and older siblings all the time whenever I encountered a word I didn't know. Always dreamed of doing the same when I grew up, Mina exclaimed before plopping herself down next to her. She leaned forward toward the screen to get a look at what's happening. Alright then, let's see the word you need help with. Can't be that complicated. Seiko, we need your help. From her peaceful reading, Seiko would put down her magazine to see both Mina and Uri standing next to her. Come again, was the calm response the lavender girl gave them. What does pirati mean? Mina asked, feeling slightly ashamed at her immediate failure. There wasn't any immediate response as Seiko searched her entire dictionary of words to understand what was just said to her. What? Pirati. We must pirati the grid to create the spiral of truth to get the drill that'll pierce the heaven. Mina, I don't ever want to accuse anyone in our club of doing drugs, but no, it was a riddle in the game. They're saying to pirati something. Pirati. Yes, pirati. Is that even a word? It must be if they're using it in the game. Just look, stated Mina, combining her and Uri's effort to pull Seiko over to the setup. The pompous girl didn't put much effort in resisting, submitting herself to the two sweethearts' request. With a sigh, she says, fine. Be careful how you haul me over, I'm not a toy. My sleeves will get stretch marks. After seating herself with perfect posture, Seiko took a look at the screen in front of her. It took only a second for her to recall the undeniable truth about the two girls who trawled her into their mess. "It's pirouette, not pirati," exclaimed Seiko, softly facepalming herself. She could feel a migraine coming. As if she wasn't in enough pain from her cheek, it means to spin, specifically on one leg. "Oh thanks, Seiko," cheered Mina. Yuri only sat back down before continuing to play, as if she would thank a bourgeois swine. Seiko rose to her feet, telling them, "I don't mind helping, but please try to at least get the pronunciation of the word right. Also, you have phones to look up such things." "Yeah, but that'll ruin the fun," replied Mina, reclaiming her position next to Yuri. Rolling her eyes, Seiko was about to go back to her business, but something compelled her to look back. Seeing the two girls sitting closely together playing a game with each other caused her mind to drift. A soft droplet of joy from a pastime slithering its way through Seiko's system, treading its way to her core and releasing a tiny glitter of fuzzy warmth. When she heard the pair mumbling about the next clue they were confronted with a similar obtuse method of solving it like their last escapade, Seiko stepped in. "Do you girls, need me to stay around?" "Like I'll fall for that one," Yuri stated, not looking away from her screen. "This is how you greedy industrialists get started. Watch the common people's practices before finding a way to exploit it. You have enough labor slaves already. Let us have this one before you corporate it up." "Suo, was that a no?" "Yes, I'll never allow you to accompany my gaming session in a million years, you spawn of class oppression incarnate." Stepping in, Mina mumbled, "Now we need to create the perfect linear kinematics for torque. That way we can get the angular acceleration we want to power the drill, since the drill functions depend heavily on vector quantity." "What kind of game is this?" "But sometimes temporary peace is needed," quickly corrected Iri, "so you may stay in exchange for your privileged unequal knowledge." Taking her position on the other side of Iri, Seiko silently wished that Iri would sit on her lap, but she knew better than to risk asking. The lavender girl waited till after she helped out solving another hint before going for a softer request. "See, can I pet you?" "No," immediately answered Iri, shutting that down. "That privilege is for Izuku and Izuku alone. But for your cooperation, I shall periodically permit you for short-time pats on my head." "How long?" "I'll tell you when to stop." Godari only allowed Seiko a ration 2 pats before commanding her to stop. Surprisingly, that was enough for Seiko to enjoy her time there, with the edges of lips curling to a smile. Momo and Izuku have walked for quite a while in mostly soft passive talk. It wasn't until Momo felt they were close to their destination did she create a tone shift. Her facial expressions became sterner and even her voice sounded serious. She turned to Izuku and requested, "We're almost there, Izuku. I have a request I want you to comply with." Though he was slightly taken off guard from her tone shift, Izuku shrugged, saying, "Sure, whatever you need. When we get there, can you please not do that thing you usually do to me?" "What do you mean?" "All the compliments, comments, the things you purposely say to make me blush. My clubmates are really depending on me for this. It's why I'm usually sent for negotiating and debating for the club. I don't want to seem rude, but it would be a bad look for us if they see a new member like you casually embarrassing me in front of others during the meeting. I don't mind if you do it after, but for now can you allow me to confidently focus on my duty? After costing us the chance to go to nationals, the least I can do is fulfill the responsibilities my teammate trusts me with to the best of my ability." Izuku was stricken silent from her words. Never seen this side before. Even in the video I saw of her match, she always seemed a bit shaken from being in the crowd. "Interesting. I like people who have some bite in them." Cocking a smile, the boy told her, "No problem, Momo, I'll hold my tongue. Would love to see you at work in peak condition anyways." Momo's face softens a bit with a smile, saying, "Thank you. Don't worry, in your brave charge I'll bring up the rear guard as your faithful servant, performing the valorous duty of protecting your elegant royal ass." Flustered was an understatement to how Momo felt. Accompanied by a squeamish heap, her face blazed red. After she covered her luscious backside with her hands, her hips moved on their own, jerking forward. With a priceless expression of her embarrassment, Momo stammered, Pardon," quickly catching on to how the modest polymath interpreted his statement. Izuku continued, "Oh, I didn't mean it like that, but while we're on the subject." "No," screeched Momo, squirming from how humiliated she felt. "What?" Izuku said, smirking as he found her reactions adorably entertaining. "You shouldn't be ashamed of it. Be proud. You gotta end her ass, one fit for a queen such as yourself." Momo's flustered meter reached a boiling point that could melt diamonds, speed blitzing Izuku before he could react and pounding away at his chest with her fist. Izuku was sturdier than he may appear, and so Momo's frail hand's assault on him did as much damage as a pillow being used to smack him. "You big jerk, you promised you wouldn't," whined Momo as she continued to thump Izuku's chest. Chuckling Izuku at Momo's furious attitude, he playfully tries to defend himself by blocking her strikes. He explained, "Sorry, Ponytail, but I didn't say anything about teasing you before the meeting." Not that I was lying about you having the goods deserving to be in a club called the Ender Queens. Wouldn't be surprised if you girls accidentally cause a boy with a weak heart to faint. Oh my god. You're idiot. The pair's tussling stopped when he heard a more coy voice approach them. Ain't this a sight to behold? Momo immediately stopped to turn to whoever was speaking. Her eyes widened as she muttered, Jiru. A violet-haired girl had appeared in front of them. She was twirling one of her long earlobes with a finger with a smile. Her triangular eyes had set themselves onto Izuku, her onyx eyes giving a piercing glare to the greenet, with a dubious intent hidden behind them. They then drew over to the person she did recognize. A smirk curled onto her face as she greeted Momo. How you holding up? It's been a while, I see you've. Izuku watched as a petite girl walked over and hugged the taller, bustier girl like old friends greeting each other. The greenet was kind enough to give them time to catch up before Momo finally introduced him to her little friend. This is Jiru. She has been a good friend of mine since I first came to this school. The punk rocker gave a friendly wave as she greeted Izuku. Hey, so you're the infamous new member. In all honesty, I expected you to look more like a femboy if you got past Seiko's pesky rules about new members. Maybe she finally loosened up. She then leaned in closer to whisper something that only Izuku caught. Or you're packing something she wants to test drive. The emerald greenet gave a similarly kind greeting gesture before chuckling. Haha, no, she hates my guts with a burning passion. I'm walking along eggshells to make sure I don't give her the opportunity to chuck me to the streets. It is nice to meet another friend of Momo's who doesn't carry a boatload of spite toward me. We've both been so busy with our clubs and everything that we haven't been able to hang out recently, Momo explained, turning to her friend, which reminds me, why are you here? Jiru smirked, stating, you know why. I'm here to listen in on your little meeting. Clubs are sending scouts already. How? We just got this challenge recently. Seems like someone leaked the information. It hasn't become widespread thought, so you can take a breather for now. I will warn you though, it seems to me that things are moving a lot faster this time around. You better prepare yourself. Surprised at the news, Momo shook off the feeling and gave an assertive but thankful nod to her friend. Thank you for the valuable information. The raven-haired girl turned away from the pair before walking off, saying, don't mention it. We may be on different teams, but that doesn't mean there needs to be any hospitality between us. Good luck in your meeting. By the way, you won't be able to see me, so I'll let you know now that I'm rooting for you. Though it was short, that small interaction gave Momo the confidence boost she needed for the upcoming event. As the door creaked open, a tense silence befalls a room previously filled with lively chat. Entering into the room was a staid-looking Momo, followed behind by Izuku, who was holding the papers and equipment Momo had taken with her when they left the clubroom. Unlike their own, the clubroom of the Tapers wasn't as home-renovated as the Queens were. It looked like the members here barely touched the room, only moving in tables and chairs they might have looted off of the classrooms in the school. The members seemed to have brought in things to help make being there comfortable, such as coolers, a TV set, and a game system. It reminded Izuku that he had to somehow convince Saiko to put a TV in the Ender Queen's clubhouse so he could watch her favorite shows there. As the pair walked toward the seats in the middle that were open and obviously meant for them, Izuku took a quick scan in the room of all the members. With two exceptions, no one in the room seemed to stick out to him, just a bunch of boys. The only interesting thing was that he noticed quite a few familiar faces that were among the 30 boys that had cornered him on his second day. Seiko was right after all. A bigger game was already being played. I did find it weird that in a top-class school based around intelligence that I would face such a barbaric approach from a big group of students so soon after arrival, pondered Izuku. During his observation, it would seem that none of these guys had forgotten his face as well. With how secretive Seiko is about the club's business, there shouldn't have been much information out about me that could have spawned that amount of prejudice before any one of them even properly saw me in class. No wonder Seiko was so aggressive with stomping out my insubordination herself. She probably anticipated that the other clubs had hidden scouts all over. Once the invading pair were seated in front of a table, a boy from the group stepped out. He was tall and pretty lean with blacker hair than Momo. His hair was medium level and spiked downward, and his straight-toothed smile on his plain face just didn't seem right. As he approached, he gave a casual greeting. Why, if it isn't Yaoyorozu? Good to see you're doing well. The boy's almond-shaped eyes shifted its attention over to Izuku. And you brought along the infamous new student I've been hearing about. Thanks, now I don't need to look around campus to see him for myself. This may be late, but welcome to our school. I'm Hanta Siro, club president of the Tapers. You can just call me Siro. People found it the simplest to say and remember. Good to you again as well, Siro, Momo told him, giving a polite greeting bow. She then flashed her eyes over to Izuku, remembering what they talked about. Izuku did the same kind of greeting and said, Nice to meet you, Siro. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Thank you for the welcoming. If you don't mind, I would like to get right to business, stated Momo. The tone in her voice was similar to how she talked before in the hallway. She held out a hand toward Izuku with an open palm, as signaled. The greenet went through the pile of paper she was carrying to get out the folder he was earlier instructed to bring out first and placed it in her hand. As Momo looked through the file, she continued, "About the details of the game that should be our challenge match, I've already taken the liberty of making a proposal for rules and what we'll be betting. Izuku, I need the sheet for what we'll be offering." "Right, sorry for the wait." Izuku nodded, taking out the sheet and giving it to her. His docile nature and compliance to Momo's requests without even a word in defiance threw even Zero off. Exactly as expected. Having me be in open rebellion against the queens so soon after infamously getting in would make them look like the sick man of clubs unless they managed to get me under control quickly. That's probably why Seiko didn't even attempt to push that I must resign from the Ender Queens during the whole club president fiasco. She didn't want me gone, just silence, so it looked like they tamed the rowdy dog. If I had been kicked out of the club and joined another one, then I would have a chance to talk about all sorts of things to their competitors, even if she felt like I didn't deserve it. Having someone that can get into the queens by tricking 3 of the core members at once go to a competing club would be more humiliating to them in the long run. It was this line of thinking that led him and Momo to come up with a scheme. If Izuku didn't leave the Ender Queens, all the other clubs would still be curious to see the talent of the man who challenged the queens so directly. So, why not give them an underwhelming first showing? For the sake of taking some attention away from me, for both the club and my personal life, I'll dutifully serve Momo on our little diplomatic mission like a good servant. When they see me acting so compliant after all the rumors of my rebellious deeds, they'll undoubtedly think the queens pacified me, indicating that all the steam I was blowing up before was no match for them, and in turn, having them underestimate my capability. My favored position. Something the matter? Questioned Momo, seeing Zero's dumbfounded expression. The jet black-haired boy slowly responded. No, sorry, I just expected more of a show from your newest member. Heard he caused quite a bit of ruckus for you guys." Still keeping her calm, stern demeanor, Momo gestured to Izuku before stating, "Maybe at first, but we ironed out any issues we had with each other. We wouldn't want it to be a distraction to us." Izuku slowly nodded, keeping his eyes low like he was at a parent-teacher conference. The boy can feel the eyes falling on him, judging his passive display. Despite this, Izuku was internally laughing at them. "Ha ha ha. Look down on me all you want, I don't care. When it's time to play, you'll be crushed. I'm playing duty for now, but I'm no simple servant. I'll proudly take my position as the queen's personal knight." That's enough derailment. Let's return to the proposal, Momo states, sliding the paper over for the taper's president to read. "I'm sure you'll find it fair." While Zero was preoccupied, Izuku could still feel eyes glaring at him, but he couldn't track where. He knew Jiru was one of them, but not the rest. They must be hidden in the crowd or are spying on them via another method. When the plain-faced leader put down the proposal, he commented, "Is this a joke?" "No, humor at this moment would be inappropriate," Momo replied. She motioned to the paper. "We're completely serious about everything we jotted down. Everything would be unsatisfying for us, from the game we'll be playing to the arrangements and even spoils of victory. It just isn't worth it for us." "I disagree. Maybe you don't find them favorable because you want to be greedy with the conditions. So what? You were invited here to discuss these things. I'm not accepting a prepared proposal. If you pitch some of this, you may convince me to agree to a few things on here. There's a misunderstanding here. You challenged us," Momo declared, looking at Zero straight on, doing so in such a disrespectful manner. "Do you think we'll just forget about that and negotiate as if we are equals in any capacity? No, you'll be unconditionally playing by our rules. Any discussion that'll be had here today will be me explaining the details of the proposal to avoid any misinterpretation." Her onyx eyes glared at the club president in front of her. He seemed aggravated about not moving an inch before stating, "If you object to this, then I'll have to take action to get you to comply." Zero stared back at Momo, pondering something in his mind. He then looked to the side where some of the tapers were sitting down and called out, "Tsuburaba." "Right," called out a voice in the back. While the entire meeting was happening, one boy in particular never stopped playing games. The taper's leader turned back to Momo and said, "We'll take you up on that offer. I'll find it fitting that I should have my second-in-command fight the Ender Queen's second-in-command. If you win, we'll wholeheartedly accept this proposal of yours, but I expect full compliance to our demands when we win." With a nod, Momo agreed to the terms. "Perfect. How you don't mind, but since this game was challenged by you, we'll be picking the game we'll play," Zero says, getting up from his seat and walking away. "She's all yours." "All right," shouted a boy with short brown hair. He slammed the table with his hands as he sat down. He sported a cocky smirk as he looked up at Momo with his big pupil eyes. "Are you ready?" Momo looked at Izuku, motioning for him to depart from the table so it was only her and her opponent. As the greenet got up, he shared a quick word of encouragement to Mom before taking position behind her. "Let's play VU MMA," declared Tsuburaba. "You ever played it before? It's similar to playing a video game. Respectfully, Momo answered, "No, I don't play video games. Seems like I got a noob on my hands. Didn't expect that," chuckled the brown-haired boy. Izuku squinted his eyes as he thought, "Liar. They probably expected this and are trying to have her play a game in a style she's not familiar with." With the wide variety a game could be played, people adopt different styles of playing them. The most respected forms are games like chess that truly show off the traditional sense of intelligence most people think of, but playing games through video games has been a growing style for many common folks. In a formal place like this, you'll be hard-pressed to find someone who actively trains themselves in the method of video games. Subaraba then states, "The rules are simple. Game Virtual Underground Mixed Martial Arts VMR running off the Avatar Deployment System adds a system only implemented in a few schools for testing. The setting is similar to the name, in an underground mixed martial arts arena where the rules are a lot more laxed for more brutal fighting. Both players will be controlling a blank avatar either mentally, with a controller, or whatever method was agreed on whose body they could augment to get the stats they want for their desired playstyle. The player will then select what ability their cheat will grant for them from a variety of options. They'll be based on their capabilities with their quirk. Victory is achieved by the knockout of the other's avatar. That should be a simple enough explanation, right?" Subaraba said, stretching his arms to prepare for the match. He had option to let them control their avatar mentally. You should have no problem picking up on the rest." The elegant Momo had her eyes closed for a moment, digesting the explanation given and surfing her mind for other information. Once she opened them, she asked, "Shall we begin?" Her brown-haired opponent nodded. Game set. In front of the two of them, a hologram screen appeared for both players. There, the two of them customized their avatars. While Izuku watched on, he thought, not only is she playing in a style she's not used to, there's no doubt the guy knows a lot of the tech this game has that Momo won't know about or will be unable to use during her first time timing. Why would Momo put herself in a disadvantageous position so willingly? When the two were finished, the screens disappeared, and a virtual field of the fighting arena appeared between the two. It was a standard arena field with sand serving as the foundation. A virtual crowd was also created to serve as audience members. Their avatar was quickly coded onto both entrances of the arena. Izuku was amazed at how accurate the avatars were to their controllers. His well-trained eyes could barely see any disparities that would make this not a one-to-one visualization. The only difference was their attire. The avatars were dressed in clothing more appropriate for a fight compared to their school uniforms. The experience Subaraba had showed in his avatar. From a glance, Izuku could tell it was optimized in complete coordination to Tsubaraba's playstyle. Not a single aspect of the customization was wasted. For the short bit of time Izuku had to study the customization process from over Momo's shoulder, which he noticed she went extra slow to give her clubmate a chance to see this fairly new system. He spotted the many design choices most might overlook but can play an integral role in this game. This guy Zero sent out. He knew how integral this system can be utilized because he set them all to fit the specific style he was aiming for. Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Known for being one of the deadliest martial arts styles, which is why many people think of it as the best martial art. Its recreation from the original for sport didn't turn it into a showman's craft. It'll certainly be a tough match. And he sat with Izuku because of his clubmate's choice for this battle. A completely standard build. While it was understandable why Momo would go for such a setup, the decision wouldn't give many benefits for the machine. In this scenario, it's only a step above choosing a style Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu completely counter. In these types of games, people have a natural drive to balance out every aspect when in truth it isn't necessary. In many cases it may even be counterproductive. While experts learn all the fundamentals, they usually specialize in a specific aspect to advance themselves ahead of the rest, even at the cost of other basics. Against such force, an average approach would get slaughtered. Izuku would assume that Momo planned to make up the skill difference through the use of her quirks. But with this matchup, whatever cheat she would get could only get her on the level of having an advanced style. Her fight will be with someone whose base is already advanced along with a cheat. These are odds I'm used to facing, Izuku thought after assessing the situation. Being quirkless in this world has brought a lot of disadvantages that Izuku had to adapt to surviving the way he did. Adversity isn't anything new. The only concern was that it wasn't him at the controls. Someone else is operating the steering wheel on this uphill road, and Izuku wasn't used to being in the backseat for these types of journeys. There was an earlier attempt from Izuku to be the spearhead of this operation, but it was shot down. "Are you sure about this, Momo? I'm all for what you're trying to do, but I don't mind throwing my hat into the ring for this one. Might help show more control," suggested Izuku as they crafted their game plan for entering the taper's room. Momo shook her head. "No, this is something I need to do." Their conversation echoed in Izuku's mind. He can still remember his ponytail clubmate's face looking at him. "Haven't seen her eyes that fierce since our game. Since my personal stakes are low, I don't mind yielding to her request, especially since she had that charming expression." The Emerald Gamer will have to leave this to Momo. That doesn't mean he wasn't scheming up any contingency plans. He didn't need complete trust in his clubmate to go along with it. For now, he'll watch idly like a predator, waiting for his opportune moment. You better be ready, because I'm going all in when the ref calls it, Tsuburaba announced, raring to go. Still keeping her composed posture, Momo quipped back, "You're not even going to give a first-timer a chance to check her controls. Quite impolite, don't you think? The controls are simple. We're doing it with our minds anyways. You'll get used to it real quick," the bug-eyed player replied. TCH, no surprise they're being relentless. When actual stakes are on the line, people will do whatever they can to increase their chance of victory, or lower their opponents. Even simple things like a button check need to be negotiated beforehand to ensure it'll happen. It was a bad move to say outright that she has never done this before. Now they know for sure you don't know a lot of the mechanics. They're going to exploit that now, thought Izuku. He dipped his supposed submitted voice in some assertiveness when she said, "That's willfully cruel. You can spare a few seconds for her, not like it'll matter." Zero then spoke up from his seat, "This ain't a playground. There is no obligation to spare you guys anything here." Adding on to that statement, Tsuburaba stated, "Yeah, we're trying to have fun here. We're not going to do anything just because." This was followed by a wave of the other tapers throwing in their comments of wanting their visitor to shut up and play. There it is. Izuku thought he had to hold back the smile that was creeping on his face to not break character. They're all set to be incentivized if we raise something in the bet. Your bargaining skills should be adequate, Momo, because if I'm going to keep on with our little act, then I can only set up this exchange. Much to the Greenet's surprise, before he could speak another word, Momo spoke up, "That's fine." "The F," Izuku internally shouted, his body tensed up. "What are you thinking?" "Don't worry, I can work with these conditions," Momo told Izuku. Feeling her clubmate's hidden frustration, she had turned around. Facing front again, she continued, "We can begin whenever you want." Tsuburaba was quick to respond, "All right, let's get started already." "You better know what you're doing to give up on what I was trying to get you," Izuku thought. It took a bit before he found himself grinding his teeth. A bad habit he hasn't done in a long while. "This is stressing me out. How petty. This is why I prefer being the driving force. Makes things a lot easier." After a few deep breaths, Izuku calms himself to stop his habit. "Let's watch for now. None of this matters to me except keeping the school's awareness to me at a minimum." It was just in time for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. Just as promised, Tsuburaba started the match, fist blazing. Thankfully, Momo was smart enough to keep her distance, staying out of range to any of Tsuburaba's attempts for a grapple, while her avatar sustained some hits from striking. None of it was heavy for concern. Izuku was quite surprised at how light on its feet Momo's avatar was. If she kept it up, she could buy herself enough time to get used to the controls. "It'll be a start," Tsuburaba taunted them. His avatar hasn't taken a bit of damage yet, running already. "Go ahead, this arena is only so big. You can at least throw a punch." Momo didn't respond, continuing with her strategy. There were a few close calls where it looked like Momo attempted to strike but instead got countered with Tsuburaba's own. The hits were strong, but Momo never allowed a chance for a combo to get off. "Not yet. He has a few openings, but I can't attack yet," Momo thought. She was working up a lot of concentration to maintain the distance her avatar was at. A misstep could spell the end of this match. Izuku put a hand on his chin, rubbing as he pondered. This ain't bad. She's getting Tsuburaba to drain a lot of his avatar's stamina from the relentless attacks. Tiring him out is a solid move. Something I'll even do, but it would be supplemented with something else. If you only dodge, they're going to catch on soon. Your true intentions should be the quiet part. The things you say out loud is the distraction. His examination was spot on. After a few more seconds of low-contact battling, Tsuburaba suddenly stopped moving. "I didn't think you'll be this scared sheetless," the bug-eyed gamer stated, leaving his avatar wide open. "It's a snoozefest if you only run away. If it'll spice things up, I won't mind letting you take a free hit." Both Izuku and Momo shared a bewildered look at this. "Don't be shy. Build your confidence a bit," Tsuburaba says, stepping forward with his avatar. He fully intends on approaching without a guard. Neither of them was falling for this. It was obviously a trap. The question is how. Izuku immediately concluded, must be his cheat. One that works best on defense if he has to bait someone to use in this scenario. I saw his face when Momo kept denying him a chance to get in a combo. He's no patient type, even for an expert like himself. The Emerald Greenet knew this was one of the deadliest stages of a game. Discovering the opponent's cheat. With how unpredictable Quirks can be and the vast amount of cheats that can be created from them, one should never underestimate the advantages that can turn the tides. A quirkless people like Izuku, who had to win many games without any cheats available, knew this rule of nature well. While he has his interesting take on the Ender Queens, there was enough respect for their intelligence. Momo won't fall for that trap, right? But she'll need to discover what his cheat is somehow. You gotta drag it out safely so you know how to counter it. He was right about Momo not taking the bait. She stayed her distance instead of rushing in. But this wasn't a careful approach, it was passivity. It didn't look like Momo was preparing to do anything. Don't just stand there. It doesn't have to be hyper-aggressive, but you should always be keeping the gears moving. Sheet, this is annoying to do since I can't even openly advise her. With a smug grin, Subaru taunted, don't be shy, I promise to not raise a finger. This supportive claim only confirmed Momo's choice to not engage. Instead, she had her avatar back up. Along the way, she kept an active guard, gradually moving her arms and legs, still observing from the side. Izuku thought, it was a good opportunity lost to find out his quirk now. It'll give you less time to think about ways to get around it once he begins using it more seriously. Oh well, someone with a lack of patience like him will quickly lose his cool since his plan isn't working. She can. Wait. Izuku immediately sensed something was wrong. Subaraba has yet to be visually disturbed by Momo not taking his taunt. No eye twitches, no grunts, not even an impatient movement. He had clear genuine frustration when Momo kept dodging his attacks, but not here. This seemingly complete puzzle has a part that doesn't sit right. If Izuku was playing this himself or had a more active role, he wouldn't recognize it much earlier, but his focus on Momo kept his mind partly distracted. But now that he got the tail end scent, he can quickly trail it to the source in the nick of time. It never made sense why he'd wait in the first place. Even if Momo was running, I'm sure he had enough experience in this game to counter such a simple tactic. Why would he be so calm about having to wait if he's impatient unless he wanted to wait? No. Oh crap, it's not waiting. He was going to break character for a moment, but Izuku felt like it was necessary. Consequences be damned. It'll be much easier for him to find a way out of it afterward anyways than for Momo to go on without this information. He blurts out, Momo. He's baiting you away, not in, he wants to catch his breath. For a split moment, Momo looked back, surprised by the revelation. It wasn't overtly obvious, but Izuku concluded that there must be an exhaustion gauge that runs alongside the stamina bar to prevent people from mindlessly spamming strong attacks in quick succession. Similar to humans, we have the energy or stamina to do a lot. It's how we're about to have 8-hour workdays with many people still doing other activities on top of that. But that's only possible because we take breaks between and during all of them. If we tried to do them all without a second to at least stand idly, we'd faint from exhaustion. Subaraba from the start was throwing out attack after attack trying to get in to deal heavy damage. His stamina showed it took a toll on him to use up that much so quickly. He'll need a moment before he can start again. A small frown appeared on Subaraba's face as he grumbled. That ruins the fun a bit, no matter. Subaraba's avatar dashed forward to strike while Momo was mentally still staggered by the news. At first, it looked like a repeat of before, but quickly Subaraba had switched up his tactics to striking with long-range attacks. The extra focus increased the effectiveness of each hit that landed even if it was just a graze. While the match itself seemed to be heating up, Siro's eyes were dead set on Izuku. Their mud had some fangs after all, Siro thought. Now intrigued not because of Izuku's deduction but the speed, I know what gave it away, the avatar's panting. The devs put it in as a subtle way to show when someone is getting exhausted, something most beginners would overlook, especially if they didn't know the game would keep track of such a thing. But Subaraba needed about 25 seconds for a full recovery, but this guy recognized what he was doing at the count of 5. The black-haired leader cracked a smile. Did he notice the slight change of breathing or came to this conclusion quickly through another means? It was smart, he told his clubmate as soon as he did, but it won't be enough. Subaraba got back about enough to finish this. Blow to blow, Subaraba pressed Momo back. This was where Subaraba's other plan came into play. Before Momo knew it, her avatar's back was against the wall. Her retreat had made it easier to corner her where she can no longer dabble within his attack range. Shit, he's in range to grab her, Izuku thought. He knew this wasn't good. Siro's smile grew. She can't run away anymore. Looks like we're nearing the end of this. With the range finally closed, Subaraba pushed his avatar forward for a grapple to end the match, declaring, "We've all grown tired of this snoozefest." Izuku's eyes sharpened as he began to step back. I'll have to step in now. If I remembered, they left. The Greenit shenanigans were stopped suddenly when he felt someone grab him. For a moment he thought one of the tapers had grabbed him, but he was surprised to see that it was Momo's hand keeping him there. Her grip was firm and didn't let go. The timing said it all. She didn't want him to move a muscle. Yes, this has gotten tedious, Momo stated, her eyes looking much fiercer than they were before. Before Tsubaraba's avatar could lay his hand on her, Momo's own knocked its hand away with the swipe of an elbow. Let's start to end this. The emerald eyes of the casuist mastermind widened. That elegant move she just pulled off. Surge electricity went through his brain just from witnessing it. He recognized the movement. Most importantly, if Momo was pulling off that move, it means she's familiar with the controls now. Tsubaraba didn't stop with his assault after his grab was parried. Though a bit staggered, he still managed to throw out a hard strike with his other hand. but the same fluid movement that'll make dancers jealous. Momo used her avatar's forearms to attack near his wrist, waving it away as well. With both his arms knocked away, it left Tsuburaba wide open for Momo to land an open palm strike on his chest, staggering him back. Clutching his controller, Tsuburaba growled, "Lucky shot, let's see you do that again." Without giving himself a second for evaluation, he rushed back into a patiently waiting Momo. He exhausted his arsenal, from kicks to punches, and even grapples. Each kick was parried or dodged. Every punch was followed up with a counter, and all grapples were denied before they could begin. The frustration built up in Tsuburaba to the point where he abandoned anything formal and tried to slam his avatar's body into hers to shove her to the wall. He wasn't expecting her to slip out of the way and chopping his throat with her entire forearm, making his avatar hacking over into a coughing fit. "Damn it," Tsuburaba exclaimed, trying to get his avatar to recover. Zero spoke out to him, "Calm down and think." "She's using Silat," concluded Izuku. After that display, he was sure of it. That's a martial art similar to Muay Thai in using their elbows and knees to fight through a much softer style. Often they use their forearms and open palms for combat, allowing them a chance to control how much harm they do to their opponent. While he was impressed that Momo decided to use a lesser-known martial art and combine it with the speed she gave her avatar, he was curious as to why she wasn't taking advantage of the situation. Tsuburaba's avatar is wide open while recovering from the damage done to his throat, yet Momo kept to her stance. Izuku relaxed, assuring Momo that he wasn't going to move so she could let his hand go and focus on her match. He'll just stand back and watch. If she wants to handle this so much, then so be it. Although he was aggravated, Tsuburaba did take in his leader's word. Once he got his avatar back in full control, he took a different approach. While the bug-eyed boy was still engaging first, he knew what Momo's game was, declaring in his mind, "You may think you're slick parrying like that, but you're still just a novice. I'll defeat your next counter." He moved forward with a straight right. As expected, when Tsuburaba starts charging up for his attack, Momo's avatar starts preparing itself as well, showing the fluid movement it was doing before. "That won't work again," Tsuburaba said, feinting that punch with another strike from his other arm. "Parries only work if you get the timing right. Feints can easily mess with the time, leaving the person disorientated for what comes next. Get wrecked." Right then the gears of the match switched. Before anyone noticed it, Momo was grappling at Tsuburaba's avatar's waist. Grabbing at his legs, Momo took him down to the ground. Izuku was surprised. That was wrestling. The two avatars scrambled on the floor, trying to gain dominance over the other. With Momo being the one who took the other down first, she had enough leverage to straddle Tsuburaba and pound away at his exposed face. The other tapers were yelling at Tsuburaba for getting outdone and grappling when he's using Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Tsuburaba having trouble didn't surprise Izuku, as he already knew something most people here didn't. Wrestling is considered a kind of counter to Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, especially when it's combined with another martial art. But how is she using both Silat and wrestling this effectively? She didn't optimize her stats for either, much less for a hybrid. The taper's uproar increased, telling Tsuburaba to break out of it already. "I'm trying," Tsuburaba yelled back at him, having his avatar struggle the best it could. Zero glared at the fight unfolding, thinking, that avatar is way too sturdy for how it was moving before. Pulling off a simple takedown is one thing, but winning in the scramble like this as well is far-fetched for someone who used their customization for speed. Unless Izuku had come to the same conclusion, grinning to himself, "So that's it. If I didn't have to play a role, I would openly applaud you, Momo. Are you guys getting it now?" Seiko asked the two little girls who've been bothering her for help for so long. They've been cooped up in the Ender Queen's clubroom for so long playing video games. Well, Mina isn't a child, but based on her actions, Seiko can easily see her as such. Yuri simply nodded while Mina said, "Yeah, we're starting to get a hang of these puzzles. We barely have to ask you for help anymore." The lavender-haired girl sat back, partaking in her cold drink before saying, "That's the benefit of surrounding yourself with smart people." "Really?" Mina exclaimed, looking excited. "Wow, I must have gotten a lot smarter since I hang out with you girls all the time." "No, you're the one anomaly to it," Seiko harshly told her. "Hey, but outside of you, it's always beneficial to surround yourself with other ambitious people that'll serve to motivate you where you want to go." Setsuna snickered from her position. "Is that you only hang out with like one other person?" Yes, so what?" snapped Seiko, turning to the greenette who's always been a bother to her. "I don't know, sounds like a lonely life," Setsuna told her, shrugging as she gave her club leader a smug smile. "No wonder this place can be a ghost town." Letting out a silent growl, Seiko informs her, "I don't need 100 mindless dolts around me. If they're all dumb, unambitious, and mindless, then I'm only wasting my time and bringing myself down to hang around them all the time. All I need is a small handful of people at least close to my level that I can depend on, and I'm perfectly fine." Mina spoke up to ask, "Is that why you've been friends with Momo for so long?" Of course, exclaimed Seiko, a bright smile appearing on her face. She cockily brushed her hair with a hand before continuing. As capable as I am, I can only do so much at once. Thankfully I have Momo. There's no one whose skills I trust more. That's why she'll always be my second in command and my friend. She can cover anything I can't. She certainly has a hell of a quirk, Izuku thought as he continued looking over Momo. As the avatars fought, Tsuburaba managed to get out of the incredibly difficult position he was in, but he was still in trouble. He couldn't get his rhyme in the fight. He couldn't stand as he couldn't get Momo's avatar off of him. His attempts to strike were swatted away like a bug. And when he went for grapples, he found himself the one getting slammed. None of it made sense. He didn't see a weakness or anything in any one of Momo's actions. They all felt expertly executed. Zero sucked in his teeth, disappointed in his clubmate's performance. He hasn't noticed. Damn, this is why you don't sweat things or else you miss the important part. What was occurring was Momo's cheat. Tsuburaba hadn't noticed as he hadn't experienced a cheat being used this way in this game before. Momo's avatar's clothes had been inconsistent in form, changing depending on what Momo was doing. What looked like a simple aesthetic change was Momo changing her gears to affect her stats. There was a reason why Momo made her avatar build completely standard to not exceed in anything but have no overt weakness. She can easily make up the distance with the gear she makes from her cheat. With her quirk being able to produce whatever she wants, she made it her cheat that she can switch between any set of gear at will. This is how she was able to perform both Silat and wrestling with maximum efficiency. Her cheat-crafted gear will just increase whatever stats she needs to perform the move. Momo was truly running wild. Izuku commented, she's like a Swiss Army knife, able to switch between blows, throws, holds, and locks for whatever is needed. Our polymath is like the perfect all-arounder. Emotions ran up in Tsuburaba, unable to take being humiliated so hard by someone who has never played the game. With a final burst of strength, he managed to break fully away from Momo after being locked on the ground, shouting, "Get off of me." As he sought to get up, he made sure to crawl away backward before Momo tried anything funny again. That was when Zero yelled, "Don't back up, the wall." Advice given too late as Tsuburaba found his avatar had his back to the wall. Shit, hissed Tsuburaba, wanting his avatar to leave that position as quick as possible, but his avatar was sluggish, unable to get on his feet. What wrong with this thing? Oh no, exhaustion. The gauge hit its limit and the effects are seething in. The closing act of this match began as Momo's avatar was already on its feet, approaching Tsuburaba who couldn't protect himself. Let's end this, Momo declared, moving in. Letting out a final scream of adrenaline, Tsuburaba gave a desperate last attempt for a two-handed grapple. If he could grab her, he could hold on until his avatar caught its breath again. But this was denied, by two elbows from a feminine body crashing down on it. This was what Momo wanted, for him to come to her. Now she can deliver the coup de grace. First, discombobulate. Two of Momo's avatar's hands slammed themselves on both sides of Tsuburaba's ear, sending a deafening paralyzation through his body as his ears went haywire. Now gear switch, I'm putting everything into power. There was another change of Momo's outfit, and her avatar's strength had become more visible. Let's weaken him up a bit. Taking a step forward, she hit him with an upward elbow swing to the front of his face. The force drove Tsuburaba's back, knocking the back of its head against the wall and bouncing it back forward. Now break. There was a full force knee waiting for Tsuburaba avatar when its head fell forward, blasting it back to the rock-hard wall for another rebound. The audience, both in virtual and reality, could just feel the bones that were fractured. Now the end. Putting her whole body into the final strike, Momo practically collapsed on Tsuburaba's skull when she threw a punch that forced it crashing down to the ground. A boom echoed throughout the stadium as the sand on the floor flew up, and just as it came back to rest on the ground, so did all the noises in the room. Winner. Along with the announcement, the virtual crowd cheered. Momo's avatar gave a final look at the unconscious body of its opponent before walking away, leaving her controller to declare the end of this game. Game over. With that, the virtual arena disappeared. Momo picked up her things and stood up as she addressed the taper's leader. I take it you have no other objections to our offered arrangements, not that you have much of a choice now. The ponytail then looked at Tsuburaba before asking, or do you want a rematch? I don't mind giving you a second chance if you have any issues with the match. Though it won't be an exact repeat, I'll have a hang on the controls from the beginning this time. The bug-eyed player only clenched his fist, growling from the irritable fire lit in his body as he met her eye. No, that won't be needed, Zero said, rubbing the back of his head. You won this game, so we accept your terms. Then we'll be on our way, Momo replied, signaling to Izuku that they were going to take their leave. Before they left the room, Momo looked back to say, please be sure to read every word so we can avoid any misunderstanding. Then silence when Momo closed the door behind her. I'm sorry for losing, apologized Tsuburaba, looking down disappointed. Zero waved it off. Don't sweat it, that's why you lost. We got what we needed anyways. The black-haired leader's thoughts drifted to what he was focused on. Tsuburaba defeat was his hubris, but there was no denying that there was a hiccup that changed the balance, which led to him getting exhausted. Izuku Midoriya, we were right to inspect you. He'll be happy to hear this. As Izuku and Momo made their way back to the clubroom, Izuku noticed Momo was awfully silent. She hasn't spoken a word since they left. At first, Izuku's curiosity led him to think maybe she was mad at him when she suddenly looked back at him after they turned a corner. It went back to confusion when Momo looked beyond where Izuku was standing and then back in the direction she was facing before. Izuku tilted his head. What is she thinking? The emerald green eyes widened a bit when he saw Momo begin to shudder. Thankfully, the reason why was explained when Momo began to jump around and squeal like a child who just won his first competition. Ah, so the exhilaration from victory hit here. Though it was something he couldn't relate to when it came to games, he did find some form of humor seeing her celebrate. Happy? Izuku asked when Momo turned back to him. Momo answered, yes, it went off wonderfully. Aren't you the same? The greenet shrugged. Honestly, I was more excited seeing you in all those outfits. Glad to see my earlier statement of your behind being worthy of its royalty status was correct. That lit up Momo's face bright red as she gasped. In her embarrassment, she started pounding away at her chest stating, how could you? I was celebrating and you ruined it. Hooligan. Izuku stared up at the roof with a nonchalant face, barely guarding Momo's flustered assault. He mumbled, if only you were as strong as your virtual counterpart. You can't expect things in video games to translate to real life, huffed Momo, pulling away and crossing her arms. It'll give you a poor concept of how things really work. Really? Then do you mind going out with me to the market this weekend? I need to get you in some MMA clothes. Izuku tauntingly told her. Stoop. Momo whined, failing her arms in the air. Come on, things are always better in real life. I won't help you anymore with schoolwork if you keep teasing. Fine. Their conversation stopped when Momo got a text message from Jiru. Nice work there. Great to see you've improved since last year. Izuku commented, she's right, you did amazing back there. Thanks, I'm just happy I didn't disappoint. Momo replied, smiling at the message. You didn't? You really seemed to know what you were doing back there. Well, Nina is a big MMA fan and she often makes me and some of the others watch with her. So I used what I learned there and combined it with aspects I learned from all of you. Really? Like what? Well, Seiko often uses defense to keep control in a game. Threw in a bit of Setsuna's provoking nature as well. And me. You. Momo giggled to herself. I only took a few notes. What kind? Not telling. Come on. Well, if you took notes from me, that'll explain why I was scratching my head at a few decisions. Oh, are you referring to how patient I was? I assumed his cheat gave him a strong defensive option that needed me to attack him, or else he would have just used it when he was attacking me at the beginning. So I made him frustrated enough to keep coming to me first so he can't use his cheat. Once he was exhausted and stunned, I could do whatever I wanted. Impressive. You didn't need me after all. I wouldn't say that, though you should trust me more. Maybe. Entering back into the clubroom, Izuku said, we're back. How did it go? Mina asked, turning to them. The rest of the group huddled toward the victorious pair. Momo answered, it went swimmingly. Seiko smiled, excellent, knew I could count on you. Holding up her copy of the conditions, Momo started telling them about it. Thank you, now I need to start preparing us for the match. The details are in this envelope. I only need a few days to create a. You won't be creating anything, Setsuna said as her disconnected hand snatched the envelope out of Momo's hand. You did enough today, let someone else do it. Amused, Seiko scoffed. Oh, are you going to do more work than the bare minimum? A toothy grin appeared on Setsuna. No, not me, you. The greenette pressed the envelope against her president's chest. What? Exclaimed Seiko. It's only fair. You were the one who wanted this match in the first place. You should be the one to make the plan, Setsuna told her as she began shoving her president to the door. Cockily, Izuku chuckled. Sounds like a fair deal. You are our glorious leader. You as well, stated Setsuna, pushing Seiko into him as both of them were shoved out the room. You voted for this as well. Wait, but I just got back. Too bad, Seiko shouted. You're not going to just push this on me and not with him. The devious trickster gave them both a farewell wave, closing them out with a phrase, this'll be a great time to get along. Have you too? Pouncing on the door, Seiko tried hissed at her clubmate. Setsuna, you seaweed-haired harlot. You open this door right now or so help me. When I get my hands on you, I'll rip you limb from limb. That's quite literally my quirk, Setsuna called out from behind the door. I'll dip them in acid afterwards. Izuku commented, excessive much. Seiko glared back at him before banging her head against the door. Setsuna pushed this on her and she didn't think there'll be a way out of it. I'm going to get that girl one day, she thought to herself, before sighing. This is going to be a long couple of days. You're telling me, replied Izuku, crossing his arms. I'm going to be both annoyed and aroused throughout the entire thing. What? So should we meet at my place later or? Seiko let out a disgruntled groan. Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification. so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.